Chapter 4 of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, English Revolution, War of the League of Augsburg, 1688 to 1697, Sea Battles of Beachy Head and La Hougue. The Peace of Nimeguen was followed by a period of 10 years in which no extensive war broke out. They were, however, far from being years of political quiet. Louis XIV was as intent upon pushing on his frontiers to the eastward in peace as in war, and grasped in quick succession fragments of territory which had not been given him by the peace, claiming this and that in virtue of ancient feudal ties, this and that other as implicitly surrendered by the treaty because dependent upon something else that had been explicitly surrendered. Purchasing at one time, using bare force in other cases, and backing up all the so-called peaceful methods of obtaining his asserted rights by the presence of armed power, he carried on this process of extension between 1679 and 1682. The aggression most startling to Europe, and above all to the German Empire, was the seizure of the then imperial city of Strasbourg on the 30th of September, 1681, and on the same day Casale in Italy was sold to him by the Duke of Mantua, showing that his ambitions were directed that way as well as to the north and east. Both of these were positions of great strategic importance, threatening the one Germany, the other Italy, in case of war. The excitement throughout Europe was very great. In every direction Louis, serenely trusting to his power, was making new enemies and alienating former friends. The King of Sweden, directly insulted and injured in his duchy of Deux-Ponts, turned against him, as did the Italian states, and the Pope himself sided with the enemies of a king who was already showing his zeal for the conversion of the Protestants, and was preparing for the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. But the discontent, though deep and general, had to be organized and directed. The spirit necessary to give it form and final effective expression was found again in Holland, in William of Orange. Time, however, was needed to mature the work. No one yet armed himself, but every one talked, wrote, agitated from Stockholm to Madrid. The war of the pen preceded by many years the war of the sword. Incessant appeals were made to European opinion by indefatigable publicists. Under all forms was diffused the terror of the new universal monarchy, which was seeking to take the place once filled by the House of Austria. It was known that Louis sought to make himself or his son emperor of Germany, but complications of different kinds, private interests, lack of money, all combined to delay action. The United Provinces, despite William's wishes, were yet unwilling to act, again as banker for a coalition, and the emperor was so threatened on his eastern frontier by the rebel Hungarians and the Turks that he dared not risk a western war. Meanwhile, the armed navy of France was daily growing in strength and efficiency under Colbert's care, and acquiring the habit of war by attacks upon the Barbary pirates and their ports. During the same years, the navies both of England and of Holland were declining in numbers and efficiency. It has already been said that in 1688, when William needed Dutch ships for his expedition to England, it was objected that the navy was in a far different condition from 1672, being incalculably decreased in strength and deprived of its most able commanders. In England, the decline of discipline had been followed by an economical policy as to material, gradually lessening the numbers and injuring the condition of the fleet. And after the little flare-up and expected war with France in 1678, the king gave the care of the navy to a new body of men, concerning whom an English naval historian says, This new administration lasted 5 years, and if it had continued 5 years longer, would in all probability have remedied even the numerous and mighty evils it had introduced, by wearing out the whole royal navy, and so leaving no room for future mistakes. However, a just sense of this induced the king in 1684 to resume the management of the fleet into his own hands, restoring most of the old officers, but before any great progress in the work of restoration could be made, his majesty died in 1685. The change of sovereigns was of vast importance, not merely to the English navy, but from the ultimate effect it was to have upon the designs of Louis XIV. And the fortune of the general war which his aggressions were preparing. James II. Was peculiarly interested in the navy, being himself a seaman, and having commanded in chief at Lowestoft and Southwold Bay. He knew its actual depressed condition, and the measures he at once took to restore it, both in numbers and efficiency, were thoughtful and thorough. In the 3 years of his reign, very much indeed was done to prepare a weapon which was first proved against himself and his best friend. The accession of James II., which promised fairly for Louis, precipitated the action of Europe against him. The House of Stuart, closely allied to the King of France and sympathizing with his absolutist rule, had used the still great power of the sovereign to check the political and religious enmity of the English nation to France. James II. Added to the same political sympathies a strength of Roman Catholic fervor, which led him into acts peculiarly fitted to revolt the feeling of the English people, with the final result of driving him from the throne, and calling to it by the voice of Parliament his daughter Mary, whose husband was William of Orange. In the same year that James became king, a vast diplomatic combination against France began. This movement had two sides, religious and political. The Protestant states were enraged at the increasing persecutions of the French Protestants, and their feelings became stronger as the policy of James of England showed itself more and more bent toward Rome. The Protestant northern states, Holland, Sweden, and Brandenburg, drew together in alliances, and they counted for support upon the Emperor of Austria and Germany, upon Spain and other Roman Catholic states, whose motives were political apprehension and anger. The emperor had latterly been successful against the Turks, thus freeing his hands for a move against France. July 9, 1686, there was signed at Augsburg a secret agreement between the emperor, the kings of Spain and Sweden, and a number of German princes. Its object was at first defensive only against France, but it could readily be turned into an offensive alliance. This compact took the name of the League of Augsburg, and from it the general war which followed 2 years later was called the War of the League of Augsburg. The next year, 1687, saw yet greater successes of the empire over the Turks and Hungarians. It was evident that France could expect no more from diversions in that quarter. At the same time, the discontent of the English and the ambitions of the Prince of Orange, who hoped from his accession to the throne of England no ordinary personal aggrandizement, but the fulfillment of his strongest political wish and conviction in curbing forever the power of Louis XIV, became more and more plain. But for his expedition into England, William needed ships, money, and men from the United Provinces, and they hung back, knowing that the result would be war with the French king, who proclaimed James his ally. Their action was at last decided by the course of Louis, who chose this moment to revoke concessions made at Nimeguen to Dutch trade. The serious injury thus done to Holland's material interests turned the wavering scale. This violation of the conventions of Nimeguen, says a French historian, by giving a severe blow to Dutch commerce, reducing her European trade more than one-fourth, removed the obstacle that religious passions still encountered in material interests, and put all Holland at the disposition of William, none having reason longer to conciliate France. This was in November 1687. In the summer of the following year, the birth of an heir to the English throne brought things to an issue. English loyalty might have put up with the reign of the father, now advanced in years, but could not endure the prospect of a continued Roman Catholic royalty. Matters had at last reached the crisis to which they had been tending for years. Louis and William of Orange, long-standing enemies, and at the moment the two chief figures in European politics, alike from their own strong personalities and the cause which either represented, stood on the brink of great actions whose effects were to be felt through many generations. William, despotic in temper himself, stood on the shores of Holland, looking hopefully toward free England, from which he was separated by the narrow belt of water that was the defence of the island kingdom, and might yet be an impassable barrier to his own high aims. For the French king at that moment could control the sea if he would. Louis, holding all the power of France in his single grasp, facing eastward as before, saw the continent gathering against him, while on his flank was England, heartily hostile, longing to enter on the strife against him, but as yet without a leader. It still remained with him to decide whether he would leave the road open for the head to join the waiting body, and to bring Holland and England, the two sea powers, under one rule. If he attacked Holland by land and sent his superior navy into the Channel, he might well keep William in his own country, the more so as the English navy, beloved and petted by the king, was likely to have more than the usual loyalty of seamen to their chief. Faithful to the bias of his life, perhaps unable to free himself from it, he turned toward the continent, and September 24, 1688, declared war against Germany and moved his armies toward the Rhine. William, overjoyed, saw removed the last obstacle to his ambition. Delayed for some weeks by contrary winds, he finally set sail from Holland on the 30th of October. More than 500 transports with 15,000 troops, escorted by 50 men of war, formed the expedition, and it is typical of its mingled political and religious character that the larger part of the army officers were French Protestants who had been driven from France since the last war, the commander-in-chief under William being the Huguenot Schomberg, late a marshal of France. The first start was foiled by a violent storm, but sailing again on the 10th of November, a fresh, fair breeze carried the ships through the straits and the Channel, and William landed on the 15th at Torbay. Before the end of the year, James had fled from his kingdom. On the 21st of the following April, William and Mary were proclaimed sovereigns of Great Britain, and England and Holland were united for the war, which Louis had declared against the United Provinces as soon as he heard of William's invasion. During all the weeks that the expedition was preparing and delayed, the French ambassador at The Hague and the minister of the navy were praying the king to stop it with his great sea power, a power so great that the French fleet in the first years of the war outnumbered those of England and Holland combined. But Louis would not. Blindness seems to have struck the kings of England and France alike, for James, amid all his apprehensions, steadily refused any assistance from the French fleet, trusting to the fidelity of the English seamen to his person, although his attempts to have mass celebrated on board the ships had occasioned an uproar and mutiny which nearly ended in the crews throwing the priests overboard. France thus entered the War of the League of Augsburg without a single ally. What her policy had most feared, what she had long averted, was come to pass. England and Holland were not only allied, but united under the same chief, and England entered the coalition with all the eagerness of passions long restrained by the Stuart policy. As regards the sea war, the different battles have much less tactical value than those of De Ruyter. The chief points of strategic interest are the failure of Louis, having a decided superiority at sea, properly to support James II. In Ireland, which remained faithful to him, and the gradual disappearance from the ocean of the great French fleets, which Louis XIV. Could no longer maintain, owing to the expense of that continental policy which he had chosen for himself. A third point of rather minor interest is the peculiar character and large proportions taken on by the commerce-destroying and privateering warfare of the French, as their large fleets were disappearing. This and the great effect produced by it will appear at first to contradict what has been said as to the general inadequacy of such a warfare when not supported by fleets, but an examination of the conditions which will be made later on will show that the contradiction is rather apparent than real. Taught by the experience of the last conflict, the chief effort of the French king in the general war he had brought upon himself should have been directed against the sea powers, against William of Orange and the Anglo-Dutch alliance. The weakest point in William's position was Ireland, though in England itself not only were there many partisans of the exiled king, but even those who had called in William fenced his kingship about with jealous restrictions. His power was not secure so long as Ireland was not subdued. James, having fled from England in January 1689, landed in Ireland in the following March, accompanied by French troops and a French squadron, and was enthusiastically welcomed everywhere, but in the Protestant north. He made Dublin his capital and remained in the country until July of the next year. During these 15 months the French were much superior at sea. They landed troops in Ireland on more than one occasion, and the English, attempting to prevent this, were defeated in the naval battle of Bantry Bay. But although James was so well established, and it was of the utmost importance to sustain him, although it was equally important to keep William from getting a foothold till James was further strengthened, and Londonderry, then passing through its famous siege, reduced, and although the French were superior to the united English and Dutch on the seas in 1689 and 1690, nevertheless the English Admiral Rooke was able unmolested to throw succors and troops into Londonderry, and afterward landed Marshal Schomberg with a small army near Carrickfergus. Rooke stopped intercourse between Ireland and Scotland, where were many Stuart partisans, and then with his small squadron passed along the east coast of Ireland, attempted to burn the shipping in Dublin harbour, failing only through lack of wind, and finally came off Cork, then occupied by James, took possession of an island in the harbour, and returned in safety to the Downs in October. These services, which raised the siege of Londonderry and kept open the communications between England and Ireland, extended throughout the summer months, nor was any attempt made by the French to stop them. There can be little doubt that an effective cooperation of the French fleet in the summer of 1689 would have broken down all opposition to James in Ireland by isolating that country from England, with corresponding injury to William's power. The following year the same strategic and political mistake was made. It is the nature of an enterprise such as James's, dependent upon a weaker people and foreign help, to lose strength if it does not progress. But the chances were still in his favor, provided France cooperated heartily, and above all with her fleet. It is equally the nature of a merely military navy like that of France to be strongest at the beginning of hostilities, whereas that of the allied sea powers grew daily stronger, drawing upon the vast resources of their merchant shipping and their wealth. The disparity of force was still in favor of France in 1690, but it was not as great as the year before. The all-important question was where to direct it. There were two principal courses, involving two views of naval strategy. The one was to act against the allied fleet, whose defeat, if sufficiently severe, might involve the fall of William's throne in England. The other was to make the fleet subsidiary to the Irish campaign. The French king decided upon the former, which was undoubtedly the proper course, but there was no reason for neglecting, as he did, the important duty of cutting off the communications between the two islands. As early as March he had sent a large fleet with 6,000 troops and supplies of war, which were landed without any trouble in the southern ports of Ireland. But after performing that service, the ships employed returned to Brest, and there remained inactive during May and June, while the Grand Fleet under the Comte de Tourville was assembling. During those 2 months the English were gathering an army on their west coast, and on the 21st of June William embarked his forces at Chester on board 288 transports, escorted by only 6 men of war. On the 24th he landed in Carrickfergus, and the ships of war were dismissed to join the English Grand Fleet, which, however, they were not able to do. Tourville's ships, having in the meantime got to sea and occupied the channel to the eastward, there is nothing more striking than the carelessness shown by both the contending parties during the time that Ireland was in dispute as to the communications of their opponents with the island. But this was especially strange in the French, as they had the larger forces, and must have received pretty accurate information of what was going on from disaffected persons in England. It appears that a squadron of 25 frigates, to be supported by ships of the line, were told off for duty in St. George's Channel, but they never reached their station, and only 10 of the frigates had got as far as Kinsale by the time James had lost all at the Battle of the Boyne. The English communications were not even threatened for an hour. Tourville's fleet, complete in numbers, having 78 ships, of which 70 were in the line of battle, with 22 fire ships, got to sea June 22, the day after William embarked. On the 30th the French were off the Lizard, to the dismay of the English admiral, who was lying off the Isle of Wight in such an unprepared attitude that he had not even lookout ships to the westward. He got under way, standing offshore to the southeast, and was joined from time to time during the next 10 days by other English and Dutch ships. The two fleets continued moving to the eastward, sighting each other from time to time. The political situation in England was critical. The Jacobites were growing more and more open in their demonstrations. Ireland had been in successful revolt for over a year, and William was now there, leaving only the Queen in London. The urgency of the case was such that the Council decided the French fleet must be fought, and orders to that effect were sent to the English Admiral Herbert. In obedience to his instructions he went out, and on the 10th of July, being to windward, with the wind at northeast, formed his line of battle, and then stood down to attack the French, who waited for him with their foretopsails aback on the starboard tack, heading to the northward and westward. The fight that followed is known as the Battle of Beachy Head. The ships engaged were French 70, English and Dutch, according to their own account, 56, according to the French, 60. In the allied line of battle, the Dutch were in the van, the English, commanded in person by Herbert, in the center, and the rear was made up partly of English and partly of Dutch ships. The stages of the battle were as follows. 1. The allies, being to windward, bore down together in line abreast. As usual, this maneuver was ill performed, and as also generally happens, the van came under fire before the centre and rear, and bore the brunt of the injury. 2. Admiral Herbert, though commander-in-chief, failed to attack vigorously with the centre, keeping it at long range. The allied van and rear came to close action. Paul Host's account of this maneuver of the allies is that the admiral intended to fall mainly on the French rear. To that end he closed the centre to the rear and kept it to windward at long cannon shot, refused it, so as to prevent the French from tacking and doubling on the rear. If that were his purpose, his plan, though tolerably conceived in the main, was faulty in detail, for this manoeuvre of the centre left a great gap between it and the van. He should rather have attacked, as Ruyter did at the Texel, as many of the rear ships as he thought he could deal with, and refused his van, assigning to it the part of checking the French van. It may be conceded that an admiral who, from inferior numbers, cannot spread as long and close a line as his enemy, should not let the latter overlap the extremities of his fleet; but he should attain his end not, as Herbert did, by leaving a great opening in the centre, but by increasing each interval between the ships refused. The allied fleet was thus exposed to be doubled on at 2 points, both van and centre, and both points were attacked. 3. The commander of the French van, seeing the Dutch close to his line and more disabled than himself, pressed 6 of his leading ships ahead, where they went about, and so put the Dutch between 2 fires. At the same time, Tourville, finding himself without adversaries in the centre, having beaten off the leading division of the enemy's centre, pushed forward his own leading ships, which Herbert's dispositions had left without opponents, and these fresh ships strengthened the attack upon the Dutch in the van. This brought about a mêlée at the head of the lines, in which the Dutch, being inferior, suffered heavily. Luckily for the allies, the wind fell calm, and while Tourville himself and other French ships got out their boats to tow into action again, the allies were shrewd enough to drop anchor with all sails set, and before Tourville took in the situation, the ebb tide, setting southwest, had carried his fleet out of action. He finally anchored a league from his enemy. At 9 P.M., when the tide changed, the allies weighed and stood to the eastward. So badly had many of them been mauled that, by English accounts, it was decided rather to destroy the disabled ships than to risk a general engagement to preserve them. Tourville pursued, but instead of ordering a general chase, he kept the line of battle, reducing the speed of the fleet to that of the slower ships. The occasion was precisely one of those in which a mêlée is permissible, indeed obligatory. An enemy beaten and in flight should be pursued with ardor, and with only so much regard to order as will prevent the chasing vessels from losing mutual support, a condition which by no means implies such relative bearings and distances as are required in the beginning or middle of a well-contested action. The failure to order such general pursuit indicates the side on which Tourville's military character lacked completeness, and the failure showed itself, as is apt to be the case, at the supreme moment of his career. He never had such another opportunity as in this, the first great general action in which he commanded in chief, and which Hoste, who was on board the flagship, calls the most complete naval victory ever gained. It was so indeed at that time, the most complete, but not the most decisive, as it perhaps might have been. The French, according to Hoste, lost not even a boat, much less a ship, which, if true, makes yet more culpable the sluggishness of the pursuit, while the allies fled, casting 16 of their ships ashore and burning them in sight of the enemy, who pursued as far as the Downs. The English, indeed, give the allied loss as only 8 ships, an estimate probably full as much out one way as the French the other. Herbert took his fleet to the Thames and baffled the enemy's further pursuit by removing the buoys. Tourville's is the only great historical name among the seamen of this war, if we except the renowned privateersmen at whose head was Jean Bart. Among the English, extraordinary merit cannot be claimed for any one of the gallant and enterprising men who commanded squadrons. Tourville, who by this time had served afloat for nearly 30 years, was at once a seaman and a military man. With superb courage, of which he had given dazzling examples in his youth, he had seen service wherever the French fleets had fought, in the Anglo-Dutch War, in the Mediterranean, and against the Barbary pirates. Reaching the rank of admiral, he commanded in person all the largest fleets sent out during the earlier years of this war, and he brought to the command a scientific knowledge of tactics based upon both theory and experience, joined to that practical acquaintance with the seaman's business which is necessary in order to apply tactical principles upon the ocean to the best advantage. But with all these high qualities he seems to have failed, where so many warriors fail, in the ability to assume a great responsibility. The caution in his pursuit of the allies after Beachy Head, though so different in appearance, came from the same trait which impelled him 2 years later to lead his fleet into almost certain destruction at La Hougue, because he had the king's order in his pocket. He was brave enough to do anything, but not strong enough to bear the heaviest burdens. Tourville was in fact the forerunner of the careful and skilful tacticians of the coming era, but with the savor still of the impetuous hard fighting which characterized the sea commanders of the 17th century. He doubtless felt after Beachy Head that he had done very well and could be satisfied, but he could not have acted as he did had he felt, to use Nelson's words, that if we had taken 10 ships out of the enemy's 11 and let the 11th escape, being able to take her, I could never call such a good day. The day after the sea fight off Beachy Head, with its great but still partial results, the cause of James II was lost ashore in Ireland. The army which William had been allowed to transport there unmolested was superior in number and quality to that of James, as William himself was superior as a leader to the ex-king. The counsel of Louis XIV was that James should avoid decisive action, retiring, if necessary, to the Shannon in the midst of a country wholly devoted to him. It was, however, a good deal to ask, this abandonment of the capital after more than a year's occupancy, with all the consequent moral effect. It would have been much more to the purpose to stop William's landing. James undertook to cover Dublin, taking up the line of the river Boyne, and there on the 11th of July the two armies met, with the result that James was wholly defeated. The king himself fled to Kinsale, where he found 10 of those frigates that had been meant to control St. George's Channel. He embarked and again took refuge in France, begging Louis to improve the victory at Beachy Head by landing him with another French army in England itself. Louis angrily refused, and directed that the troops still remaining in Ireland should be at once withdrawn. The chances of a rising in favor of James, at least upon the shores of the Channel, if they existed at all, were greatly exaggerated by his own imagination. After the safe retreat of the allied fleet to the Thames, Tourville, in accordance with his instructions, made several demonstrations in the south of England, but they were wholly fruitless in drawing out any show of attachment to the Stuart cause. In Ireland it was different. The Irish army, with its French contingent, fell back after the battle of the Boyne to the Shannon, and there again made a stand, while Louis, receding from his first angry impulse, continued to send reinforcements and supplies. But the increasing urgency of the Continental War kept him from affording enough support, and the war in Ireland came to a close a little over a year later by the defeat at Aghrim and capitulation of Limerick. The Battle of the Boyne, which from its peculiar religious coloring has obtained a somewhat factitious celebrity, may be taken as the date at which the English crown was firmly fixed on William's head. Yet it would be more accurate to say that the success of William, and with it the success of Europe against Louis XIV in the War of the League of Augsburg, was due to the mistakes and failure of the French naval campaign in 1690. Though in that campaign was won the most conspicuous single success the French have ever gained at sea over the English. As regards the more striking military operations, it is curious to remark that Tourville sailed the day after William left Chester, and won Beachy Head the day before the Battle of the Boyne. But the real failure lay in permitting William to transport that solid body of men without hindrance. It might have been favorable to French policy to let him get into Ireland, but not with such a force at his back. The result of the Irish campaign was to settle William safely on the English throne and establish the Anglo-Dutch alliance, and the union of the two sea peoples under one crown was the pledge, through their commercial and maritime ability and the wealth they drew from the sea, of the successful prosecution of the war by their allies on the continent. The year 1691 was distinguished by only one great maritime event. This was ever afterward known in France as Tourville's deep sea or offshore cruise, and the memory of it as a brilliant strategic and tactical display remains to this day in the French navy. That staying power which has already been spoken of as distinctive of nations whose sea power is not a mere military institution, but based upon the character and pursuits of the people, had now come into play with the allies. Notwithstanding the defeat and loss of Beachy Head, the united fleets took the sea in 1691 with 100 ships of the line under the command of Admiral Russell. Tourville could only gather 72, the same number as the year before. With these he left Brest June 25. As the enemy had not yet appeared upon the coasts of the Channel, he took up his cruising ground at the entrance, sending lookout ships in all directions. Informed that the allies had stationed themselves near the Scilly Islands to cover the passage of a convoy expected from the Levant, Tourville did not hesitate to steer for the English coasts, where the approaching arrival of another merchant fleet from Jamaica was equally expected. Deceiving the English cruisers by false courses, he reached the latter fleet, took from it several ships, and dispersed it before Russell could come up to fight him. When at last Tourville was in presence of the allied fleet, he manoeuvred so skillfully, always keeping the weather gauge, that the enemy, drawn far out into the ocean, lost 50 days without finding an opportunity to engage. During this time French privateers scattered throughout the Channel harassed the enemy's commerce and protected convoys sent into Ireland. Worn out by fruitless efforts, Russell steered for the Irish coast. Tourville, after having protected the return of the French convoys, anchored again in Brest Roads. The actual captures made by Tourville's own fleet were insignificant, but its service to the commerce-destroying warfare of the French by occupying the allies is obvious. Nevertheless, the loss of English commerce was not as great this year as the next. The chief losses of the allies seem to have been in the Dutch North Sea trade. The two wars, continental and maritime, that were being waged, though simultaneous, were as yet independent of each other. It is unnecessary in connection with our subject to mention the operations of the former. In 1692 there occurred the great disaster to the French fleet, which is known as the Battle of La Hougue. In itself, considered tactically, it possesses little importance, and the actual results have been much exaggerated, but popular report has made it one of the famous sea battles of the world, and therefore it cannot be wholly passed by. Misled by reports from England, and still more by the representations of James, who fondly nursed his belief that the attachment of many English naval officers to his person was greater than their love of country or faithfulness to their trust, Louis XIV determined to attempt an invasion of the south coast of England, led by James in person. As a first step thereto, Tourville, at the head of between 50 and 60 ships of the line, 13 of which were to come from Toulon, was to engage the English fleet, from which so many desertions were expected as would, with the consequent demoralization, yield the French an easy and total victory. The first hitch was in the failure of the Toulon fleet, delayed by contrary winds, to join, and Tourville went to sea with only 44 ships, but with a peremptory order from the king to fight when he fell in with the enemy, were they few or many, and come what might. On the 29th of May, Tourville saw the allies to the northward and eastward. They numbered 99 sail of the line. The wind being southwest, he had the choice of engaging, but first summoned all the flag officers on board his own ship, and put the question to them whether he ought to fight. They all said not, and he then handed them the order of the king. No one dared dispute that, though, had they known it, light vessels with contrary orders were even then searching for the fleet. The other officers then returned to their ships, and the whole fleet kept the way together for the allies, who waited for them on the starboard tack, heading south-southeast, the Dutch occupying the van, the English the centre and rear. When they were within easy range, the French hauled their wind on the same tack, keeping the weather gauge. Tourville, being so inferior in numbers, could not wholly avoid the enemy's line extending to the rear of his own, which was also necessarily weak from its extreme length, but he avoided Herbert's error at Beachy Head, keeping his van refused, with long intervals between the ships to check the enemy's van, and engaging closely with his centre and rear. It is not necessary to follow the phases of this unequal fight. The extraordinary result was that when the firing ceased at night in consequence of a thick fog and calm, not a single French ship had struck her colors nor been sunk. No higher proof of military spirit and efficiency could be given by any navy, and Tourville's seamanship and tactical ability contributed largely to the result, which it must also be confessed was not creditable to the allies. The two fleets anchored at nightfall, a body of English ships remaining to the southward and westward of the French. Later on, these cut their cables and allowed themselves to drift through the French line in order to rejoin their main body, in doing which they were roughly handled. Having amply vindicated the honor of his fleet and shown the uselessness of further fighting, Tourville now thought of retreat, which was begun at midnight with a light northeast wind and continued all the next day. The allies pursued, the movements of the French being much embarrassed by the crippled condition of the flagship Royal Sun, the finest ship in the French navy, which the admiral could not make up his mind to destroy. The direction of the main retreat was toward the Channel Islands, 35 ships being with the admiral. Of them 20 passed with the tidal current through the dangerous passage known as the Race of Alderney, between the island of that name and the mainland, and got safe to Saint-Malo. Before the remaining 15 could follow, the tide changed, and the anchors which had been dropped dragging, these ships were carried to the eastward and to leeward of the enemy. 3 sought refuge in Cherbourg, which had then neither breakwater nor port, the remaining 12 at Cape La Hougue, and they were all burned, either by their own crews or by the allies. The French thus lost 15 of the finest ships in their navy, the least of which carried 60 guns, but this was little more than the loss of the allies at Beachy Head. The impression made upon the public mind, accustomed to the glories and successes of Louis XIV., was out of all proportion to the results, and blotted out the memory of the splendid self-devotion of Tourville and his followers. La Hougue was also the last general action fought by the French fleet, which did rapidly dwindle away in the following years, so that this disaster seemed to be its death blow. As a matter of fact, however, Tourville went to sea the next year with 70 ships, and the losses were at the time repaired. The decay of the French navy was not due to any one defeat, but to the exhaustion of France and the great cost of the Continental War. And this war was mainly sustained by the two sea peoples, whose union was secured by the success of William in the Irish campaign. Without asserting that the result would have been different had the naval operations of France been otherwise directed in 1690, it may safely be said that their misdirection was the immediate cause of things turning out as they did, and the first cause of the decay of the French navy. The 5 remaining years of the War of the League of Augsburg, in which all Europe was in arms against France, are marked by no great sea battles, nor any single maritime event of the first importance. To appreciate the effect of the sea power of the Allies, it is necessary to sum up and condense an account of the quiet, steady pressure which it brought to bear and maintained in all quarters against France. It is thus indeed that sea power usually acts, and just because so quiet in its working, it is the more likely to be unnoticed, and must be somewhat carefully pointed out. The head of the opposition to Louis XIV. Was William III, and his tastes, being military rather than naval, combined with the direction of Louis's policy to make the active war continental rather than maritime, while the gradual withdrawal of the great French fleets by leaving the allied navies without enemies on the sea worked in the same way. Furthermore, the efficiency of the English navy, which was double in numbers that of the Dutch, was at this time at a low pitch. The demoralizing effects of the reign of Charles II could not be wholly overcome during the 3 years of his brother's rule, and there was a yet more serious cause of trouble growing out of the political state of England. It has been said that James believed the naval officers and seamen to be attached to his person, and whether justly or unjustly, this thought was also in the minds of the present rulers, causing doubts of the loyalty and trustworthiness of many officers, and tending to bring confusion into the naval administration. We are told that the complaints made by the merchants were extremely well supported, and showed the folly of preferring unqualified men to that board which directed the naval power of England, and yet the mischief could not be amended because the more experienced people who had been long in the service were thought disaffected, and it appeared the remedy might have proved worse than the disease. Suspicion reigned in the cabinet and the city, factions and irresolution among the officers, and a man who was unfortunate or incapable in action knew that the yet more serious charge of treason might follow his misadventure. After La Hougue, the direct military action of the allied navies was exerted in three principal ways, the first being in attacks upon the French ports, especially those in the Channel and near Brest. These had rarely in view more than local injury and the destruction of shipping, particularly in the ports whence the French privateers issued, and although on some occasions the number of troops embarked was large, William proposed to himself little more than the diversion which such threats caused, by forcing Louis to take troops from the field for coast defence. It may be said generally of all these enterprises against the French coast in this and later wars that they effected little, and even as a diversion did not weaken the French armies to any great extent. If the French ports had been less well defended, or French waterways open into the heart of the country, like our own Chesapeake and Delaware bays and the southern sounds, the result might have been different. In the second place, the allied navies were of great direct military value, though they fought no battles, when Louis XIV decided in 1694 to make his war against Spain offensive. Spain, though so weak in herself, was yet troublesome from her position in the rear of France, and Louis finally concluded to force her to peace by carrying the war into Catalonia on the northeast coast. The movement of his armies was seconded by his fleet under Tourville, and the reduction of that difficult province went on rapidly until the approach of the allied navies in largely superior force caused Tourville to retire to Toulon. This saved Barcelona, and from that time until the two sea nations had determined to make peace, they kept their fleets on the Spanish coast and arrested the French advance. When in 1697 William had become disposed to peace, and Spain refused it, Louis again invaded. The allied fleet did not appear, and Barcelona fell. At the same time, a French naval expedition was successfully directed against Cartagena in South America, and under the two blows, both of which depended upon the control of the sea, Spain yielded. The third military function of the allied navies was the protection of their sea commerce, and herein, if history may be trusted, they greatly failed. At no time has war against commerce been conducted on a larger scale and with greater results than during this period, and its operations were widest and most devastating at the very time that the great French fleets were disappearing, in the years immediately after La Hougue, apparently contradicting the assertion that such a warfare must be based on powerful fleets or neighboring seaports. A somewhat full discussion is due, inasmuch as the distress to commerce wrought by the privateers was a large factor in bringing the sea nations to wish for peace, just as the subsidies which their commerce enabled them to pay the continental armies, besides keeping up their own, were the chief means by which the war was prolonged and France brought to terms. The attack and defense of commerce is still a living question. In the first place, it is to be observed that the decay of the French fleet was gradual, and that the moral effect of its appearance in the Channel, its victory at Beachy Head, and gallant conduct at La Hougue remained for some time impressed on the minds of the allies. This impression caused their ships to be kept together in fleets instead of scattering in pursuit of the enemy's cruisers, and so brought to the latter a support almost equal to an active warfare on the seas. Again, the efficiency of the English navy, as has been said, was low, and its administration perhaps worse, while treason in England gave the French the advantage of better information. Thus, in the year following La Hougue, the French, having received accurate information of a great convoy sailing for Smyrna, sent out Tourville in May, getting him to sea before the allies were ready to blockade him in Brest, as they had intended. This delay was due to bad administration, and was also the further misfortune that the English government did not learn of Tourville's departure until after its own fleet had sailed with the trade. Tourville surprised the convoy near the Straits, destroyed or captured 100 out of 400 ships, and scattered the rest. This is not a case of simple cruising warfare, for Tourville's fleet was of 71 ships, but it shows the incompetency of the English administration. In truth, it was immediately after La Hougue that the depredations of cruisers became most ruinous, and the reason was twofold. First, the allied fleet was kept together at Spithead for 2 months and more, gathering troops for a landing on the continent, thus leaving the cruisers unmolested. And in the second place, the French, not being able to send their fleet out again that summer, permitted the seamen to take service in private ships, thus largely increasing the numbers of the latter. The two causes working together gave an impunity and extension to commerce destroying, which caused a tremendous outcry in England. It must be confessed, says the English naval chronicler, that our commerce suffered far less the year before, when the French were masters at sea, than in this, when their grand fleet was blocked up in port. But the reason was that the French, having little commerce and a comparatively large number of seamen, mainly employed in the fleet, were able, when this lay by, to release them to cruisers. As the pressure of the war became greater and Louis continued to reduce the number of his ships in commission, another increase was given to the commerce destroyers. The ships and officers of the Royal Navy were loaned under certain conditions to private firms or to companies who wished to undertake privateering enterprises, in which even the cabinet ministers did not disdain to take shares. Indeed, they were urged to do so to please the king. The conditions generally provided that a certain proportion of the profit should go to the king in return for the use of the ships. Such employment would be demoralizing to any military service, but not necessarily all at once, and the conditions imparted for the time a tone and energy to privateering that it cannot always have. In truth, the public treasury, not being able to maintain the navy, associated with itself private capital, risking only material otherwise useless, and looking for returns to robbing the enemy. The commerce destroying of this war also was no mere business of single cruisers. Squadrons of 3 or 4, up to half a dozen ships acted together under one man, and it is only just to say that under seamen like Jean Bart, Forbin, and Duguay-Trouin, they were even more ready to fight than to pillage. The largest of these private expeditions, and the only one that went far from the French shores, was directed in 1697 against Cartagena on the Spanish Main. It numbered 7 ships of the line and 6 frigates, besides smaller vessels, and carried 2,800 troops. The chief object was to lay a contribution on the city of Cartagena. But its effect on the policy of Spain was marked and led to peace. Such a temper and concert of action went far to supply the place of supporting fleets, but could not wholly do so. And although the allies continued to keep their large fleets together, still, as the war went on and efficiency of administration improved, commerce destroying was brought within bounds. At the same time, as an evidence of how much the unsupported cruisers suffered even under these favorable conditions, it may be mentioned that the English report 59 ships of war captured against 18 admitted by the French during the war, a difference which a French naval historian attributes with much probability to the English failing to distinguish between ships of war properly so called and those loaned to private firms. Captures of actual privateers do not appear in the list quoted from. The commerce destroying of this war, therefore, was marked by the particular characteristics of cruisers acting together in squadron, not far from their base, while the enemy thought best to keep his fleet concentrated elsewhere, notwithstanding which, and the bad administration of the English navy, the cruisers were more and more controlled as the great French fleets disappeared. The results of the War of 1689 to 1697 do not therefore vitiate the general conclusion that a cruising, commerce-destroying warfare to be destructive must be seconded by a squadron warfare and by divisions of ships of the line, which, forcing the enemy to unite his forces, permit the cruisers to make fortunate attempts upon his trade. Without such backing, the result would be simply the capture of the cruisers. Toward the end of this war, the real tendency was becoming manifest, and was still more plainly seen in the next, when the French navy had sunk to a yet lower state of weakness. Notwithstanding their losses, the sea nations made good their cause. The war, which began with the French taking the offensive, ended by reducing them everywhere to the defensive, and forced Louis to do violence at once to his strongest prejudices and his most reasonable political wishes, by recognizing as King of England him whom he looked upon as a usurper as well as his own inveterate enemy. On its surface, and taken as a whole, this war will appear almost wholly a land struggle, extending from the Spanish Netherlands down the line of the Rhine to Savoy in Italy and Catalonia in Spain. The sea fights in the Channel, the Irish struggle receding in the distance, look like mere episodes, while the underlying action of trade and commerce is wholly disregarded, or noticed only as their outcries tell of their sufferings. Yet trade and shipping not only bore the burden of suffering, but in the main paid the armies that were fighting the French. And this turning of the stream of wealth from both sea nations into the coffers of their allies was perhaps determined, certainly hastened, by the misdirection of that naval supremacy with which France began the war. It was then possible, as it will usually be possible, for a really fine military navy of superior force to strike an overwhelming blow at a less ready rival, but the opportunity was allowed to slip, and the essentially stronger, better founded sea power of the Allies had time to assert itself. The peace signed at Ryswick in 1697 was most disadvantageous to France. She lost all that had been gained since the peace of Nimeguen 19 years before, with the single important exception of Strasbourg. All that Louis XIV had gained by trick or force during the years of peace was given up. Immense restitutions were made to Germany and to Spain. In so far as the latter were made in the Netherlands, they were to the immediate advantage of the United Provinces, and indeed of all Europe as well as of Spain. To the two sea nations, the terms of the treaty gave commercial benefits which tended to the increase of their own sea power and to the consequent injury of that of France. France had made a gigantic struggle. To stand alone as she did then, and as she has since done more than once, against all Europe is a great feat. Yet it may be said that as the United Provinces taught the lesson that a nation, however active and enterprising, cannot rest upon external resources alone, if intrinsically weak in numbers and territory, so France in its measure shows that a nation cannot subsist indefinitely off itself, however powerful in numbers and strong in internal resources. It is said that a friend once found Colbert looking dreamily from his windows, and on questioning him as to the subject of his meditations, received this reply: "In contemplating the fertile fields before my eyes, I recall those which I have seen elsewhere. What a rich country is France!" This conviction supported him amid the many discouragements of his official life, when struggling to meet the financial difficulties arising from the extravagance and wars of the king, and it has been justified by the whole course of the nation's history since his days. France is rich in natural resources as well as in the industry and thrift of her people, but neither individual nations nor men can thrive when severed from natural intercourse with their kind. Whatever the native vigor of constitution, it requires healthful surroundings and freedom to draw to itself from near and from far all that is conducive to its growth and strength and general welfare. Not only must the internal organism work satisfactorily, the processes of decay and renewal, of movement and circulation, go on easily, but from sources external to themselves. Both mind and body must receive healthful and varied nourishment. With all her natural gifts, France wasted away because of the want of that lively intercourse between the different parts of her own body and constant exchange with other people, which is known as commerce, internal or external. To say that war was the cause of these defects is to state at least a partial truth, but it does not exhaust the matter. War, with its many acknowledged sufferings, is above all harmful when it cuts a nation off from others and throws it back upon itself. There may indeed be periods when such rude shocks have a bracing effect, but they are exceptional and of short duration, and they do not invalidate the general statement. Such isolation was the lot of France during the later wars of Louis XIV, and it well nigh destroyed her, whereas to save her from the possibility of such stagnation was the great aim of Colbert's life. War alone could not entail it, if only war could be postponed until the processes of circulation within and without the kingdom were established and in vigorous operation. They did not exist when he took office. They had to be both created and firmly rooted in order to withstand the blast of war. Time was not given to accomplish this great work, nor did Louis XIV support the schemes of his minister by turning the budding energies of his docile and devoted subjects into paths favorable to it. So when the great strain came upon the powers of the nation, instead of drawing strength from every quarter and through many channels, and laying the whole outside world under contribution by the energy of its merchants and seamen, as England has done in like straits, it was thrown back upon itself, cut off from the world by the navies of England and Holland, and the girdle of enemies which surrounded it upon the continent. The only escape from this process of gradual starvation was by an effectual control of the sea. The creation of a strong sea power which should ensure the free play for the wealth of the land and the industry of the people. For this, too, France had great natural advantages in her three seaboards, on the Channel, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean, and politically she had had the fair opportunity of joining to her own maritime power that of the Dutch, in friendly alliance, hostile or at least wary toward England. In the pride of his strength, conscious of absolute control in his kingdom, Louis cast away this strong reinforcement to his power and proceeded to rouse Europe against him by repeated aggressions. In the period which we have just considered, France justified his confidence by a magnificent and upon the whole successful maintenance of his attitude against all Europe. She did not advance, but neither did she greatly recede. But this display of power was exhausting. It ate away the life of the nation, because it drew wholly upon itself and not upon the outside world with which it could have been kept in contact by the sea. In the war that next followed, the same energy is seen, but not the same vitality, and France was everywhere beaten back and brought to the verge of ruin. The lesson of both is the same. Nations, like men, however strong, decay when cut off from the external activities and resources which at once draw out and support their internal powers. A nation, as we have already shown, cannot live indefinitely off itself, and the easiest way by which it can communicate with other peoples and renew its own strength is the sea. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, War of the Spanish Succession, 1702 to 1713, Sea Battle of Malaga. During the last 30 years of the 17th century, amid all the strifes of arms and diplomacy, there had been clearly foreseen the coming of an event which would raise new and great issues. This was the failure of the direct royal line in that branch of the House of Austria which was then on the Spanish throne, and the issues to be determined when the present king, infirm both in body and mind, should die, were whether the new monarch was to be taken from the House of Bourbon or from the Austrian family in Germany, and whether in either event the sovereign thus raised to the throne should succeed to the entire inheritance, the Empire of Spain, or some partition of that vast inheritance be made in the interests of the balance of European power. But this balance of power was no longer understood in the narrow sense of continental possessions. The effect of the new arrangements upon commerce, shipping, and the control both of the ocean and the Mediterranean was closely looked to. The influence of the two sea powers and the nature of their interests were becoming more evident. It is necessary to recall the various countries that were ruled by Spain at that time in order to understand the strategic questions, as they may fairly be called, now to be settled. These were, in Europe, the Netherlands, now Belgium, Naples in the south of Italy, Milan and other provinces in the north, and in the Mediterranean, Sicily, Sardinia, and the Balearic Isles. Corsica at that time belonged to Genoa. In the western hemisphere, besides Cuba and Porto Rico, Spain then held all that part of the continent now divided among the Spanish-American states, a region whose vast commercial possibilities were coming to be understood. And in the Asian archipelago there were large possessions that entered less into the present dispute. The excessive weakness of this empire, owing to the decay of the central kingdom, had hitherto caused other nations, occupied as they were with more immediate interests, to regard with indifference its enormous extent. This indifference could not last when there was a prospect of a stronger administration, backed possibly by alliances with one of the great powers of Europe. It would be foreign to our subject to enter into the details of diplomatic arrangement, which, by shifting about peoples and territories from one ruler to another, sought to reach a political balance peacefully. The cardinal points of each nation's policy may be shortly stated. The Spanish cabinet and people objected to any solution which dismembered the empire. The English and the Dutch objected to any extension of France in the Spanish Netherlands, and to the monopoly by the French of the trade with Spanish America, both which they feared as the results of placing a Bourbon on the Spanish throne. Louis XIV wanted Naples and Sicily for one of his sons, in case of any partition, thus giving France a strong Mediterranean position, but one which would be at the mercy of the sea powers, a fact which induced William III to acquiesce in this demand. The Emperor of Austria particularly objected to these Mediterranean positions going away from his family, and refused to come into any of the partition treaties. Before any arrangement was perfected, the actual King of Spain died, but before his death was induced by his ministers to sign a will bequeathing all his states to the grandson of Louis XIV, then Duke of Anjou, known afterward as Philip V of Spain. By this step it was hoped to preserve the whole, by enlisting in its defence the nearest and one of the most powerful states in Europe, nearest if are excepted the powers ruling the sea, which are always near any country whose ports are open to their ships. Louis XIV accepted the bequest, and in so doing felt bound in honour to resist all attempts at partition. The union of the two kingdoms under one family promised important advantages to France, henceforth delivered from that old enemy in the rear, which had balked so many of her efforts to extend her frontiers eastward. As a matter of fact, from that time, with rare breaks, there existed between the two kingdoms an alliance, the result of family ties, which only the weakness of Spain kept from being dangerous to the rest of Europe. The other countries at once realized the situation, and nothing could have saved war but some backward step on the part of the French king. The statesmen of England and Holland, the two powers on whose wealth the threatened war must depend, proposed that the Italian state should be given to the son of the Austrian emperor, Belgium be occupied by themselves, and that the new King of Spain should grant no commercial privileges in the Indies to France above other nations. To the credit of their wisdom, it must be said that this compromise was the one which, after 10 years of war, was found on the whole best, and in it is seen the growing sense of the value of extension by sea. Louis, however, would not yield. On the contrary, he occupied by connivance of the Spanish governors towns in the Netherlands, which had been held by Dutch troops under treaties with Spain. Soon after, in February 1701, the English Parliament met and denounced any treaty which promised France the dominion of the Mediterranean. Holland began to arm, and the Emperor of Austria pushed his troops into northern Italy, where a campaign followed, greatly to the disadvantage of Louis. In September of the same year, 1701, the two sea powers and the Emperor of Austria signed a secret treaty which laid down the chief lines of the coming war, with the exception of that waged in the Spanish peninsula itself. By it the allies undertook to conquer the Spanish Netherlands in order to place a barrier between France and the United Provinces, to conquer Milan as a security for the emperor's other provinces, and to conquer Naples and Sicily for the same security, and also for the security of the navigation and commerce of the subjects of His Britannic Majesty and of the United Provinces. The sea powers should have the right to conquer, for the utility of the said navigation and commerce, the countries and towns of the Spanish Indies, and all that they should be able to take there should be for them and remain theirs. The war begun, none of the allies could treat without the others, nor without having taken just measures. First, to prevent the kingdoms of France and Spain from ever being united under the same king. Second, to prevent the French from ever making themselves masters of the Spanish Indies, or from sending ships thither to engage directly or indirectly in commerce. Third, to secure to the subjects of His Britannic Majesty and of the United Provinces the commercial privileges which they enjoyed in all the Spanish states under the late king. It will be noticed that in these conditions there is no suggestion of any intention to resist the accession of the Bourbon king, who was called to the throne by the Spanish government and at first acknowledged by England and Holland. But on the other hand, the Emperor of Austria does not withdraw the Austrian claim, which centered in his own person. The voice of the sea powers was paramount in the coalition, as the terms of the treaty safeguarding their commercial interests show, though, as they were about to use German armies for the land war, German claims also had to be considered. As a French historian points out, this was really a new treaty of partition. William III, who had conducted all, had taken care not to exhaust England and Holland in order to restore the Spanish monarchy intact to the emperor. His final condition was to reduce the new king, Philip V, to Spain proper, and to secure to England and Holland at once the commercial use of all the regions that had been under the Spanish monarchy, together with important military and maritime positions against France. But though war was imminent, the countries about to engage hesitated. Holland would not move without England, and despite the strong feeling of the latter country against France, the manufacturers and merchants still remembered the terrible sufferings of the last war. Just then, as the scales were wavering, James II died. Louis, yielding to a sentiment of sympathy and urged by his nearest intimates, formally recognized the son of James as King of England, and the English people, enraged at what they looked on as a threat and an insult, threw aside all merely prudential considerations. The House of Lords declared that there could be no security till the usurper of the Spanish monarchy was brought to reason, and the House of Commons voted 50,000 soldiers and 35,000 seamen, besides subsidies for German and Danish auxiliaries. William III died soon after, in March 1702, but Queen Anne took up his policy, which had become that of the English and Dutch peoples. Louis XIV tried to break part of the oncoming storm by forming a league of neutrals among the other German states, but the emperor adroitly made use of the German feeling, and won to his side the Elector of Brandenburg by acknowledging him as King of Prussia, thus creating a North German Protestant royal house, around which the other Protestant states naturally gathered, and which was in the future to prove a formidable rival to Austria. The immediate result was that France and Spain, whose cause was thenceforth known as that of the two crowns, went into the war without any ally save Bavaria. War was declared in May by Holland against the kings of France and Spain, by England against France and Spain, Anne refusing to recognize Philip V even in declaring war, because he had recognized James III as King of England, while the emperor was still more outspoken, declaring against the King of France and the Duke of Anjou. Thus began the great war of the Spanish Succession. It is far from easy, in dealing with a war of such proportions, lasting for more than 10 years, to disentangle from the general narrative that part which particularly touches our subject, without at the same time losing sight of the relation of the one part to the whole. Such a loss, however, is fatal to the end in view, which is not a mere chronicle of naval events, nor even a tactical or strategic discussion of certain naval problems divorced from their surroundings of cause and effect in general history, but an appreciation of the effect of sea power upon the general result of the war and upon the prosperity of nations. It will conduce to clearness, however, to point out again that the aim of William III was not to dispute the claim of Philip V to the throne, a matter of comparative indifference to the sea powers, but to seize, to the benefit of their commerce and colonial empire, such portions of the Spanish-American possessions as he could, and at the same time to impose such conditions upon the new monarchy as would at least prevent any loss to English and Dutch commerce of the privileges they had under the Austrian line. Such a policy would not direct the main effort of the sea nations upon the Spanish peninsula, but upon America, and the allied fleets might not have entered the straits. Sicily and Naples were to go, not to England, but to Austria. Subsequent causes led to an entire change in this general plan. A new candidate, a son of the Emperor of Germany, was set up in 1703 by the coalition under the name of Carlos III, and the peninsula became the scene of a doubtful and bloody war, keeping the Anglo-Dutch fleets hovering round the coasts, with the result as regards the sea powers that nothing of decisive importance was done in Spanish America, but that England issued from the strife with Gibraltar and Port Mahon in her hands, to be thenceforth a Mediterranean power. At the same time that Carlos III was proclaimed, a treaty was negotiated with Portugal, known as the Methuen Treaty, which gave England the practical monopoly of Portuguese trade, and sent the gold of Brazil by way of Lisbon to London, an advantage so great that it aided materially in keeping up the war on the continent, as well as in maintaining the navy. At the same time, the efficiency of the latter so increased that the losses by French cruisers, though still heavy, were at no time unendurable. When the war broke out, in pursuance of the original policy, Sir George Rooke, with a fleet of 50 ships of the line and transports carrying 14,000 troops, was sent against Cadiz, which was the great European centre of the Spanish-American trade. There came the specie and products of the West, and thence they were dispersed through Europe. It had been the purpose of William III also to seize Cartagena, one of the principal centres of the same trade in the other hemisphere, and to that end, 6 months before his death, in September 1701, he had despatched there a squadron under that traditional seaman of the olden time, Benbow. Benbow fell in with a French squadron sent to supply and strengthen the place, and brought it to action north of Cartagena. But though superior in force, the treason of several of his captains, who kept out of action, defeated his purpose, and after fighting till his ship was helpless and he himself had received a mortal wound, the French escaped and Cartagena was saved. Before his death, Benbow received a letter from the French commodore to this effect: "Yesterday morning I had no hope but I should have supped in your cabin. As for those cowardly captains of yours, hang them up, for, by God, they deserve it." And hanged 2 of them were. Rooke's expedition against Cadiz also failed, as it was nearly certain to do, for his instructions were so to act as to conciliate the Spanish people and disincline them to the Bourbon king. Such doubtful orders tied his hands; but after failing there, he learned that the galleons from the West Indies, loaded with silver and merchandise, had put into Vigo Bay under escort of French ships of war. He went there at once, and found the enemy in a harbor whose entrance was but 3/4 of a mile wide, defended by fortifications and a heavy boom. But a passage was forced through the boom under a hot fire, the place seized, and all the shipping, with much of the specie, either taken or sunk. This affair, which is known in history as that of the Vigo galleons, was a brilliant and interesting feat of arms, but has no military features calling for mention, except the blow it gave to the finances and prestige of the two crowns. The affair at Vigo had, however, important political results, and helped to that change in the general plan of the sea powers which has been mentioned. The King of Portugal, moved by fear of the French, had acknowledged Philip V. But his heart was against him, for he dreaded French influence and power brought so near his little and isolated kingdom. It had been a part of Rooke's mission to detach him from the alliance of the two crowns, and the affair of Vigo, happening so near his own frontiers, impressed him with a sense of the power of the allied navies. In truth, Portugal is nearer to the sea than to Spain, and must fall naturally under the influence of the power controlling the sea. Inducements were offered by the Emperor of Austria, a cession of Spanish territory, by the sea powers a subsidy. But the king was not willing to declare himself until the Austrian claimant should have landed at Lisbon, fairly committing the coalition to a peninsular as well as a continental war. The emperor transferred his claims to his second son, Charles, and the latter, after being proclaimed in Vienna and acknowledged by England and Holland, was taken by the allied fleets to Lisbon, where he landed in March 1704. This necessitated the important change in the plans of the sea powers. Pledged to the support of Carlos, their fleets were thenceforth tied to the shores of the peninsula and the protection of commerce, while the war in the West Indies, becoming a side issue on a small scale, led to no results. From this time on, Portugal was the faithful ally of England, whose sea power during this war gained its vast preponderance over all rivals. Her ports were the refuge and support of English fleets, and on Portugal was based in later days the Peninsular War with Napoleon. In and through all, Portugal for 100 years had more to gain and more to fear from England than from any other power. Great as were the effects of the maritime supremacy of the two sea powers upon the general result of the war, and especially upon that undisputed empire of the seas which England held for a century after, the contest is marked by no one naval action of military interest. Once only did great fleets meet, and then with results that were indecisive, after which the French gave up the struggle at sea, confining themselves wholly to a commerce-destroying warfare. This feature of the War of the Spanish Succession characterizes nearly the whole of the 18th century, with the exception of the American Revolutionary struggle. The noiseless, steady, exhausting pressure with which sea power acts, cutting off the resources of the enemy while maintaining its own, supporting war in scenes where it does not appear itself or appears only in the background, and striking open blows at rare intervals, though lost to most, is emphasized to the careful reader by the events of this war and of the half-century that followed. The overwhelming sea power of England was the determining factor in European history during the period mentioned, maintaining war abroad while keeping its own people in prosperity at home, and building up the great empire which is now seen. But from its very greatness, its action, by escaping opposition, escapes attention. On the few occasions in which it is called to fight, its superiority is so marked that the affairs can scarcely be called battles, with the possible exceptions of Byng's action at Minorca and Hawke's at Quiberon. the latter one of the most brilliant pages in naval history. No decisive encounter between equal forces possessing military interest occurs between 1700 and 1778. Owing to this characteristic, the War of the Spanish Succession, from the point of view of our subject, has to be blocked out in general outline, avoiding narrative and indicating general bearings, especially of the actions of the fleets. With the war in Flanders, in Germany, and in Italy, the navies had naturally no concern. When they had so protected the commerce of the allies that there was no serious check to that flow of subsidies upon which the land war depended, their part toward it was done. In the Spanish peninsula it was different. Immediately after landing Carlos III at Lisbon, Sir George Rooke sailed for Barcelona, which it was understood would be handed over when the fleets appeared. But the governor was faithful to his king and kept down the Austrian party. Rooke then sailed for Toulon, where a French fleet was at anchor. On his way he sighted another French fleet coming from Brest, which he chased but was unable to overtake, so that both the enemy's squadrons were united in the port. It is worth while to note here that the English navy did not as yet attempt to blockade the French ports in winter, as they did at a later date. At this period fleets, like armies, went into winter quarters. Another English admiral, Sir Cloudesley Shovel, had been sent in the spring to blockade Brest, but arriving too late, he found his bird flown, and at once kept on to the Mediterranean. Rooke, not thinking himself strong enough to resist the combined French squadrons, fell back toward the Straits, for at this time England had no ports, no base in the Mediterranean, no useful ally. Lisbon was the nearest refuge. Rooke and Shovel met off Lagos, and there held a council of war, in which the former, who was senior, declared that his instructions forbade his undertaking anything without the consent of the kings of Spain and Portugal. This was indeed tying the hands of the sea powers; but Rooke at last, chafing at the humiliating inaction, and ashamed to go home without doing something, decided to attack Gibraltar for 3 reasons: because he heard it was insufficiently garrisoned, because it was of infinite importance as a port for the present war, and because its capture would reflect credit on the Queen's arms. The place was attacked, bombarded, and then carried by an assault in boats. The English possession of Gibraltar dates from August 4, 1704, and the deed rightly keeps alive the name of Rooke, to whose judgment and fearlessness of responsibility England owes the key of the Mediterranean. The Bourbon king of Spain at once undertook to retake the place, and called upon the French fleet in Toulon to support his attack. Tourville had died in 1701, and the fleet was commanded by the Count of Toulouse, a natural son of Louis XIV, only 26 years old. Rooke also sailed eastward, and the 2 fleets met on the 24th of August off Velez Malaga. The allies were to windward with a northeast wind, both fleets on the port tack, heading to the southward and eastward. There is some uncertainty as to the numbers. The French had 52 ships of the line, their enemy probably half a dozen more. The allies kept away together, each ship for its opposite. There was apparently no attempt on Rooke's part at any tactical combination. The Battle of Malaga possesses indeed no military interest, except that it is the first in which we find fully developed that wholly unscientific method of attack by the English, which Clerk criticized, and which prevailed throughout the century. It is instructive to notice that the result in it was the same as in all others fought on the same principle. The van opened out from the centre, leaving quite an interval, and the attempt made to penetrate this gap and isolate the van was the only tactical move of the French. We find in them at Malaga no trace of the cautious, skilful tactics which Clerk rightly thought to recognize at a later day. The degeneracy from the able combinations of Monk, Ruyter, and Tourville to the epoch of mere seamanship is clearly marked by the Battle of Malaga, and gives it its only historical importance. In it was realized that primitive mode of fighting which Macaulay has sung, and which remained for many years the ideal of the English navy. Then on both sides the leaders gave signal for the charge, and on both sides the footmen strode forth with lance and targe, and on both sides the horsemen struck their spurs deep in gore, and front to front the armies met with a mighty roar. Human movement is not always advance, and there are traces of a somewhat similar ideal in the naval periodical literature of our own day. The fight was severe, lasting from 10 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, but was entirely indecisive. The next day the wind shifted, giving the weather gage to the French, but they did not use the opportunity to attack, for which they were much to blame if their claim of the advantage the day before is well founded. Rooke could not have fought. Nearly half his fleet, 25 ships, it is said, had used up all their ammunition. Even during the battle itself, several of the allied ships were towed out of line because they had not powder and ball for a single broadside. This was doubtless due to the attack upon Gibraltar, in which 15,000 shot were expended, and to the lack of any port serving as a base of supplies, a deficiency which the new possession would hereafter remove. Rooke, in seizing Gibraltar, had the same object in view that prompted the United States to seize Port Royal at the beginning of the Civil War, and which made the Duke of Parma urge upon his king, before sending the Spanish Great Armada, to seize Flushing on the coast of Holland, advice which, had it been followed, would have made unnecessary that dreary and disastrous voyage to the north of England. The same reasons would doubtless lead any nation intending serious operations against our seaboard to seize points remote from the great centres and susceptible of defence, like Gardiner's Bay or Port Royal, which in an inefficient condition of our navy they might hold with and for their fleets. Rooke retired in peace to Lisbon, bestowing by the way on Gibraltar all the victuals and ammunition that could be spared from the fleet. Toulouse, instead of following up his victory, if it was one, went back to Toulon, sending only 10 ships of the line to support the attack on Gibraltar. All the attempts of the French against the place were carried on in a futile manner. The investing squadron was finally destroyed, and the land attack converted into a blockade. With this reverse, says a French naval officer, began in the French people a regrettable reaction against the navy. The wonders to which it had given birth, its immense services, were forgotten. Its value was no longer believed. The army, more directly in contact with the nation, had all its favor, all its sympathy. The prevailing error, that the greatness or decay of France depended upon some Rhenish positions, could not but favor these ideas, adverse to the sea service, which have made England's strength and our weakness. During this year, 1704, the Battle of Blenheim was fought, in which the French and Bavarian troops were wholly overthrown by the English and German under Marlborough and Prince Eugene. The result of this battle was that Bavaria forsook the French alliance, and Germany became a secondary theatre of the general war which was waged thereafter, mainly in the Netherlands, Italy, and the Peninsula. The following year, 1705, the allies moved against Philip V by 2 roads, from Lisbon upon Madrid and by way of Barcelona. The former attack, though based upon the sea, was mainly by land and resultless. The Spanish people in that quarter showed unmistakably that they would not welcome the king set up by foreign powers. It was different in Catalonia. Carlos III went there in person with the allied fleet. The French navy, inferior in numbers, kept in port. The French army also did not appear. The allied troops invested the town, aided by 3,000 seamen and supported by supplies landed from the fleet, which was to them both base of supplies and line of communications. Barcelona surrendered on the 9th of October. All Catalonia welcomed Carlos, and the movement spread to Aragon and Valencia, the capital of the latter province, declaring for Carlos. The following year, 1706, the French took the offensive in Spain on the borders of Catalonia, while defending the passes of the mountains toward Portugal. In the absence of the allied fleet and of the succors which it brought and maintained, the resistance was weak, and Barcelona was again besieged, this time by the French party supported by a French fleet of 30 sail of the line and numerous transports with supplies from the neighboring port of Toulon. The siege, begun April 5, was going on hopefully. The Austrian claimant himself was within the walls, the prize of success. But on the 10th of May the allied fleet appeared, the French ships retired, and the siege was raised in disorder. The Bourbon claimant dared not retreat into Aragon, and so passed by Roussillon into France, leaving his rival in possession. At the same time there moved forward from Portugal, that other base which the sea power of the English and Dutch at once controlled and utilized, another army maintained by the subsidies earned from the ocean. This time the western attack was more successful. Many cities in Estremadura and Leon fell, and as soon as the allied generals learned the raising of the siege of Barcelona, they pressed on by way of Salamanca to Madrid. Philip V, after escaping into France, had returned to Spain by the western Pyrenees; but on the approach of the allies he had again to fly, leaving to them his capital. The Portuguese and allied troops entered Madrid June 26, 1706. The allied fleet, after the fall of Barcelona, seized Alicante and Cartagena. So far success had gone, but the inclinations of the Spanish people had been mistaken, and the strength of their purpose and pride, supported by the natural features of their country, was not yet understood. The national hatred to the Portuguese was aroused, as well as the religious dislike to heretics, the English general himself being a Huguenot refugee. Madrid and the surrounding country were disaffected, and the south sent the Bourbon king assurance of its fidelity. The allies were not able to remain in the hostile capital, particularly as the region around was empty of supplies and full of guerrillas. They retired to the eastward, drawing toward the Austrian claimant in Aragon. Reverse followed reverse, and on the 25th of April, 1707, the allied army was disastrously overthrown at Almansa, losing 15,000 men. All Spain fell back again into the power of Philip V, except the province of Catalonia, part of which also was subdued. The next year, 1708, the French made some progress in the same quarter, but were not able to attack Barcelona. Valencia and Alicante, however, were reduced. The year 1707 was not marked by any naval event of importance. During the summer, the allied fleets in the Mediterranean were diverted from the coast of Spain to support an attack upon Toulon made by the Austrians and Piedmontese. The latter moved from Italy along the coast of the Mediterranean, the fleet supporting the flank on the sea and contributing supplies. The siege, however, failed, and the campaign was inconclusive. Returning home, the admiral, Sir Cloudesley Shovel, with several ships of the line, was lost on the Scilly Islands in one of those shipwrecks which have become historical. In 1708 the allied fleet seized Sardinia, which from its fruitfulness and nearness to Barcelona became a rich storehouse to the Austrian claimant, so long as by the allied help he controlled the sea. The same year Minorca, with its valuable harbor, Port Mahon, was also taken, and from that time for 50 years remained in English hands. Blocking Cadiz and Cartagena by the possession of Gibraltar and facing Toulon with Port Mahon, Great Britain was now as strongly based in the Mediterranean as either France or Spain, while with Portugal as an ally she controlled the two stations of Lisbon and Gibraltar, watching the trade routes both of the ocean and of the inland sea. By the end of 1708 the disasters of France by land and sea, the frightful sufferings of the kingdom, and the almost hopelessness of carrying on a strife which was destroying France and easily borne by England, led Louis XIV to offer most humiliating concessions to obtain peace. He undertook to surrender the whole Spanish monarchy, reserving only Naples for the Bourbon king. The allies refused. They demanded the abandonment of the whole Spanish empire without exception by the Duke of Anjou, refusing to call him king, and added thereto ruinous conditions for France herself. Louis would not yield these, and the war went on. During the remaining years, the strenuous action of the sea powers of the allies, which had by this time come to be that of Great Britain alone, with little help from Holland, was less than ever obtrusive, but the reality of its effect remained. The Austrian claimant, confined to Catalonia for the most part, was kept in communication with Sardinia and the Italian provinces of Germany by the English fleet, but the entire disappearance of the French navy and the evident intention on the part of Louis to keep no squadrons at sea allowed some diminution of the Mediterranean fleet, with the result of greater protection to trade. In the years 1710 and 1711, expeditions were also made against the French colonies in North America. Nova Scotia was taken, but an attempt on Quebec failed. During the winter of 1709 and 1710, Louis withdrew all the French troops from Spain, thus abandoning the cause of his grandson. But when the cause of France was at the very lowest, and it seemed as though she might be driven to concessions which would reduce her to a second-class power, the existence of the coalition was threatened by the disgrace of Marlborough, who represented England in it. His loss of favor with the Queen was followed by the accession to power of the party opposed to the war, or rather to its further continuance. This change took place in the summer of 1710, and the inclination toward peace was strengthened both by the favorable position in which England then stood for treating, and by the heavy burden she was bearing, which it became evident could bring in no further advantages commensurate to its weight. The weaker ally, Holland, had gradually ceased to contribute her stipulated share to the sea forces, and although far-sighted Englishmen might see with complacency the disappearance of a rival sea power, the immediate increase of expense was more looked to and felt by the men of the day. The cost both of the Continental and Spanish wars was also largely defrayed by England's subsidies, and while that on the Continent could bring her no further gain, it was seen that the sympathies of the Spanish people could not be overborne in favor of Carlos III without paying more than the game was worth. Secret negotiations between England and France soon began, and received an additional impulse by the unexpected death of the Emperor of Germany, the brother of the Austrian claimant of the Spanish throne. There being no other male heir, Carlos became at once Emperor of Austria, and was soon after elected Emperor of Germany. England had no more wish to see two crowns on an Austrian head than on that of a Bourbon. The demands made by England as conditions of peace in 1711 showed her to have become a sea power in the purest sense of the word, not only in fact but also in her own consciousness. She required that the same person should never be king both of France and Spain, that a barrier of fortified towns should be granted her allies, Holland and Germany, as a defensive line against France, that French conquests from her allies should be restored, and for herself she demanded the formal cession of Gibraltar and Port Mahon, whose strategic and maritime value has been pointed out, the destruction of the port of Dunkirk, the home nest of the privateers that preyed on English commerce, the cession of the French colonies of Newfoundland, Hudson's Bay, and Nova Scotia, the last of which she held at that time, and finally treaties of commerce with France and Spain, and the concession of the monopoly of the slave trade with Spanish America, known as the Asiento, which Spain had given to France in 1701. Negotiations continued, though hostilities did not cease, and in June 1712 a 4 months' truce between Great Britain and France removed the English troops from the allied armies on the continent, their great leader Marlborough having been taken from their head the year before. The campaign of 1712 was favorable to France, but in almost any event the withdrawal of Great Britain made the end of the war a question of but a short time. The remonstrances of Holland were met by the reply that since 1707 the Dutch had not furnished more than one-third their quota of ships, and taking the war through not over one-half. The House of Commons, in an address to the throne in 1712, complained that the service at sea hath been carried on through the whole course of the war in a manner highly disadvantageous to your Majesty's kingdom, for the necessity requiring that great fleets should be fitted out every year for maintaining a superiority in the Mediterranean, and for opposing any force which the enemy might prepare either at Dunkirk or in the ports of West France. Your Majesty's readiness in fitting out your proportion of ships for all parts of that service hath not prevailed with Holland, which has been greatly deficient every year in proportion to what your Majesty hath furnished. Hence your Majesty hath been obliged to supply those deficiencies with additional reinforcements of your own ships, and your Majesty's ships have been forced in greater numbers to continue in remote seas, and at unseasonable times of the year, to the great damage of the navy. This also hath straitened the convoys for trade. The coasts have been exposed for want of cruisers, and you have been disabled from annoying the enemy in their most beneficial commerce with the West Indies, whence they receive those vast supplies of treasure without which they could not have supported the expenses of the war. In fact, between 1701 and 1716, the commerce of Spanish America had brought into France $40 million in specie. To these complaints the Dutch envoy to England could only reply that Holland was not in a condition to fulfill her compacts. The reverses of 1712, added to Great Britain's fixed purpose to have peace, decided the Dutch to the same, and the English still kept, amid their dissatisfaction with their allies, so much of their old feeling against France as to support all the reasonable claims of Holland. April 11, 1713, an almost general peace, known as the Peace of Utrecht, one of the landmarks of history, was signed between France on the one hand, and England, Holland, Prussia, Portugal, and Savoy on the other. The emperor still held out, but the loss of British subsidies fettered the movements of his armies, and with the withdrawal of the sea powers, the continental war might have fallen of itself. But France, with her hands freed, carried on during 1713 a brilliant and successful campaign in Germany. On the 7th of March, 1714, peace was signed between France and Austria. Some embers of the war continued to burn in Catalonia and the Balearic Islands, which persisted in their rebellion against Philip V, but the revolt was stifled as soon as the arms of France were turned against them. Barcelona was taken by storm in September 1714. The islands submitted in the following summer. The changes effected by this long war and sanctioned by the peace, neglecting details of lesser or passing importance, may be stated as follows. 1. The House of Bourbon was settled on the Spanish throne, and the Spanish Empire retained its West Indian and American possessions. The purpose of William III against her dominion there was frustrated when England undertook to support the Austrian prince, and so fastened the greater part of her naval force to the Mediterranean. 2. The Spanish Empire lost its possessions in the Netherlands, Gelderland going to the new kingdom of Prussia, and Belgium to the emperor. The Spanish Netherlands thus became the Austrian Netherlands. 3. Spain lost also the principal islands of the Mediterranean, Sardinia being given to Austria, Minorca with its fine harbor to Great Britain, and Sicily to the Duke of Savoy. 4. Spain lost also her Italian possessions, Milan and Naples going to the emperor. Such in the main were the results to Spain of the fight over the succession to her throne. France, the backer of the successful claimant, came out of the strife worn out, and with considerable loss of territory. She had succeeded in placing a king of her own royal house on a neighboring throne, but her sea strength was exhausted, her population diminished, her financial condition ruined. The European territory surrendered was on her northern and eastern boundaries, and she abandoned the use of the port of Dunkirk, the center of that privateering warfare so dreaded by English merchants. In America, the cession of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland was the first step toward that entire loss of Canada, which befell half a century later. But for the present she retained Cape Breton Island, with its port Louisbourg, the key to the Gulf and river St. Lawrence. The gains of England by the treaty and the war corresponded very nearly to the losses of France and Spain, and were all in the direction of extending and strengthening her sea power. Gibraltar and Port Mahon in the Mediterranean, and the colonies already mentioned in North America, afforded new bases to that power, extending and protecting her trade. Second only to the expansion of her own was the injury to the sea power of France and Holland by the decay of their navies in consequence of the immense drain of the land warfare. Further indications of that decay will be given later. The very neglect of Holland to fill up her quota of ships and the bad conditions of those sent, while imposing extra burdens upon England, may be considered a benefit, forcing the British navy to greater development and effort. The disproportion in military power on the sea was further increased by the destruction of the works at Dunkirk, for though not in itself a first-class port, nor of much depth of water, it had great artificial military strength, and its position was peculiarly adapted to annoy English trade. It was but 40 miles from the South Foreland, and the Downs, and the channel abreast it is but 20 miles wide. Dunkirk was one of Louis's earliest acquisitions, and in its development was as his own child. The dismantling of the works and filling in of the port show the depth of his humiliation at this time. But it was the wisdom of England not to base her sea power solely on military positions, nor even on fighting ships. And the commercial advantages she had now gained by the war and the peace were very great. The grant of the slave trade with Spanish America, in itself lucrative, became yet more so as the basis for an immense smuggling intercourse with those countries, which gave the English a partial recompense for their failure to obtain actual possession, while the cessions made to Portugal by France in South America were mainly to the advantage of England, which had obtained the control of Portuguese trade by the Treaty of 1703. The North American colonies ceded were valuable not merely nor chiefly as military stations, but commercially, and treaties of commerce on favorable terms were made both with France and Spain. A minister of the day, defending the treaty in Parliament, said, "The advantages from this peace appear in the addition made to our wealth, in the great quantities of bullion lately coined in our mint, by the vast increase in our shipping employed since the peace, in the fisheries and in merchandise, and by the remarkable growth of the customs upon imports, and of our manufactures, and the growth of our country upon export, in a word, by the impetus to trade in all its branches." While England thus came out from the war in good running condition and fairly placed in that position of maritime supremacy which she has so long maintained, her old rival in trade and fighting was left hopelessly behind. As the result of the war, Holland obtained nothing at sea, no colony, no station. The commercial treaty with France placed her on the same terms as England, but she received no concessions, giving her a footing in Spanish America like that obtained by her ally. Indeed, some years before the peace, while the coalition was still maintaining Carlos, a treaty was made with the latter by the British minister, unknown to the Dutch, practically giving the British monopoly of Spanish trade in America, sharing it only with Spaniards, which was pretty much the same as not sharing it at all. This treaty accidentally became known and made a great impression on the Dutch. But England was then so necessary to the coalition that she ran no risk of being left out by its other members. The gain which Holland made by land was that of military occupation only, of certain fortified places in the Austrian Netherlands, known to her history as the barrier towns. Nothing was added by them to her revenue, population, or resources. Nothing to that national strength which must underlie military institutions. Holland had forsaken, perhaps unavoidably, the path by which she had advanced to wealth and to leadership among nations. The exigencies of her continental position had led to the neglect of her navy, which in those days of war and privateering involved a loss of carrying trade and commerce. And although she held her head high through the war, the symptoms of weakness were apparent in her failing armaments. Therefore, though the United Provinces attained the great object for which they began the war, and saved the Spanish Netherlands from the hands of France, the success was not worth the cost. Thenceforth they withdrew for a long period from the wars and diplomacy of Europe, partly perhaps because they saw how little they had gained, but yet more from actual weakness and inability. After the strenuous exertions of the war came a reaction which showed painfully the inherent weakness of a state narrow in territory and small in the number of its people. The visible decline of the provinces dates from the Peace of Utrecht. The real decline began earlier. Holland ceased to be numbered among the great powers of Europe. Her navy was no longer a military factor in diplomacy, and her commerce also shared in the general decline of the state. It remains only to notice briefly the results to Austria and to Germany generally. France yielded the barrier of the Rhine, with fortified places on the east bank of the river. Austria received, as has been mentioned, Belgium, Sardinia, Naples, and the Spanish possessions in northern Italy. Dissatisfied in other respects, Austria was especially discontented at her failure to obtain Sicily, and did not cease negotiating afterward until she had secured that island. A circumstance more important to Germany and to all Europe than this transitory acquisition of distant and alien countries by Austria was the rise of Prussia, which dates from this war as a Protestant and military kingdom destined to weigh in the balance against Austria. Such were the leading results of the War of the Spanish Succession, the vastest yet witnessed by Europe since the Crusades. It was a war whose chief military interest was on the land, a war in which fought two of the greatest generals of all times, Marlborough and Prince Eugene, the names of whose battles, Blenheim, Ramillies, Malplaquet, Turin, are familiar to the most casual reader of history, while a multitude of able men distinguished themselves on the other theatres of the strife, in Flanders, in Germany, in Italy, and Spain. On the sea only one great battle, and that scarcely worthy of the name, took place. Yet looking only, for the moment, to immediate and evident results, who reaped the benefit? Was it France, whose only gain was to seat a Bourbon on the Spanish throne? Was it Spain, whose only gain was to have a Bourbon king instead of an Austrian, and thus a closer alliance with France? Was it Holland, with its barrier of fortified towns, its ruined navy, and its exhausted people? Was it, lastly, Austria, even though she had fought with the money of the sea powers and gained such maritime states as the Netherlands and Naples? Was it with these, who had waged war more and more exclusively by land, and set their eyes more and more on gains on the land? Or was it not rather with England, who had indeed paid for that continental war, and even backed it with her troops, but who meanwhile was building up her navy, strengthening, extending, and protecting her commerce, seizing maritime positions, in a word, founding and rearing her sea power upon the ruins of that of her rivals, friend and foe alike? It is not to depreciate the gains of others that the eye fixes on England's naval growth. Their gains but bring out more clearly the immenseness of hers. It was a gain to France to have a friend rather than an enemy in her rear, though her navy and shipping were ruined. It was a gain to Spain to be brought in close intercourse with a living country like France after a century of political death, and she had saved the greater part of her threatened possessions. It was a gain to Holland to be definitively freed from French aggression, with Belgium in the hands of a strong instead of a weak state. And it doubtless was a gain to Austria not only to have checked, chiefly at the expense of others, the progress of her hereditary enemy, but also to have received provinces like Sicily and Naples, which under wise government might become the foundation of a respectable sea power. But not one of these gains, nor altogether, compared in greatness and much less in solidity with the gain to England of that unequalled sea power which started ahead during the War of the League of Augsburg, and received its completeness and seal during that of the Spanish Succession. By it she controlled the great commerce of the open sea, with a military shipping that had no rival, and in the exhausted condition of the other nations could have none, and that shipping was now securely based on strong positions in all the disputed quarters of the world. Although her Indian empire was not yet begun, the vast superiority of her navy would enable her to control the communications of other nations with those rich and distant regions, and to assert her will in any disputes arising among the trading stations of the different nationalities. The commerce which had sustained her in prosperity, and her allies in military efficiency during the war, though checked and harassed by the enemy's cruisers, to which she could pay only partial attention amid the many claims upon her, started with a bound into new life when the war was over. All over the world, exhausted by their share of the common suffering, people were longing for the return of prosperity and peaceful commerce, and there was no country ready as England was in wealth, capital, and shipping to forward and reap the advantages of every enterprise by which the interchange of commodities was promoted either by lawful or unlawful means. In the War of the Spanish Succession, by her own wise management and through the exhaustion of other nations, not only her navy but her trade was steadily built up, and indeed in that dangerous condition of the seas, traversed by some of the most reckless and restless cruisers France ever sent out, the efficiency of the navy meant safer voyages, and so more employment for the merchant ships. The British merchant ships, being better protected than those of the Dutch, gained the reputation of being far safer carriers, and the carrying trade naturally passed more and more into their hands, while the habit of employing them in preference, once established, was likely to continue. Taking all things together, says an historian of the British Navy, I doubt whether the credit of the English nation ever stood higher than at this period, or the spirit of the people higher. The success of our arms at sea, the necessity of protecting our trade, and the popularity of every step taken to increase our maritime power occasioned such measures to be pursued as annually added to our force. Hence arose that mighty difference which at the close of the year 1706 appeared in the Royal Navy. This, not only in the number but in the quality of the ships, was much superior to what it had been at the time of the Revolution or even before. Hence it was that our trade rather increased than diminished during the last war, and that we gained so signally by our strict intercourse with Portugal. The sea power of England, therefore, was not merely in the great navy with which we too commonly and exclusively associate it. France had had such a navy in 1688, and it shriveled away like a leaf in the fire. Neither was it in a prosperous commerce alone. A few years after the date at which we have arrived, the commerce of France took on fair proportions, but the first blast of war swept it off the seas, as the navy of Cromwell had once swept that of Holland. It was in the union of the two, carefully fostered, that England made the gain of sea power over and beyond all other states, and this gain is distinctly associated with and dates from the War of the Spanish Succession. Before that war, England was one of the sea powers. After it, she was the sea power, without any second. This power also she held alone, unshared by friend and unchecked by foe. She alone was rich, and in her control of the sea and her extensive shipping had the sources of wealth so much in her hands that there was no present danger of a rival on the ocean. Thus her gain of sea power and wealth was not only great but solid, being wholly in her own hands, while the gains of the other states were not merely inferior in degree, but weaker in kind, in that they depended more or less upon the goodwill of other peoples. Is it meant, it may be asked, to attribute to sea power alone the greatness or wealth of any state? Certainly not. The due use and control of the sea is but one link in the chain of exchange by which wealth accumulates, but it is the central link which lays under contribution other nations for the benefit of the one holding it, and which history seems to assert, most surely of all, gathers to itself riches. In England, this control and use of the sea seems to arise naturally from the concurrence of many circumstances. The years immediately preceding the War of the Spanish Succession had, moreover, furthered the advance of her prosperity by a series of fiscal measures, which Macaulay speaks of as the deep and solid foundation on which was to rise the most gigantic fabric of commercial prosperity which the world had ever seen. It may be questioned, however, whether the genius of the people, inclined to and developed by trade, did not make easier the taking of such measures, whether their adoption did not at least partially spring from, as well as add to, the sea power of the nation. However that may be, there is seen, on the opposite side of the Channel, a nation which started ahead of England in the race, a nation peculiarly well fitted by situation and resources for the control of the sea, both by war and commerce. The position of France is in this peculiar, that of all the great powers she alone had a free choice. The others were more or less constrained to the land chiefly, or to the sea chiefly, for any movement outside their own borders. But she, to her long continental frontier, added a seaboard on 3 seas. In 1672 she definitely chose expansion by land. At that time Colbert had administered her finances for 12 years, and from a state of terrible confusion had so restored them that the revenue of the King of France was more than double that of the King of England. In those days France paid the subsidies of Europe. But Colbert's plans and hopes for France rested upon making her powerful on the sea. The war with Holland arrested these plans. The onward movement of prosperity ceased. The nation was thrown back upon itself, shut off from the outside world. Many causes, doubtless, worked together to the disastrous result which marked the end of the reign of Louis XIV. Constant wars, bad administration in the latter half of the period, extravagance throughout. But France was practically never invaded. The war was kept at or beyond her own frontiers, with slight exceptions. Her home industries could suffer little from direct hostilities. In these respects she was nearly equal to England, and under better conditions than her other enemies. What made the difference in the results? Why was France miserable and exhausted while England was smiling and prosperous? Why did England dictate and France accept terms of peace? The reason apparently was the difference in wealth and credit. France stood alone against many enemies, but those enemies were raised and kept moving by English subsidies. The Lord Treasurer of England, writing in 1706 to Marlborough, says, "Though the land and trade of both England and Holland have excessive burthens upon them, yet the credit continues good both of them and us. Whereas the finances of France are so much more exhausted that they are forced to give 20 and 25% for every penny they send out of the kingdom, unless they send it in specie." In 1712 the expenditure of France was 240 million francs, while the taxes brought in only 113 million gross, of which, after deducting losses and necessary expenses, only 37 million remained in the treasury. The deficit was sought to be met by anticipating parts of the revenue for years ahead, and by a series of extraordinary transactions tedious to name or to understand. In the summer of 1715, 2 years after the peace, it seemed as if the situation could not grow worse. No more public nor private credit, no more clear revenue for the state, the portions of the revenue not pledged anticipated on the following years. Neither labor nor consumption could be resumed for want of circulation. Usury reigned on the ruins of society. The alternations of high prices and the depreciation of commodities finally crushed the people. Provision riots broke out among them, and even in the army. Manufactures were languishing or suspended. Forced mendicity was preying upon the cities. The fields were deserted, the lands fallow for lack of instruments, for lack of manure, for lack of cattle. The houses were falling to ruin. Monarchical France seemed ready to expire with its aged king. Thus it was in France, with a population of 19 millions at that time to the 8 millions of all the British islands, with a land vastly more fertile and productive, before the great days, too, of coal and iron. In England, on the contrary, the immense grants of Parliament in 1710 struck the French prodigiously, for while their credit was low, or in a manner quite gone, ours was at its zenith. During that same war there appeared that mighty spirit among our merchants, which enabled them to carry on all their schemes with a vigor that kept a constant circulation of money throughout the kingdom, and afforded such mighty encouragement to all manufactures as has made the remembrance of those times grateful in worse. By the treaty with Portugal we were prodigious gainers. The Portuguese began to feel the comfortable effects of their Brazil gold mines, and the prodigious commerce that followed with us made their good fortune in great measure ours. And so it has been ever since. Otherwise I know not how the expenses of the war had been borne. The running cash in the kingdom increased very considerably, which must be attributed in great measure to our Portuguese trade. And this, as I have made manifest, we owed wholly to our power at sea, which took Portugal from the alliance of the two crowns, and threw her upon the protection of the maritime powers. Our trade with the Spanish West Indies by way of Cadiz was certainly much interrupted at the beginning of this war, but afterward it was in great measure restored, as well by direct communication with several provinces when under the Archduke, as through Portugal, by which a very great, though contraband trade was carried on. We were at the same time very great gainers by our commerce with the Spaniards in the West Indies, also contraband. Our colonies, though complaining of neglect, grew richer, more populous, and carried their trade farther than in former times. Our national end with respect to England was in this war particularly in great measure answered. I mean the destruction of the French power at sea, for after the battle of Malaga we hear no more of their great fleets. And though by this the number of their privateers was very much increased, yet the losses of our merchants were far less in the latter than in the former reign. It is certainly a matter of great satisfaction that, setting out at first with the sight of so great a naval power as the French king had assembled in 1688, while we struggled under such difficulties, and when we got out of that troublesome war in 1697, found ourselves loaded with a debt too heavy to be shaken off in the short interval of peace, yet by 1706, instead of seeing the navy of France riding upon our coast, we sent every year a powerful fleet to insult theirs, superior to them not only in the ocean but in the Mediterranean, forcing them entirely out of that sea by the mere sight of our flag. By this we not only secured our trade with the Levant and strengthened our interests with all the Italian princes, but struck the states of Barbary with terror, and awed the Sultan from listening to any proposals from France. Such were the fruits of the increase of our naval power and of the manner in which it was employed. Such fleets were necessary. They at once protected our flag and our allies, and attached them to our interest. And what is of greater importance than all the rest, they established our reputation for maritime force so effectually that we feel even to this day, 1740, the happy effects of the fame thus acquired. It is needless to add more. Thus stood the power of the seas during the years in which the French historians tell us that their cruises were battening on her commerce. The English writer admits heavy losses. In 1707, that is, in the space of 5 years, the returns, according to the report of a committee of the House of Lords, show that since the beginning of the war, England had lost 30 ships of war and 1,146 merchant ships, of which 300 were retaken, whereas we had taken from them or destroyed 80 ships of war and 1,346 merchantmen. 175 privateers also were taken. The greater number of the ships of war were probably on private venture, as has been explained, but, be the relative numbers what they may, no argument is needed beyond the statements just given to show the inability of a mere cruising warfare, not based upon large fleets, to break down a great sea power. Jean Bart died in 1702, but in Forbin, Ducasse, and others, and above all in Duguay-Trouin, he left worthy successors, the equals of any commerce destroyers the world has ever seen. The name of Duguay-Trouin suggests the mention, before finally leaving the War of the Spanish Succession, of his greatest privateering expedition, carried to a distance from home rarely reached by the seamen of his occupation, and which illustrates curiously the spirit of such enterprises in that day, and the shifts to which the French government was reduced. A small French squadron had attacked Rio Janeiro in 1710, but being repulsed had lost some prisoners, who were said to have been put to death. Duguay-Trouin sought permission to avenge the insult to France. The king, consenting, advanced the ships and furnished the crews, and a regular contract was drawn up between the king on the one hand and the company employing Duguay-Trouin on the other, stipulating the expenses to be borne and supplies furnished on either hand, among which we find the odd business-like provision that for every one of the troops embarked who shall die, be killed or desert during the cruise, the company should pay a forfeit of 30 francs. The king was to receive 1/5 of the net profits, and was to bear the loss of any one of the vessels that should be wrecked or destroyed in action. Under these provisions, enumerated in full in a long contract, Duguay-Trouin received a force of 6 ships of the line, 7 frigates, and over 2,000 troops, with which he sailed to Rio Janeiro in 1711, captured the place after a series of operations, and allowed it to be ransomed at the price of something under $400,000, probably nearly equal to $1,000,000 in the present day, besides 500 cases of sugar. The privateering company cleared about 92% on their venture. As 2 of the ships of the line were never heard from after sailing on the return voyage, the king's profits were probably small. While the War of the Spanish Succession was engaging all Western Europe, a strife which might have had a profound influence upon its issue was going on in the East. Sweden and Russia were at war, the Hungarians had revolted against Austria, and Turkey was finally drawn in, though not till the end of the year 1710. Had Turkey helped the Hungarians, she would have made a powerful diversion, not for the first time in history, in favor of France. The English historian suggests that she was deterred by fear of the English fleet. At all events, she did not move, and Hungary was reduced to obedience. The war between Sweden and Russia was to result in the preponderance of the latter upon the Baltic, the subsidence of Sweden, the old ally of France, into a second-rate state, and the entrance of Russia definitively into European politics. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Regency in France, Alberoni in Spain, policies of Walpole and Fleury, War of the Polish Succession, English contraband trade in Spanish America, Great Britain declares war against Spain, 1715 to 1739. The Peace of Utrecht was soon followed by the deaths of the rulers of the two countries which had played the foremost part in the War of the Spanish Succession. Queen Anne died August 1, 1714, Louis XIV on the 1st of September, 1715. The successor to the English throne, the German George I, though undoubtedly the choice of the English people, was far from being their favorite, and was rather endured as a necessary evil, giving them a Protestant instead of a Roman Catholic king. Along with the coldness and dislike of his own partisans, he found a very considerable body of disaffected men who wished to see the son of James II on the throne. There was therefore a lack of solidity, more apparent than real, but still real, in his position. In France, on the contrary, the succession to the throne was undisputed, but the heir was a child of 5 years, and there was much jealousy as to the possession of the regency, a power more absolute than that of the King of England. The regency was obtained and exercised by the next in succession to the throne, Philip, Duke of Orleans. But he had to apprehend not only attempts on the part of rivals in France to shake his hold, but also the active enmity of the Bourbon king of Spain, Philip V, an enmity which seems to have dated from an intrigue of Orleans during the late war to supplant Philip on the Spanish throne. There was therefore a feeling of instability, of apprehension in the governments of England and France, which influenced the policy of both. As regards the relations of France and Spain, the mutual hatred of the actual rulers stood for a while in the way of the friendly accord Louis XIV had hoped from family ties, and was injurious to the true interests of both nations. The regent Orleans, under the advice of the most able and celebrated French statesman of that day, the Abbé Dubois, made overtures of alliance to the King of Great Britain. He began first by commercial concessions of the kind generally acceptable to the English, forbidding French shipping to trade to the South Seas under penalty of death, and lowering the duties on the importation of English coal. England at first received these advances warily, but the regent would not be discouraged, and offered further to compel the Pretender, James III, to withdraw beyond the Alps. He also undertook to fill up the port at Mardyck, a new excavation by which the French government was trying to indemnify itself for the loss of Dunkirk. These concessions, all of which but one, it will be noted, were at the expense of the sea power or commercial interests of France, induced England to sign a treaty by which the two countries mutually guaranteed the execution of the treaties of Utrecht as far as their respective interests were concerned, especially the clause by which the House of Orleans was to succeed to the French throne if Louis XV died childless. The Protestant succession in England was likewise guaranteed. Holland, exhausted by the war, was unwilling to enter upon new engagements, but was at last brought over to this by the remission of certain dues on her merchandise entering France. The treaty, signed in January 1717, was known as the Triple Alliance, and bound France to England for some years to come. While France was thus making overtures to England, Spain, under the guidance of another able churchman, was seeking the same alliance, and at the same time developing her national strength with the hope of recovering her lost Italian states. The new minister, Cardinal Alberoni, promised Philip V to put him in a position to reconquer Sicily and Naples if granted 5 years of peace. He worked hard to bring up the revenues rebuild the navy, and reestablish the army, while at the same time promoting manufactures, commerce, and shipping, and the advance made in all these was remarkable. But the more legitimate ambition of Spain to recover her lost possessions, and with them to establish her power in the Mediterranean, so grievously wounded by the loss of Gibraltar, was hampered by the ill-timed purpose of Philip to overthrow the regency of Orléans in France. Alberoni was compelled to alienate France, whose sea power, as well as that of Spain, was concerned in seeing Sicily in friendly hands, and instead of that natural ally, had to conciliate the maritime powers, England and Holland. This he also sought to do by commercial concessions, promising promptly to put the English in possession of the privileges granted at Utrecht, concerning which Spain had so far delayed. In return, he asked favorable action from them in Italy. George I, who was at heart German, received coldly advances which were unfriendly to the German emperor in his Italian dominions, and Alberoni, offended, withdrew them. The Triple Alliance, by guaranteeing the existing arrangement of succession to the French throne, gave further offence to Philip V, who dreamed of asserting his own claim. The result of all these negotiations was to bind England and France together against Spain, a blind policy for the two Bourbon kingdoms. The gist of the situation created by these different aims and feelings was that the Emperor of Austria and the King of Spain both wanted Sicily, which at Utrecht had been given to the Duke of Savoy, and that France and England both wished for peace in Western Europe, because war would give an opportunity to the malcontents in either kingdom. The position of George, however, being more secure than that of Orléans, the policy of the latter tended to yield to that of the former, and this tendency was increased by the active ill will of the King of Spain. George, as a German, wished the emperor's success, and the English statesmen naturally preferred to see Sicily in the hands of their late ally and well-assured friend rather than in Spain's. France, contrary to her true policy, but under the urgency of the regent's position, entertained the same views, and it was proposed to modify the Treaty of Utrecht by transferring Sicily from Savoy to Austria, giving the former Sardinia instead. It was necessary, however, to consider Spain, which under Alberoni had already gained a degree of military power, astounding to those who had known her weakness during the last war. She was not yet ready to fight, for only half of the 5 years asked by the cardinal had passed, but still less was she ready to forego her ambitions. A trifling incident precipitated an outbreak. A high Spanish official, travelling from Rome to Spain by land, and so passing through the Italian states of the emperor, was arrested as a rebellious subject by order of the latter, who still styled himself King of Spain. At this insult Alberoni could not hold Philip back. An expedition of 12 ships of war and 8,600 soldiers was sent against Sardinia, the transfer to Savoy not having yet taken effect, and reduced the island in a few months. This happened in 1717. Doubtless the Spaniards would at once have moved on against Sicily, but France and England now intervened more actively to prevent the general war that seemed threatening. England sent a fleet to the Mediterranean, and negotiations began at Paris, Vienna, and Madrid. The outcome of these conferences was an agreement between England and France to effect the exchange of Sardinia and Sicily just mentioned, recompensing Spain by giving her Parma and Tuscany in northern Italy, and stipulating that the emperor should renounce forever his absurd but irritating claim to the Spanish crown. This arrangement was to be enforced by arms if necessary. The emperor at first refused consent, but the increasing greatness of Alberoni's preparations at last decided him to accept so advantageous an offer, and the accession of Holland to the compact gave it the historical title of the Quadruple Alliance. Spain was obstinate, and it is significant of Alberoni's achievements in developing her power and the eagerness, not to say anxiety, of George I that the offer was made to purchase her consent by ceding Gibraltar. If the regent Orléans knew this, it would partly justify his forwarding the negotiations. Alberoni tried to back up his military power by diplomatic efforts extending all over Europe. Russia and Sweden were brought together in a project for invading England in the interest of the Stuarts. The signing of the Quadruple Alliance in Holland was delayed by his agents. A conspiracy was started in France against the regent. The Turks were stirred up against the emperor. Discontent was fomented throughout Great Britain, and an attempt was made to gain over the Duke of Savoy, outraged by being deprived of Sicily. On the 1st of July, 1718, a Spanish army of 30,000 troops, escorted by 22 ships of the line, appeared at Palermo. The troops of Savoy evacuated this city and pretty nearly the whole island, resistance being concentrated in the citadel of Messina. Anxiety was felt in Naples itself until the English admiral Byng anchored there the day after the investment of Messina. The King of Sicily having now consented to the terms of the Quadruple Alliance, Byng received on board 2,000 Austrian troops to be landed at Messina. When he appeared before the place, finding it besieged, he wrote to the Spanish general suggesting a suspension of arms for 2 months. This was, of course, refused. So the Austrians were landed again at Reggio in Italy, and Byng passed through the Straits of Messina to seek the Spanish fleet, which had gone to the southward. The engagement which ensued can scarcely be called a battle, and, as is apt to happen in such affairs, when the parties are on the verge of war, but war has not actually been declared, there is some doubt as to how far the attack was morally justifiable on the part of the English. It seems pretty sure that Byng was determined beforehand to seize or destroy the Spanish fleet, and that as a military man he was justified by his orders. The Spanish naval officers had not made up their minds to any line of conduct. They were much inferior in numbers, and, as must always be the case, Alberoni's hastily revived navy had not within the same period reached nearly the efficiency of his army. The English approached threateningly near. One or more Spanish ships opened fire, whereupon the English, being to windward, stood down and made an end of them. A few only escaped into Valletta harbor. The Spanish navy was practically annihilated. It is difficult to understand the importance attached by some writers to Byng's action at this time in attacking without regard to the line of battle. He had before him a disorderly force, much inferior both in numbers and discipline. His merit seems rather to lie in the readiness to assume a responsibility from which a more scrupulous man might have shrunk. But in this and throughout the campaign he rendered good service to England, whose sea power was again strengthened by the destruction not of an actual but a possible rival, and his services were rewarded by a peerage. In connection with this day's work was written a dispatch which has great favor with English historians. One of the senior captains was detached with a division against some escaping ships of the enemy. His report to the admiral ran thus: "Sir, we have taken or destroyed all the Spanish ships upon this coast, the number as per margin. Respectfully, etc., G. Walton." One English writer makes, and another endorses, the uncalled for but characteristic fling at the French, that the ships thus thrust into the margin would have filled some pages of a French narration. It may be granted that the so-called battle of Cape Passaro did not merit a long description, and Captain Walton possibly felt so, but if all reports of naval transactions were modeled upon his, the writing of naval history would not depend on official papers. Thus the Spanish navy was struck down on the 11th of August, 1718, off Cape Passaro. This settled the fate of Sicily, if it had been doubtful before. The English fleet cruised round the island, supporting the Austrians and isolating the Spaniards, none of whom were permitted to withdraw before peace was made. Alberoni's diplomatic projects failed one after the other, with a strange fatality. In the following year, the French, in pursuance of the terms of the alliance, invaded the north of Spain and destroyed the dockyards, burning 9 large ships on the stocks, besides the materials for 7 more, at the instigation of an English attaché accompanying the French headquarters. Thus was completed the destruction of the Spanish navy, which, says an English historian, was ascribed to the maritime jealousy of England. This was done, wrote the French commander, the Duke of Berwick, a bastard of the House of Stuart, in order that the English government may be able to show the next Parliament that nothing has been neglected to diminish the navy of Spain. The acts of Sir George Byng, as given by the English naval historian, make yet more manifest the purpose of England at this time. While the city and citadel of Messina were being besieged by the Austrians, English, and Sardinians, a dispute arose as to the possession of the Spanish men of war within the mole. Byng, reflecting within himself that possibly the garrison might capitulate for the safe return of those ships into Spain, which he was determined not to suffer, that on the other hand the right of possession might breed an inconvenient dispute at a critical juncture among the princes concerned, and if it should at length be determined that they did not belong to England, it were better they belonged to no one else, proposed to Count de Mercy, the Austrian general, to erect a battery and destroy them as they lay. After some demur on the part of the other leaders, this was done. If constant care and watchfulness deserved success, England certainly deserved her sea power. But what shall be said of the folly of France at this time and in this connection? The steady stream of reverses and the hopelessness of contending for distant maritime possessions, when without a navy, broke down the resistance of Spain. England and France insisted upon the dismissal of Alberoni, and Philip yielded to the terms of the Quadruple Alliance. The Austrian power, necessarily friendly to England, was thus firmly settled in the central Mediterranean, in Naples and Sicily, as England herself was in Gibraltar and Port Mahon. Sir Robert Walpole, the minister now coming into power in England, failed at a later day to support this favorable conjunction, and so far betrayed the traditional policy of his country. The dominion of the House of Savoy in Sardinia, which then began, has lasted. It is only within our own day that the title King of Sardinia has merged in the broader one of King of Italy. Contemporaneously with, and for some time after, the short episode of Alberoni's ministry and Spain's ambition, a struggle was going on around the shores of the Baltic, which must be mentioned, because it gave rise to another effectual illustration of the sea power of England, manifested alike in the north and south, with a slightness of exertion which calls to mind the stories of the tap of a tiger's paw. The long contest between Sweden and Russia was for a moment interrupted in 1718 by negotiations looking to peace and to an alliance between the two for the settlement of the succession in Poland and the restoration of the Stuarts in England. This project, on which had rested many of Alberoni's hopes, was finally stopped by the death in battle of the Swedish king. The war went on, and the Czar, seeing the exhaustion of Sweden, proposed its entire subjugation. This destruction of the balance of power in the Baltic, making it a Russian lake, suited neither England nor France, especially the former, whose sea power both for peace and war depended upon the naval stores chiefly drawn from those regions. The two western kingdoms interfered both by diplomacy, while England besides sent her fleet. Denmark, which was also at war with her traditional enemy Sweden, readily yielded, but Peter the Great chafed heavily under the implied coercion, until at last orders were sent to the English admiral to join his fleet to that of the Swedes and repeat in the Baltic the history of Cape Passaro. The Czar, in alarm, withdrew his fleet. This happened in 1719, but Peter, though baffled, was not yet subdued. The following year the interposition of England was repeated with greater effect, although not in time to save the Swedish coasts from serious injury. But the Czar, recognizing the fixed purpose with which he had to deal, and knowing from personal observation and practical experience the efficiency of England's sea power, consented finally to peace. The French claim much for their own diplomacy in this happy result, and say that England supported Sweden feebly, being willing that she should lose her provinces on the eastern shore of the Baltic, because Russia, thus brought down to the sea-shore, could more easily open to English trade the vast resources of her interior. This may very possibly be true, and certainty can be felt that British interests, especially as to commerce and sea power, were looked after. But the character of Peter the Great is the guarantee that the argument which weighed most heavily with him was the military efficiency of the British fleet and its ability to move up to his very doors. By this Peace of Nystadt, August 30, 1721, Sweden abandoned Livonia, Esthonia, and other provinces on the east side of the Baltic. This result was inevitable. It was yearly becoming less possible for small states to hold their own. It can readily be understood that Spain was utterly discontented with the terms wrung from her by the Quadruple Alliance. The 12 years which followed are called years of peace, but the peace was very uncertain and fraught with elements of future wars. The three great grievances rankling with Spain were Sicily and Naples in the possession of Austria, Gibraltar and Mahan in the hands of England, and lastly, the vast contraband trade carried on by English merchants and ships in Spanish America. It will be seen that England was the active supporter of all these injuries. England, therefore, was the special enemy of Spain, but Spain was not the only enemy of England. The quiet, such as it was, that succeeded the fall of Alberoni was due mainly to the character and policy of the two ministers of France and England, who agreed in wishing a general peace. The policy and reasons of the French regent are already known. Moved by the same reasons, and to remove an accidental offence taken by England, Dubois obtained for her the further concession from Spain, additional to the commercial advantages granted at Utrecht, of sending a ship every year to trade in the West Indies. It is said that this ship, after being anchored, was kept continually supplied by others, so that fresh cargo came in over one side as fast as the old was sent ashore from the other. Dubois and the regent both died in the latter half of 1723, after an administration of 8 years, in which they had reversed the policy of Richelieu by alliance with England and Austria, and sacrificing to them the interests of France. The regency and the nominal government of France passed to another member of the royal family, but the real ruler was Cardinal Fleury, the preceptor of the young king, who was now 13 years of age. Efforts to displace the preceptor resulted only in giving him the title as well as the power of minister in 1726. At this time Sir Robert Walpole had become Prime Minister of England, with an influence and power which gave him practically the entire guidance of the policy of the state. The chief wish of both Walpole and Fleury was peace, above all, in Western Europe. France and England therefore continued to act together for that purpose, and though they could not entirely stifle every murmur, they were for several years successful in preventing outbreaks. But while the aims of the two ministers were thus agreed, the motives which inspired them were different. Walpole desired peace because of the still unsettled condition of the English succession, for the peaceful growth of English commerce, which he had ever before his eyes, and probably also because his spirit, impatient of equals in the government, shrank from war which would raise up stronger men around him. Fleury, reasonably secure as to the throne and his own power, wished, like Walpole, the peaceful development of his country, and shrank from war with the love of repose natural to old age, for he was 73 when he took office, and 90 when he laid it down in death. Under his mild administration, the prosperity of France revived. The passing traveller could note the change in the face of the country and of the people. Yet it may be doubted whether this change was due to the government of the quiet old man, or merely to the natural elasticity of the people, no longer drained by war, nor isolated from the rest of the world. French authorities say that agriculture did not revive throughout the country. It is certain, however, that the maritime prosperity of France advanced wonderfully, owing mainly to the removal of commercial restrictions in the years immediately following the death of Louis XIV. The West India Islands in particular throve greatly, and their welfare was naturally shared by the home ports that traded with them. The tropical climate of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Louisiana, and cultivation by slaves lent themselves readily to the paternal, semi-military government which marks all French colonies, but which produced less happy results in the bitter weather of Canada. In the West Indies, France at this time obtained a decided preponderance over England. The value of the French half of Hayti was alone equal to that of all the English West Indies, and French coffee and sugar were driving those of England out of European markets. A like advantage over England in the Mediterranean and Levant trade is asserted by French historians. At the same time, the East India Company was revived, and its French depot, whose name tells its association with the East, the Breton town of Lorient, quickly became a splendid city. Pont-de-Chéry on the Coromandel coast, and Champ de Nagore on the Ganges, the chief seats of French power and commerce in India, grew rapidly. The Isle of Bourbon and the Isle of France, now the Mauritius, whose position is so well suited for the control of the Indian Ocean, became, the one a rich agricultural colony, the other a powerful naval station. The monopoly of the great company was confined to the trade between home and the chief Indian stations. The traffic throughout the Indian seas was open to private enterprise and grew more rapidly. This great movement, wholly spontaneous and even looked on with distrust by the government, was personified in two men, Dupleix and La Bourdonnais, who, the former at Champ de Nagore and the latter at the Isle of France, pointed out and led the way in all these undertakings, which were building up the power and renown of the French in the eastern seas. The movement was begun which, after making France the rival of England in the Hindustan peninsula, and giving her for a moment the promise of that great empire which has bestowed a new title on the Queen of Great Britain, was destined finally to falter and perish before the sea power of England. The extent of this expansion of French trade, consequent upon peace and the removal of restrictions, and not due in any sense to government protection, is evidenced by the growth of French merchant shipping from only 300 vessels at the death of Louis XIV to 1,800 20 years later. This, a French historian claims, refutes the deplorable prejudices born of our misfortunes, that France is not fitted for sea commerce, the only commerce that indefinitely extends the power of a nation with its sphere of activity. This free and happy movement of the people was far from acceptable to Fleury, who seems to have seen it with the distrust of a hen that has hatched ducklings. Walpole and himself were agreed to love peace, but Walpole was obliged to reckon with the English people, and these were prompt to resent rivalry upon the sea and in trade, however obtained. Moreover, Fleury had inherited the unfortunate policy of Louis XIV. His eyes were fixed on the continent. He did not indeed wish to follow the course of the Regency in quarrelling with Spain, but rather to draw near to her; and although he was not able for a time to do so without sacrificing his peace policy because of Spain's restless enmity to England, yet his mind was chiefly bent upon strengthening the position of France on the land by establishing Bourbon princes where he could, and drawing them together by family alliances. The navy was allowed to decay more and more. The French government abandoned the sea at the very moment that the nation, through the activity of private individuals, was making an effort to regain it. The material force fell to 54 ships of the line and frigates, mostly in bad condition, and even when war with England had been imminent for 5 years, France had but 45 ships of the line to England's 90. This difference foreshadowed the results which followed a quarter of a century of war. During the same period, Walpole, relying upon Fleury's cooperation, resolutely set his face against open war between England and Spain. The difficulties caused by the threatening and exasperating action of the latter country and of such allies as she from time to time could raise were met, and for a while successfully met, by naval demonstrations, reminders of that sea power which one nation after another had felt and yielded to. In 1725 the Spanish king and the emperor agreed to sink their long-standing feud, and signed a treaty at Vienna, in which there was a secret clause providing that the emperor would support the claim of Spain to Gibraltar and Port Mahon by arms, if necessary. Russia also showed a disposition to join this confederacy. A counter-alliance was formed between England, France, and Prussia, and English fleets were sent, one to the Baltic to awe the Czarina, another to the coast of Spain to check that government and protect Gibraltar, and a third to Portobello on the Spanish Main to blockade the fleet of galleons there assembled, and by cutting off the supplies remind the Spanish king at once of his dependence upon the specie of America and of England's control of the highway by which it reached him. Walpole's aversion to war was marked by giving the admiral at Portobello the strictest orders not to fight, only to blockade. The consequence of which, through the long delay of the squadron upon the sickly coast, was a mortality among the crews that shocked the nation, and led, among other causes, to the minister's overthrow many years later. Between 3,000 and 4,000 officers and men, including Admiral Hosier himself, died there. Walpole's aim, however, was reached. Though Spain made a foolish attack by land upon Gibraltar, the presence of the English fleet assured its supplies and provisions and averted the formal outbreak of war. The emperor withdrew from the alliance, and under English pressure also revoked the charter of an East India Company, which he had authorized in the Austrian Netherlands, and which took its name from the port of Ostend. English merchants demanded the removal of this competitor, and also of a similar rival established in Denmark, both which concessions the English ministry, backed by Holland, obtained. So long as commerce was not seriously disturbed, Walpole's peace policy, accompanied as it naturally was by years of plenty and general content, was easily maintained, even though Spain continued threatening and arrogant in her demands for Gibraltar. but unfortunately she now entered more deeply upon a course of annoyance to English trade. The concessions of the asiento, or slave trade, and of the annual ship to South America have been mentioned, but these privileges were but a part of the English commerce in those regions. The system of Spain with regard to the trade of her colonies was of the narrowest and most exclusive character, but while attempting to shut them out from foreign traffic, she neglected to provide for their wants herself. The consequence was that a great smuggling or contraband trade arose throughout her American possessions, carried on mainly by the English, who made their lawful traffic by the asiento and the yearly ship subserve also the unlawful, or at least unauthorized, trade. This system was doubtless advantageous to the great body of the Spanish colonists, and was encouraged by them, while colonial governors connived at it, sometimes for money, sometimes swayed by local public opinion and their own knowledge of the hardships of the case. But there were Spanish subjects who saw their own business injured by the use and abuse of English privileges, and the national government suffered both in pocket and in pride by these evasions of the revenue. It now began to pull the strings tighter. Obsolete regulations were revived and enforced. Words in which the action of Spain in this old controversy have been described are curiously applicable to certain recent disputes to which the United States has been a party. The letter of the treaty was now followed, though the spirit which dictated it was abandoned. Although English ships still enjoyed the liberty of putting into Spanish harbors for the purpose of refitting and provisioning, yet they were far from enjoying the same advantages of carrying on a friendly and commercial intercourse. They were now watched with a scrupulous jealousy, strictly visited by guarda costas, and every efficient means adopted to prevent any commerce with the colonies, except what was allowed by the annual ship. If Spain could have confined herself to closer watchfulness and to enforcing in her own waters vexatious customs regulations, not essentially different from those sanctioned by the general commercial ideas of that day, perhaps no further harm would have resulted, but the condition of things and the temper of her government would not let her stop there. It was not possible to guard and effectually seal a sea coast extending over hundreds of miles, with innumerable inlets, nor would traders and seamen, in pursuit of gain, which they had come to consider their right, be deterred by fears of penalties, nor consideration for Spanish susceptibilities. The power of Spain was not great enough to enforce on the English ministry any regulation of their shipping, or stoppage of the abuse of the treaty privileges, in face of the feelings of the merchants; and so the weaker state, wronged and harassed, was goaded into the use of wholly unlawful means. Ships of war and guarda costas were instructed, or at least permitted, to stop and search English ships on the high seas outside of Spanish jurisdiction; and the arrogant Spanish temper, unrestrained by the weak central government, made many of these visits, both the lawful and the unlawful, scenes of insult and even violence. Somewhat similar results, springing from causes not entirely different, have occurred in the relations of Spanish officials to the United States and American merchant ships in our own day. The stories of these acts of violence, coming back to England, coupled with cases of loss by confiscation and by the embarrassment of trade, of course stirred up the people. In 1737 the West India merchants petitioned the House of Commons, saying, "For many years past their ships have not only frequently been stopped and searched, but also forcibly and arbitrarily seized upon the high seas by Spanish ships fitted out to cruise, under the plausible pretext of guarding their own coasts; that the commanders thereof with their crews have been inhumanly treated, and their ships carried into some of the Spanish ports, and there condemned with their cargoes, in manifest violation of the treaties subsisting between the two crowns; that the remonstrances of his Majesty's ministers at Madrid received no attention, and that insults and plunder must soon destroy their trade. Walpole struggled hard during the 10 years following 1729 to keep off war. In that year a treaty signed at Seville professed to regulate matters, restoring the conditions of trade to what they had been 4 years before, and providing that 6,000 Spanish troops should at once occupy the territory of Tuscany and Parma. Walpole argued with his own people that war would lose them the commercial privileges they already enjoyed in Spanish dominions, while with Spain he carried on constant negotiations, seeking concessions and indemnities that might silence the home clamor. In the midst of this period a war broke out concerning the succession to the Polish throne. The father-in-law of the French king was one claimant. Austria supported his opponent. A common hostility to Austria once more drew France and Spain together, and they were joined by the King of Sardinia, who hoped through this alliance to wrest Milan from Austria and add it to his own territory of Piedmont. The neutrality of England and Holland was secured by a promise not to attack the Austrian Netherlands, the possession of any part of which by France was considered to be dangerous to England's sea power. The allied states declared war against Austria in October 1733, and their armies entered Italy together. But the Spaniards, intent on their long-cherished projects against Naples and Sicily, left the others and turned southward. The two kingdoms were easily and quickly conquered, the invaders having command of the sea and the favor of the population. The second son of the King of Spain was proclaimed king under the title of Carlos III, and the Bourbon kingdom of the two Sicilies thus came into existence. Walpole's aversion to war, leading him to abandon a long-standing ally, thus resulted in the transfer of the central Mediterranean to a control necessarily unfriendly to Great Britain. But while Walpole thus forsook the emperor, he was himself betrayed by his friend Fleury. While making the open alliance with Spain against Austria, the French government agreed to a secret clause directed against England. This engagement ran as follows: "Whenever it seems good to both nations alike, the abuses which have crept into commerce, especially through the English, shall be abolished; and if the English make objection, France will ward off their hostility with all its strength by land and sea." And this compact was made, as the biographer of Lord Hawke points out, during a period of intimate and ostentatious alliance with England itself. Thus the policy against which William III had called on England and Europe to arm at last came into existence. Had Walpole known of this secret agreement, it might have seemed to him an additional argument in favor of peace, for his keen political sagacity warning him of the existence of a danger which he yet could not see, he told the House of Commons that if the Spaniards had not private encouragement from powers more considerable than themselves, they would never have ventured on the insults and injuries which have been proved at your bar; and he expressed the opinion that England was not a match for the French and Spaniards too. Fleury had indeed given his old friend and fellow statesman an ugly fall. The particular question which excited the 2 years' war of the Polish succession, the choice of a ruler for a distracted kingdom fated soon to disappear from the list of European states, seems a small matter; but the turn imparted to European politics by the action of the powers engaged gives it a very different importance. France and Austria came to an arrangement in October 1735, upon terms to which Sardinia and Spain afterward acceded, the principal points of which were as follows: The French claimant to the Polish throne gave up his claim to it, and received instead the duchies of Bar and Lorraine on the east of France, with the provision that upon his death they were to go to his son-in-law, the King of France, in full sovereignty. The two kingdoms of Sicily and Naples were confirmed to the Spanish Bourbon prince Don Carlos, and Austria received back Parma. The Sardinian monarchy also got an increase to its Italian territory. France, thus under the peace-loving Fleury, obtained in Bar and Lorraine an accession of strength which more warlike rulers had coveted in vain, and at the same time her external position was fortified at the expense of England by the transfer of controlling positions in the central Mediterranean to an ally. Yet the heart of Fleury might well have failed him as he remembered the secret agreement to check the commerce of England, and thought of her mighty sea power alongside of the decayed navy of France. That compact between France and Spain, to which the two Sicilies acceded later, bore within it, in the then strained relations between England and Spain, the germ of the great wars between England and the House of Bourbon, which issued in the creation of the British Empire and the independence of the United States. The clamor in England over Spanish outrages continued, and was carefully nursed by the opposition to Walpole. The minister was now over 60 years of age, and scarcely able to change the settled convictions and policy of his prime. He was face to face with one of those irrepressible conflicts between nations and races, toward which a policy of repression and compromise can be employed but for a short time. The English were bent upon opening the West Indies and Spanish America, the Spanish government equally bent upon obstructing them. Unfortunately for their policy of obstruction, they strengthened Walpole's enemies by unlawful search of English ships on the open sea, and possibly also by outrages to English seamen. Some of the latter were brought before the bar of the House of Commons, and testified that they had been not merely plundered, but tortured, shut up in prison, and compelled to live and work under loathsome conditions. The most celebrated case was that of a certain Jenkins, the master of a merchant brig, who told that a Spanish officer had torn off one of his ears, bidding him carry it to the king his master, and say that if he had been there he would have been served likewise. Being asked what were his feelings at such a moment of danger and suffering, he was said to have replied, "I commended my soul to God, and my cause to my country." This well-turned dramatic utterance from the mouth of a man of his class throws a suspicion of high colouring over the whole story, but it can be readily imagined what a capital campaign cry it would be in the heat of a popular movement. The tide of feeling swept away Walpole's patchwork of compromise, and war was declared against Spain by Great Britain on the 19th of October, 1739. The English ultimatum insisted upon a formal renunciation of the right of search, as claimed and exercised by the Spaniards, and upon an express acknowledgment of the British claims in North America. Among these claims was one relating to the limits of Georgia, then a recently established colony, touching the Spanish territory of Florida. How far the war thus urged on and begun by England against the judgment of her able minister was morally justifiable has been warmly argued on either side by English writers. The laws of Spain with regard to the trade of her colonies did not differ in spirit from those of England herself, as shown by her Navigation Act, and Spanish naval officers found themselves in a position nearly identical with that of Nelson when captain of a frigate in the West Indies half a century later. American ships and merchants then, after the separation from the mother country, continued the trade which they had enjoyed as colonists. Nelson, zealous for the commercial advantage of England as then understood, undertook to enforce the act, and in so doing found against him the feeling of the West Indians and of the colonial authorities. It does not seem that he or those supporting him searched unlawfully, for the power of England was great enough to protect her shipping interests without using irregular means, whereas Spain between 1730 and 1740, being weak, was tempted, as she has since been, to seize those whom she knew to have injured her wherever she could find them, even outside her lawful jurisdiction. After reading the entirely sympathetic presentation of the case of Walpole's opponents, urging war, which is given by Professor Burrows in his Life of Lord Hawke, a foreigner can scarcely fail to conclude that the Spaniards were grievously wronged, according to the rights of the mother country over colonies, as commonly admitted in that day, though no nation could tolerate the right of search as claimed by them. It chiefly concerns our subject to notice that the dispute was radically a maritime question, that it grew out of the uncontrollable impulse of the English people to extend their trade and colonial interests. It is possible that France was acting under a similar impulse, as English writers have asserted, but the character and general policy of Fleuri, as well as the genius of the French people, make this unlikely. There was no parliament and no opposition to make known popular opinion in the France of that day, and very different estimates of Fleuri's character and administration have found voice since then. The English look rather at the ability which obtained Lorraine for France and the Sicilies for the House of Bourbon, and blame Walpole for being overreached. The French say of Fleury that he lived from day to day seeking only to have quiet in his old age. He had stupefied France with opiates instead of laboring to cure her. He could not even prolong this silent sleep until his own death. When the war broke out between England and Spain, the latter claimed the advantage of her defensive alliance with France. Fleury, grievously against his will, was forced to fit out a squadron. He did so in niggardly fashion. The squadron of 22 ships convoyed to America, the Spanish fleet assembled at Ferrol, and the reinforcement prevented the English from attacking. Still, Fleury made explanations to Walpole and hoped for compromise, an ill-founded hope which had disastrous results for our sea interests, and prevented measures which would have given France, from the beginning of the war, the superiority in eastern seas. But upon Walpole's overthrow, says another Frenchman, Fleury perceived his mistake in letting the navy decay. Its importance had lately struck him. He knew that the kings of Naples and Sardinia forsook the French alliance merely because an English squadron threatened to bombard Naples and Genoa and to bring an army into Italy. For lack of this element of greatness, France silently swallowed the greatest humiliations and could only complain of the violence of English cruisers, which pillaged our commerce in violation of the law of nations, during the years of nominal peace that elapsed between the time when the French fleet was confined to protecting the Spanish against the English and the outbreak of formal war. The explanation of these differing views seems not very hard. The two ministers had tacitly agreed to follow lines which apparently could not cross. France was left free to expand by land, provided she did not excite the jealousy of the English people, and Walpole's own sense of English interests by rivalry at sea. This course suited Fleury's views and wishes. The one sought power by sea, the other by land. Which had been wiser, war was to show; for with Spain as an ally to one party, war had to come, and that on the sea. Neither minister lived to see the result of his policy. Walpole was driven from power in 1742 and died in March 1745. Fleury died in office January 29, 1743. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Part 1. Of the Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, War between Great Britain and Spain, 1739, War of the Austrian Succession, 1740, France joins Spain against Great Britain, 1744, Sea Battles of Matthews, Anson, and Hawke, Peace of the Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748. We have now reached the opening of a series of great wars destined to last with short intervals of peace for nearly half a century, and having amid many misleading details one broad characteristic distinguishing them from previous and from many subsequent wars. This strife embraced the four quarters of the world, and that not only as side issues here and there, the main struggle being in Europe, for the great questions to be determined by it concerning the world's history were the dominion of the sea and the control of distant countries, the possession of colonies, and, dependent upon these, the increase of wealth. Singularly enough, it is not till nearly the end of the long contest that great fleets are found engaging, and the struggle transferred to its proper field, the sea. The action of sea power is evident enough, the issue plainly indicated from the beginning, but for a long time there is no naval warfare of any consequence, because the truth is not recognized by the French government. The movement toward colonial extension by France is wholly popular, though illustrated by a few great names. The attitude of the rulers is cold and mistrustful, hence came neglect of the navy, a foregone conclusion of defeat on the main question, and destruction for the time of her sea power. Such being the character of the coming wars, it is important to realize the relative positions of the three great powers in those quarters of the world outside of Europe, where the strife was to engage. In North America, England now held the 13 colonies, the original United States, from Maine to Georgia. In these colonies was to be found the highest development of that form of colonization peculiar to England, bodies of free men essentially self-governing and self-dependent, still enthusiastically loyal, and by occupation at once agricultural, commercial, and seafaring. In the character of their country and its productions, in its long sea-coast and sheltered harbors, and in their own selves, they had all the elements of sea power, which had already received large development. On such a country and such a people, the Royal Navy and Army were securely based in the Western Hemisphere. The English colonists were intensely jealous of the French and Canadians. France held Canada and Louisiana, a name much more extensive in its application then than now, and claimed the entire valley of the Ohio and Mississippi by right of prior discovery, and as a necessary link between the St. Lawrence and the Gulf of Mexico. There was as yet no adequate occupation of this intermediate country, nor was the claim admitted by England, whose colonists asserted the right to extend indefinitely westward. The strength of the French position was in Canada. The St. Lawrence gave them access to the heart of the country, and though Newfoundland and Nova Scotia had been lost, in Cape Breton Island they still held the key of the Gulf and river. Canada had the characteristics of the French colonial system planted in a climate least suited to it. A government paternal, military, and monkish discouraged the development of individual enterprise and of free association for common ends. The colonists abandoned commerce and agriculture, raising only food enough for immediate consumption, and were given to arms and hunting. Their chief traffic was in furs. There was so little mechanical art among them that they bought of the English colonies part of the vessels for their interior navigation. The chief element of strength was the military, arms-bearing character of the population. Each man was a soldier. Besides the hostility inherited from the mother countries, there was a necessary antagonism between two social and political systems so directly opposed, and lying one alongside the other. The remoteness of Canada from the West Indies and the inhospitable winter climate made it, from the naval point of view, of much less value to France than the English colonies to England, besides which the resources and population were greatly inferior. In 1750 the population of Canada was 80,000, that of the English colonies 1,200,000. With such disparity of strength and resources, the only chance for Canada lay in the support of the sea power of France, either by direct control of the neighboring seas, or by such powerful diversion elsewhere as would relieve the pressure upon her.
On the continent of North America, in addition to Mexico and the countries south of it, Spain held Florida, under which name were embraced extensive regions beyond the peninsula, not accurately defined, and having little importance at any period of these long wars. In the West Indies and South America, Spain held mainly what are still known as Spanish American countries, besides Cuba, Puerto Rico, and part of Haiti. France had Guadeloupe, Martinique, and the western half of Haiti, England, Jamaica, Barbados, and some of the smaller islands. The fertile character of the soil, the commercial productions, and the less rigorous climate would seem to make these islands objects of particular ambition in a colonial war. But as a matter of fact, no attempt was made, nor, except as to Jamaica, which Spain wished to recover, was any intention entertained of conquering any of the larger islands. The reason probably was that England, whose sea power made her the principal aggressor, was influenced in the direction of her efforts by the wishes of the great body of Englishmen on the North American continent. The smaller West India islands are singly too small to be strongly held except by a power controlling the sea. They had a twofold value in war, one as offering military positions for such a power, the other a commercial value, either as adding to one's own resources or diminishing those of the enemy. War directed against them may be considered as a war upon commerce, and the islands themselves as ships or convoys loaded with enemies' wealth. They will be found, therefore, changing hands like counters, and usually restored when peace comes, though the final result was to leave most of them in the hands of England. Nevertheless, the fact of each of the great powers having a share in this focus of commerce drew thither both large fleets and small squadrons, a tendency aided by the unfavorable seasons for military operations on the continent, and in the West Indies took place the greater number of the fleet actions that illustrated this long series of wars. In yet another remote region was the strife between England and France to be waged, and there, as in North America, finally decided by these wars. In India, the rival nations were represented by their East India companies, who directly administered both government and commerce. Back of them, of course, were the mother countries, but in immediate contact with the native rulers were the presidents and officers appointed by the companies. At this time, the principal settlements of the English were, on the west coast, Bombay; on the east, Calcutta upon the Ganges, at some distance from the sea, and Madras; while a little south of Madras, another town and station, known generally to the English as Fort St. David, though sometimes called Cuddalore, had been established later. The three presidencies of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras were at this time mutually independent, and responsible only to the Court of Directors in England. France was established at Chandernagore on the Ganges, above Calcutta, at Pondicherry on the east coast, 80 miles south of Madras, and on the west coast, far to the south of Bombay, she had a third station of inferior importance called Mahé. The French, however, had a great advantage in the possession of the intermediate station already pointed out in the Indian Ocean, the neighboring islands of France and Bourbon. They were yet more fortunate in the personal character of the two men who were at this time at the head of the affairs in the Indian Peninsula and the islands Dupleix and La Bourdonnais. Men to whom no rivals in ability or force of character had as yet appeared among the English Indian officials. Yet in these two men, whose cordial fellow-working might have ruined the English settlement in India, there appeared again that singular conflict of ideas, that hesitation between the land and the sea as the stay of power, a prophecy of which seems to be contained in the geographical position of France itself. The mind of Dupleix, though not inattentive to commercial interests, was fixed on building up a great empire in which France should rule over a multitude of vassal native princes. In the pursuit of this end he displayed great tact, an untiring activity, perhaps also a somewhat soaring and fantastic imagination. But when he met La Bourdonnais, whose simpler and sounder views aimed at sea supremacy, at a dominion based upon free and certain communication with the home country, instead of the shifting sands of Eastern intrigues and alliances, discord at once arose. Naval inferiority, says a French historian who considers Dupleix to have had the higher aims, was the principal cause that arrested his progress, but naval superiority was precisely the point at which La Bourdonnais, himself a seaman and the governor of an island, aimed. It may be that with the weakness of Canada compared to the English colonies, sea power could not there have changed the actual issue. But in the condition of the rival nations in India, everything depended upon controlling the sea. Such were the relative situations of the three countries in the principal foreign theatres of war. No mention has been made of the colonies on the west coast of Africa because they were mere trading stations having no military importance. The Cape of Good Hope was in possession of the Dutch, who took no active part in the earlier wars, but long maintained toward England a benevolent neutrality, surviving from the alliance in the former wars of the century. It is necessary to mention briefly the condition of the military navies, which were to have an importance as yet unrealized. Neither precise numbers nor an exact account of condition of the ships can be given, but the relative efficiency can be fairly estimated. Campbell, the English contemporary naval historian, says that in 1727 the English navy had 84 ships of the line, from 60 guns up, 40 50-gun ships, and 54 frigates and smaller vessels. In 1734, this number had fallen to 70 ships of the line and 19 50-gun ships. In 1744, after 4 years of war with Spain alone, the number was 90 ships of the line and 84 frigates. The French navy at the same time he estimates at 45 ships of the line and 67 frigates. In 1747, near the end of the First War, he says that the Royal Navy of Spain was reduced to 22 ships of the line, that of France to 31, while the English had risen to 126. The French writers consulted are less precise in their figures, but agree in representing not only that the navy was reduced to a pitiful number of ships, but that these were in bad condition and the dockyards destitute of materials. This neglect of the navy lasted more or less throughout these wars until 1760, when the sense of the nation was aroused to the importance of restoring it. Too late, however, to prevent the most serious of the French losses. In England, as well as in France, discipline and administration had been sapped by the long peace. The inefficiency of the armaments sent out was notorious, and recalls the scandals that marked the outbreak of the Crimean War, while the very disappearance of the French ships led by the necessity of replacing them to putting afloat vessels superior singly, because more modern and scientific, to the older ships of the same class in England. Care must be had, however, in accepting too easily the complaints of individual writers. French authors will be found asserting that English ships are faster, while at the same period Englishmen complain that they are slower. It may be accepted as generally true that the French ships built between 1740 and 1800 were better designed and larger, class for class, than the English. The latter had the undoubted superiority both in the number and quality of the seamen and officers. Keeping some fleets always afloat, whether better or worse, the officers could not quite lose touch of their profession, whereas in France it is said that not 1/5 of the officers were in 1744 employed. This superiority was kept and increased by the practice, which henceforth obtained, of blockading the French military ports with superior force. The enemy's squadrons, when they put to sea, found themselves at once at a disadvantage in point of practical skill. On the other hand, large as was the number of English seamen, the demands of commerce were so great that war found them scattered all over the world, and part of the fleet was always paralyzed for lack of crews. This constant employment assured good seamanship, but the absence of so many men had to be supplied by an indiscriminate press, which dragged in a class of miserable and sickly men, sadly diluting the quality of the whole. To realize the condition of ships' companies of that day, it will be necessary only to read the accounts of those sent to Anson starting for a cruise round the world, or to Hawke when fitting out for war service. The statements are now almost incredible, and the results most deplorable. It was not a question of sanitation only. The material sent was entirely unfit to meet the conditions of sea life under the most favorable circumstances. In both the French and English service, a great deal of weeding among the officers was necessary. Those were the palmy days of court and political influence, and moreover, it is not possible, after a long peace, at once to pick out from among the fairest seeming the men who will best stand the tests of time and exposure to the responsibilities of war. There was in both nations a tendency to depend upon officers who had been in their prime a generation before, and the results were not fortunate. War having been declared against Spain by England in October 1739, the first attempts of the latter power were naturally directed against the Spanish-American colonies, the cause of the dispute in which it was expected to find an easy and rich prey. The first expedition sailed under Admiral Vernon in November of the same year, and took Portobello by a sudden and audacious stroke, but found only the insignificant sum of $10,000 in the port whence the galleon sailed. Returning to Jamaica, Vernon received large reinforcements of ships and was joined by a land force of 12,000 troops. With this increased force, attempts were made upon both Cartagena and Santiago de Cuba in the years 1741 and 1742, but in both wretched failures resulted. The admiral and the general quarrelled, as was not uncommon in days when neither had an intelligent comprehension of the other's business. Marryat, when characterizing such misunderstandings by a humorous exaggeration, seems to have had in view this attempt on Cartagena. The army thought that the navy might have beaten down stone ramparts 10 feet thick, and the navy wondered why the army had not walked up the same ramparts, which were 30 feet perpendicular. Another expedition, justly celebrated for the endurance and perseverance shown by its leader, and famous both for the hardships borne and singular final success, was sent out in 1740 under Anson. Its mission was to pass round Cape Horn and attack the Spanish colonies on the west coast of South America. After many delays, due apparently to bad administration, the squadron finally got away toward the end of 1740. Passing the Cape at the worst season of the year, the ships met a series of tempests of the most violent kind. The squadron was scattered, never all to meet again, and Anson, after infinite peril, succeeded in rallying a part of it at Juan Fernandez. 2 ships had put back to England, a third was lost to the southward of Chile. With the 3 left to him, he cruised along the South American coast, taking some prizes and pillaging the town of Payta, intending to touch near Panama and join hands with Vernon for the capture of that place and the possession of the isthmus, if possible. Learning of the disaster at Cartagena, he then determined to cross the Pacific and waylay the 2 galleons that sailed yearly from Acapulco to Manila. In the passage across, one of the 2 ships now left to him was found in such bad condition that she had to be destroyed. With the other he succeeded in his last undertaking, capturing the great galleon with $1.5 million in specie. The expedition, from its many misfortunes, had no military result beyond the terror and consequent embarrassment caused to the Spanish settlements. But its very misfortunes and the calm persistency which worked out a great success from them all have given it a well-deserved renown. During the year 1740 happened two events which led to a general European war breaking in upon that in which Spain and England were already engaged. In May of that year, Frederick the Great became King of Prussia, and in October the Emperor Charles VI, formerly the Austrian claimant of the Spanish throne, died. He had no son, and left by will the sovereignty of his estates to his eldest daughter, the celebrated Maria Theresa, to secure whose succession the efforts of his diplomacy had been directed for many years. This succession had been guaranteed by the European powers, but the apparent weakness of her position excited the ambitions of other sovereigns. The Elector of Bavaria laid claim to the whole inheritance, in which he was supported by France, while the Prussian king claimed and seized the province of Silesia. Other powers, large and small, threw in their lot with one or the other, while the position of England was complicated by her king being also Elector of Hanover, and in that capacity hurriedly contracting an obligation of neutrality for the electorate, although English feeling was strongly in favor of Austria. Meanwhile, the failure of the Spanish-American expeditions and the severe losses of English commerce increased the general outcry against Walpole, who resigned early in 1742. England, under the new ministry, became the open ally of Austria, and Parliament voted not only a subsidy to the Empress Queen, but also a body of troops to be sent as auxiliaries to the Austrian Netherlands. At the same time, Holland, under English influence, and bound like England by previous treaties to support the succession of Maria Theresa, also voted a subsidy. Here occurs again that curious view of international relations before mentioned. Both of these powers thus entered the war against France, but only as auxiliaries to the Empress, not as principals. As nations, except the troops actually in the field, they were considered to be still at peace. Such an equivocal situation could in the end have only one result. On the sea, France had already assumed the same position of auxiliary to Spain in virtue of the defensive alliance between the two kingdoms, while affecting still to be at peace with England. And it is curious to see the gravity with which French writers complain of assaults upon French by English ships, upon the plea that there was no open war between the two states. It has already been mentioned that in 1740 a French squadron supported a division of Spanish ships on their way to America. In 1741, Spain, having now entered the Continental War as an enemy of Austria, sent a body of 15,000 troops from Barcelona to attack the Austrian possessions in Italy. The English Admiral Haddock, in the Mediterranean, sought and found the Spanish fleet, but with it was a division of 12 French sail of the line, whose commander informed Haddock that he was engaged in the same expedition and had orders to fight if the Spaniards, though formerly at war with England, were attacked. As the allies were nearly double his force, the English admiral was obliged to go back to Port Mahon. He was soon after relieved, and the new Admiral Matthews held at once the two positions of commander-in-chief in the Mediterranean and English minister at Turin, the capital of the King of Sardinia. In the course of the year 1742, an English captain in his fleet, chasing some Spanish galleys, drove them into the French port of Saint-Tropez, and following them into the harbor, burned them, in spite of the so-called neutrality of France. In the same year, Matthews sent a division of ships under Commodore Martin to Naples to compel the Bourbon king to withdraw his contingent of 20,000 troops serving with the Spanish army in northern Italy against the Austrians. To the attempts to negotiate, Martin replied only by pulling out his watch and giving the government an hour to come to terms. There was nothing for it but submission, and the English fleet left the harbor after a stay of 24 hours, having relieved the empress of a dangerous enemy. Henceforward it was evident that the Spanish war in Italy could only be maintained by sending troops through France. England controlled the sea and the action of Naples. These two last incidents at Saint-Tropez and Naples deeply impressed the aged Fleury, who recognized too late the scope and importance of a well-founded sea power. Causes of complaint were multiplying on both sides, and the moment was fast approaching when both France and England must quit the pretense of being only auxiliaries in the war. Before it came to that, however, the controlling sea power and wealth of England again made itself felt by attaching the King of Sardinia to the Austrian cause. Between the dangers and advantages of the French or English alliance, the king's action was determined by a subsidy and the promise of a strong English fleet in the Mediterranean. In return, he engaged to enter the war with an army of 45,000 men. This compact was signed in September 1743. In October, Fleury being now dead, Louis XV made with Spain a treaty by which he engaged to declare war against England and Sardinia, and to support the Spanish claims in Italy, as also to Gibraltar, Mahan, and Georgia. Open war was thus near at hand, but the declaration was still deferred. The greatest sea fight that took place occurred while nominal peace yet existed. In the latter part of 1743, the Infanta Philip of Spain had sought to land on the coast of the Genoese Republic, which was unfriendly to the Austrians, but the attempt had been frustrated by the English fleet, and the Spanish ships forced to retreat into Toulon. They lay there for 4 months, unable to go out on account of the English superiority. In this dilemma, the court of Spain applied to Louis XV and obtained an order for the French fleet, under the command of Admiral Ducour, an old man of 80 years, a veteran of the days of Louis XIV, to escort the Spaniards either to the Gulf of Genoa or to their own ports. It does not clearly appear which. The French admiral was ordered not to fire unless he was attacked. In order to secure the best cooperation of the Spaniards, whose efficiency he probably distrusted, Ducour proposed, as Ruyter had done in days long gone by, to scatter their ships among his own; but as the Spanish admiral Navarro refused, the line of battle was formed with 9 French ships in the van, in the centre 6 French and 3 Spaniards, in the rear 9 Spanish ships, in all 27. In this order the combined fleet sailed from Toulon, February 19, 1744. The English fleet, which had been cruising off Hierere in observation, chased, and on the 22d its van and centre came up with the allies, but the rear division was then several miles to windward and astern, quite out of supporting distance. The wind was easterly, both fleets heading to the southward, and the English had the weather gauge. The numbers were nearly equal, the English having 29 to the allied 27, but this advantage was reversed by the failure of the English rear to join. The course of the rear admiral has been generally attributed to ill will toward Matthews; for although he proved that in his separated position he made all sail to join, he did not attack later on when he could, on the plea that the signal for the line of battle was flying at the same time as the signal to engage, meaning that he could not leave the line to fight without disobeying the order to form line. This technical excuse was, however, accepted by the subsequent court-martial. Under the actual conditions, Matthews, mortified and harassed by the inaction of his lieutenant, and fearing that the enemy would escape if he delayed longer, made the signal to engage when his own van was abreast the enemy's centre, and at once bore down himself out of the line and attacked with his flag-ship of 90 guns the largest ship in the enemy's line, the Royal Philip, of 110 guns, carrying the flag of the Spanish admiral. In doing this, he was bravely supported by his next ahead and astern. The moment of attack seems to have been judiciously chosen. 5 Spanish ships had straggled far to the rear, leaving their admiral with the support only of his next ahead and astern, while 3 other Spaniards continued on with the French. The English van stood on, engaging the allied centre, while the allied van was without antagonists. Being thus disengaged, the latter was desirous of tacking to windward of the head of the English line, thus putting it between 2 fires, but was checked by the intelligent action of the 3 leading English captains, who, disregarding the signal to bear down, kept their commanding position and stopped the enemy's attempts to double. For this they were cashiered by the court-martial, but afterward restored. This circumspect but justifiable disregard of signals was imitated without any justification by all the English captains of the centre, save the admiral's seconds already mentioned, as well as by some of those in the van, who kept up a cannonade at long range, while their commander-in-chief was closely and even furiously engaged. The one marked exception was Captain Hawke, afterward the distinguished admiral, who imitated the example of his chief, and after driving his first antagonist out of action, quitted his place in the van, brought to close quarters a fine Spanish ship that had kept at bay 5 other English ships, and took her, the only prize made that day. The commander of the English van, with his seconds, also behaved with spirit and came to close action. It is unnecessary to describe the battle further. As a military affair, it deserves no attention, and its most important result was to bring out the merit of Hawke, whom the king and the government always remembered for his share in it. The general inefficiency and widespread misbehavior of the English captains after 5 years of declared war will partly explain the failure of England to obtain from her undoubted naval superiority the result she might have expected in this war, the first act in a 40 years' drama, and they gave military officers a lesson on the necessity of having their minds prepared and stocked by study of the conditions of war in their own day, if they would not be found unready and perhaps disgraced in the hour of battle. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. It is not to be supposed that so many English seamen misbehaved through so vulgar and rare a defect as mere cowardice. It was unpreparedness of mind and lack of military efficiency in the captains, combined with bad leadership on the part of the admiral, with a possible taint of ill will toward him as a rude and domineering superior, that caused this fiasco. Attention may here fitly be drawn to the effect of a certain cordiality and goodwill on the part of superiors toward their subordinates. It is not perhaps essential to military success, but it undoubtedly contributes to the other elements of that success, a spirit, a breath of life, which makes possible what would otherwise be impossible, which reaches heights of devotion and achievement that the strictest discipline, not so enkindled, cannot attain. Doubtless it is a natural gift. The highest example of it possibly ever known among seamen was Nelson. When he joined the fleet just before Trafalgar, the captains who gathered on board the flagship seemed to forget the rank of their admiral in their desire to testify their joy at meeting him. "This Nelson," wrote Captain Duff, who fell in the battle, "is so lovable and excellent a man, so kindly a leader, that we all wish to exceed his desires and anticipate his orders." He himself was conscious of this fascination and its value. When writing of the Battle of the Nile to Lord Howe, he said, "I had the happiness to command a band of brothers." The celebrity attained by Matthews's action off Toulon
certainly not due to the skill with which it was managed, nor to its results, sprang from the clamor at home, and chiefly from the number and findings of the courts-martial that followed. Both the admiral and his second, and also 11 captains out of the 29, had charges preferred against them. The admiral was cashiered because he had broken the line, that is, because his captains did not follow him when he left it to get at the enemy, a decision that smacks more of the Irish bull than of the Irish love of fighting. The second was acquitted on the technical grounds already given. He avoided the fault of breaking the line by keeping far enough away. Of the 11 captains, 1 died, 1 deserted, 7 were dismissed or suspended, 2 only were acquitted. Nor were the French and Spaniards better pleased. Mutual recriminations passed. Admiral de Cour was relieved from his command, while the Spanish admiral was decorated by his government with the title of Marquis de la Victoria, a most extraordinary reward for what was at best a drawn fight. The French, on the other hand, assert that he left the deck on the plea of a very slight wound, and that the ship was really fought by a French captain who happened to be on board. To use a common expression, this battle, the first general action since that off Malaga 40 years before, woke up the English people and brought about a healthful reaction. The sifting process begun by the battle itself was continued, but the result was reached too late to have its proper effect on the current war. It is rather by its deficient action than by such conspicuous successes as were attained in earlier and later times that the general value of England's sea power is now shown. Like some precious faculty scarcely valued when possessed, but keenly missed when withdrawn. Mistress now of the seas, rather by the weakness of her enemies than by her own disciplined strength, she drew from that mastery no adequate results. The most solid success, the capture of Cape Breton Island in 1745, was achieved by the colonial forces of New England, to which indeed the Royal Navy lent valuable aid, for to troops so situated the fleet is the one line of communication. The misconduct off Toulon was repeated by officers high in command in the West and East Indies, resulting in the latter case in the loss of Madras. Other causes concurred with the effete condition of the naval officers to hamper the action of that sea power which launches out far from home. The condition of England itself was insecure, the cause of the Stuarts was still alive, and though a formidable invasion by 15,000 troops under Marshal Saxe in 1744 was foiled, partly by the English Channel fleet, and partly by a storm which wrecked several of the transports assembled off Dunkirk with the loss of many lives, yet the reality of the danger was shown in the following year, when the Pretender landed in Scotland with only a few men at his back, and the northern kingdom rose with him. His successful invasion was carried well down into England itself, and sober historians have thought that at one time the chances of ultimate success were rather with than against him. Another serious fetter upon the full use of England's power was the direction given to the French operations on land and the mistaken means used to oppose them. Neglecting Germany, France turned upon the Austrian Netherlands, a country which England, out of regard to her sea interests, was not willing to see conquered. Her commercial preponderance would be directly threatened by the passing of Antwerp, Ostend, and the Scheldt into the hands of her great rival, and though her best check against this would have been to seize valuable French possessions elsewhere and hold them as a pledge, the weakness of her government and the present inefficiency of the navy prevented her doing so. The position of Hanover again controlled the action of England, for though united only by the tie of a common sovereign, the love of that sovereign for his continental dominion, his native country, made itself strongly felt in the counsels of a weak and time-serving ministry. It was the disregard of Hanover by the first William Pitt, consequent upon his strong English feeling, that incensed the king, and led him so long to resist the demands of the nation that he should be put at the head of affairs.
These different causes, dissension at home, interest in the Netherlands, regard for Hanover, combined to prevent a subservient and second-rate ministry, divided also among themselves, from giving a proper direction and infusing a proper spirit into the naval war. But a better condition of the navy itself, more satisfactory results from it, might have modified even their action. As it was, the outcome of the war was almost nothing as regards the disputes between England and her special enemies. On the continent, the questions after 1745 reduced themselves to two. What part of the Austrian possessions should be given to Prussia, Spain, and Sardinia, and how peace was to be wrenched by France from England and Holland. The sea countries still, as of old, bore the expenses of the war, which, however, now fell chiefly upon England. Marshal Saxe, who commanded the French in Flanders throughout this war, summed up the situation in half a dozen words to his king. "Sire," said he, "peace is within the walls of Maestricht." This strong city opened the course of the Meuse and the way for the French army into the United Provinces from the rear, for the English fleet, in conjunction with that of Holland, prevented an attack from the sea. By the end of 1746, despite the efforts of the allies, nearly all Belgium was in the hands of the French. But up to this time, although Dutch subsidies were supporting the Austrian government, and Dutch troops in the Netherlands were fighting for it, there was nominal peace between the United Provinces and France. In April 1747, the King of France invaded Dutch Flanders, announcing that he was obliged to send his army into the territory of the Republic to arrest the protection granted by the States General to the Austrian and English troops, but that he had no intention of breaking with it, and that the places and provinces occupied would be restored to the United Provinces as soon as they gave proof that they had ceased to succor the enemies of France. This was actual but not formal war. Numerous places fell during the year, and the successes of the French inclined both Holland and England to come to terms. Negotiations went on during the winter, but in April 1748 Saxe invested Maestricht. This forced a peace. Meanwhile, though languishing, the sea war was not wholly uneventful. Two encounters between English and French squadrons happened during the year 1747, completing the destruction of the French fighting navy. In both cases the English were decidedly superior, and though there was given opportunity for some brilliant fighting by particular captains, and for the display of heroic endurance on the part of the French, greatly outnumbered but resisting to the last, only one tactical lesson is afforded. This lesson is, that when an enemy, either as the result of battle or from original inequality, is greatly inferior in force, obliged to fly without standing on the order of his flying, the regard otherwise due to order must be in a measure at least dismissed, and a general chase ordered. The mistake of Tourville in this respect after Beachy Head has already been noted. In the first of the cases now under discussion, the English Admiral Anson had 14 ships against 8 French, weaker individually as well as in total number. In the second, Sir Edward Hawke had 14 against 9, the latter being somewhat larger ship for ship than the English. In both cases the signal was made for a general chase, and the action which resulted was a mêlée. There was no opportunity for anything else. The one thing necessary was to overtake the running enemy, and that can only certainly be done by letting the fleetest or best situated ships get ahead, sure that the speed of the fastest pursuers is better than that of the slowest of the pursued, and that therefore either the latter must be abandoned or the whole force brought to bay. In the second case, the French commander, Commodore L'Étenduère, did not have to be followed far. He had with him a convoy of 250 merchant ships. Detaching one ship of the line to continue the voyage with the convoy, he placed himself with the other 8 between it and the enemy, awaiting the attack under his topsails.
As the English came up one after another, they divided on either side of the French column, which was thus engaged on both sides. After an obstinate resistance, 6 of the French ships were taken, but the convoy was saved. The English had been so roughly handled that the 2 remaining French men of war got back safely to France. If, therefore, Sir Edward Hawke showed in his attack the judgment and dash which always distinguished that remarkable officer, it may be claimed for Commodore L'Étenduère that fortune, in assigning him the glorious disadvantage of numbers, gave him also the leading part in the drama, and that he filled it nobly. A French officer justly remarks that he defended his convoy as on shore a position is defended, when the aim is to save an army corps or to assure an evolution. He gave himself to be crushed. After an action that lasted from midday till 8 p.m., the convoy was saved, thanks to the obstinacy of the defence. 250 ships were saved to their owners by the devotion of L'Étenduère and of the captains under his orders. This devotion cannot be questioned, for 8 ships had but few chances of surviving an action with 14, and not only did the commander of the 8 accept an action which he might possibly have avoided, but he knew how to inspire his lieutenants with trust in him. For all supported the strife with honor, and yielded at last, showing the most indisputable proofs of their fine and energetic defence. 4 ships were entirely dismasted, 2 had only the foremasts standing. The whole affair, as conducted on both sides, affords an admirable study of how to follow up an advantage, original or acquired, and of the results that may be obtained by a gallant, even hopeless defence, for the furtherance of a particular object. It may be added that Hawke, disabled from further pursuit himself, sent a sloop of war express to the West Indies with information of the approach of the convoy, a step which led to the capture of part of it, and gives a touch of completeness to the entire transaction, which cannot fail to be gratifying to a military student interested in seeing the actors in history fully alive to and discharging to the utmost their important tasks. Before bringing to a close the story of this war and mentioning the peace settlement, an account must be given of the transactions in India, where France and England were then on equal terms. It has been said that affairs there were controlled by the East India companies of either nation, and that the French were represented in the peninsula by Dupleix, in the islands by La Bourdonnais. The latter was appointed to his post in 1735, and his untiring genius had been felt in all the details of administration, but especially in converting the Isle of France into a great naval station, a work which had to be built up from the foundations. Everything was wanting, everything was by him in greater or less measure supplied: storehouses, dockyards, fortifications, seamen. In 1740, when war between France and England became probable, he obtained from the East India Company a squadron, though smaller than he asked, with which he proposed to ruin the English commerce and shipping. But when war actually began in 1744, he received orders not to attack the English, the French company hoping that neutrality might exist between the companies in that distant region, though the nations were at war. The proposition does not seem absurd in view of the curious relations of Holland to France, nominally at peace while sending troops to the Austrian army, but it was much to the advantage of the English, who were inferior in the Indian seas. Their company accepted the proffer, while saying that it of course could bind neither the home government nor the royal navy. The advantage won by the forethought of La Bourdonnais was thus lost. Though first and long alone on the field, his hand was stayed. Meanwhile, the English admiralty sent out a squadron and began to seize French ships between India and China. Not till then did the company awake from its illusion. Having done this part of its work, the English squadron sailed to the coast of India, and in July 1745 appeared off Pondicherry, the political capital of French India, prepared to sustain an attack which the governor of Madras was about to make by land. La Bourdonnais's time was now come. Meanwhile, on the mainland of the Indian peninsula, Dupleix had been forming wide views and laying broad foundations for the establishment of French preponderance. Having entered the service of their company at first in a subordinate clerical position, his ability had raised him by rapid steps to be head of the commercial establishments at Chandernagore, to which he gave a very great enlargement, seriously affecting, it is said even destroying, parts of the English trade. In 1742 he was made governor-general, and as such removed to Pondicherry, where he began to develop his policy, which aimed at bringing India under the power of France. He saw that through the progress and extension of the European races over the seas of the whole world, the time had come when the Eastern peoples must be brought into ever-increasing contact with them, and he judged that India, so often conquered before, was now about to be conquered by Europeans. He meant that France should win the prize, and saw in England the only rival. His plan was to meddle in Indian politics, first as head of a foreign and independent colony, which he already was, and second as a vassal of the great Mogul, which he intended to become. To divide and conquer, to advance the French lines, and influence by judicious alliances, to turn wavering scales by throwing in on one side or the other the weight of French courage and skill, such were his aims. Pondicherry, though a poor harbor, was well adapted for his political plans. Being far distant from Delhi, the capital of the Mogul, aggressive extension might go on unmarked until strong enough to bear the light. Dupleix's present aim, therefore, was to build up a great French principality in southeast India around Pondicherry, while maintaining the present positions in Bengal. Let it be noted, however, and the remark is necessary in order to justify the narration of these plans in connection with our subject, a connection perhaps not at first evident, that the kernel of the question now before Dupleix was not how to build up an empire out of the Indian provinces and races, but how to get rid of the English, and that finally. The wildest dreams of sovereignty he may have entertained could not have surpassed the actual performance of England a few years later. European qualities were bound to tell, if not offset by the opposition of other Europeans, and such opposition on the one side or the other depended upon the control of the sea. In a climate so deadly to the white races, the small numbers whose heroism bore up the war against fearful odds on many a field must be continually renewed. As everywhere and always, the action of sea power was here quiet and unperceived, but it will not be necessary to belittle in the least the qualities and career of Clive, the English hero of this time, and the founder of their empire, in order to prove the decisive influence which it exerted, despite the inefficiency of the English naval officers first engaged, and the lack of conclusive results in such naval battles as were fought. If during the 20 years following 1743 French fleets instead of English had controlled the coasts of the peninsula and the seas between it and Europe, can it be believed that the schemes of Dupleix would have utterly failed? Naval inferiority, justly says a French historian, was the principal cause that arrested the progress of Dupleix. The French Royal Navy did not make its appearance in the East Indies in his day. It remains to tell the story briefly. The English in 1745 made preparations to besiege Pondicherry, in which the Royal Navy was to support the land forces. But the effects of Dupleix's political schemes were at once seen. The Nabob of the Carnatic threatened to attack Madras, and the English desisted. The following year La Bourdonnais appeared on the scene, and an action took place between his squadron and that under Commodore Peyton, after which, although it had been a drawn fight, the English officer deserted the coast, taking refuge in Ceylon, and leaving the control at sea with the French. La Bourdonnais anchored at Pondicherry, where quarrels between him and Dupleix soon arose, and were aggravated by the conflicting tone of their instructions from home. In September he went to Madras, attacked by land and sea, and took the place, but made with the governor the stipulation that it might be ransomed, and a ransom of $2 millions was accordingly paid. When Dupleix heard of this, he was very angry, and claimed to annul the terms of capitulation on the ground that once taken, the place was within his jurisdiction. La Bourdonnais resented this attempt as dishonourable to him after the promise given. While the quarrel was going on, a violent cyclone wrecked 2 of his ships and dismasted the rest. He soon after returned to France, where his activity and zeal were repaid by 3 years' imprisonment under charges, from the effects of which treatment he died. After his departure, Dupleix broke the capitulation, seized and kept Madras, drove out the English settlers, and went on to strengthen the fortifications. From Madras he turned against Fort St. David, but the approach of an English squadron compelled him to raise the siege in March 1747. During this year, the disasters to the French navy in the Atlantic, already related, left the English undisturbed masters of the sea. In the following winter they sent to India the greatest European fleet yet seen in the East, with a large land force, the whole under the command of Admiral Boscawen, who bore a general's commission in addition to his naval rank. The fleet appeared off the Coromandel coast in August 1748. Pondicherry was attacked by land and sea, but Dupleix made a successful resistance. The English fleet, in its turn, suffered from a hurricane, and the siege was raised in October. Shortly after came the news of the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, which ended the European war. Dupleix, with his home communications restored, could now resume his subtle and persevering efforts to secure a territorial base, which should, as far as possible, shelter him from the chances of sea war. Pity that so much genius and patience should have been spent in an effort wholly vain. Nothing could protect against that sea attack but a naval aid, which the home government could not give. One of the conditions of the peace was that Madras should be restored to the English in exchange for Louisburg, the prize won by the North American colonists, and released by them as reluctantly as Madras was by Dupleix. This was indeed illustrating Napoleon's boast that he would reconquer Pondicherry on the bank of the Vistula. Yet, although the maritime supremacy of England made Louisburg in her hands much stronger than Madras, or any other position in India when held by the French, the gain by the exchange was decidedly on the side of Great Britain. The English colonists were not men to be contented with this action, but they knew the naval power of England, and that they could do again what they had done once, and at a point not far distant from their own shores. They understood the state of the case. Not so with Madras. How profound must have been the surprise of the native princes at this surrender! How injurious to the personality of Dupleix and the influence he had gained among them, to see him, in the very hour of victory, forced by a power they could not understand to relinquish his spoil! They were quite right. The mysterious power which they recognized by its working, though they saw it not, was not in this or that man, king or statesman, but in that control of the sea which the French government knew forbade the hope of maintaining that distant dependency against the fleets of England. Dupleix himself saw it not. For some years more he continued building on the sand of Oriental intrigues and lies, a house which he vainly hoped would stand against the storms that must descend upon it. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, ending this general war, was signed April 30, 1748, by England, France, and Holland, and finally by all the powers in October of the same year, with the exception of certain portions shorn off the Austrian Empire: Silesia for Prussia, Parma for the Infanta Philip of Spain, and some Italian territory to the east of Piedmont for the King of Sardinia. The general tenor of the terms was a return to the status before the war. Never perhaps did any war, after so many great events and so large a loss of blood and treasure, end in replacing the nations engaged in it so nearly in the same situation as they held at first. In truth, as regarded France, England, and Spain, the affair of the Austrian succession, supervening so soon upon the outbreak of war between the two latter, had wholly turned hostilities aside from their true direction, and postponed for 15 years the settlement of disputes which concerned them much more nearly than the accession of Maria Theresa. In the distress of her old enemy, the House of Austria, France was easily led to renew her attacks upon it, and England as easily drawn to oppose the attempts of the French to influence or dictate in German affairs, a course the more readily followed from the German interests of the king. It may be questioned whether the true policy for France was to direct the war upon the heart of the Austrian Empire by way of the Rhine and Germany, or, as she finally did, upon the remote possessions of the Netherlands. In the former case she rested on friendly territory in Bavaria, and gave a hand to Prussia, whose military power was now first felt. Such was the first theatre of the war. On the other hand, in the Netherlands, whither the chief scene of hostilities shifted later, France struck not only at Austria, but also at the sea powers, always jealous of her intrusion there. They were the soul of the war against her, by their subsidies to her other enemies, and by the losses inflicted on her commerce and that of Spain. The misery of France was alleged to the King of Spain by Louis XV as forcing him to conclude peace. And it is evident that the suffering must have been great to induce him to yield such easy terms as he did, when he already held the Netherlands and parts of Holland itself by force of arms. But while so successful on the continent, his navy was annihilated, and communication with the colonies thus cut off, and though it may be doubted whether the French government of that day cherished the colonial ambitions ascribed to it by some, it is certain French commerce was suffering enormously. While this was the condition of France, impelling her to peace, England in 1747 found that from disputes about trade in Spanish America, and through the inefficient action of her navy, she had been led away into a continental war in which she had met with disaster, incurred nearly £80,000,000 of debt, and now saw her ally Holland threatened with invasion. The peace itself was signed under a threat by the French envoy that the slightest delay would be the signal for the French to destroy the fortifications of the captured towns, and at once begin the invasion. At the same time her own resources were drained, and Holland, exhausted, was seeking to borrow from her. Money, we are told, was never so scarce in the city, and cannot be had at 12%. Had France, therefore, at this time had a navy able to make head against that of England, even though somewhat inferior in strength, she might, with her grip on the Netherlands and Maastricht, have exacted her own conditions. England, on the other hand, though driven to the wall on the continent, was nevertheless able to obtain peace on equal terms through the control of the sea by her navy. The commerce of all three nations had suffered enormously, but the balance of prizes in favor of Great Britain was estimated at £2,000,000. Stated in another way, it is said that the combined losses of French and Spanish commerce amounted during the war to 3,434 ships, the English to 3,238. But in considering such figures, the relation they bear to the total merchant shipping of either nation must not be forgotten. 1,000 vessels were a very much larger fraction of French shipping than of English, and meant more grievous loss. After the disaster to the squadron of L'Étenduère, says a French writer, the French flag did not appear at sea. 22 ships of the line composed the navy of France, which 60 years before had 120. Privateers made few prizes. Followed everywhere, unprotected, they almost always fell a prey to the English. The British naval forces, without any rivals, passed unmolested over the seas. In 1 year they are said to have taken from French commerce £7,000,000 sterling. Yet this sea power, which might have seized French and Spanish colonies, made few conquests from want of unity and persistence in the direction given them. To sum up, France was forced to give up her conquests for want of a navy, and England saved her position by her sea power, though she had failed to use it to the best advantage. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, England's overwhelming power and conquests of the seas in North America, Europe, and East and West Indies, sea battles being off Minorca, Hawke and Conflans, Pocock and Dache in East Indies. The urgency with which peace was desired by the principal parties to the War of the Austrian Succession may perhaps be inferred from the neglect to settle definitely and conclusively many of the questions outstanding between them, and notably the very disputes about which the war between England and Spain began. It seems as though the powers feared to treat thoroughly matters that contained the germs of future quarrels, lest the discussion should prolong the war that then existed. England made peace because the fall of Holland was otherwise inevitable, not because she had enforced or surrendered her claims of 1739 against Spain. The right of uninterrupted navigation in West Indian seas, free from any search, was left undetermined, as were other kindred matters. Not only so, but the boundaries between the English and French colonies in the valley of the Ohio toward Canada and on the land side of the Nova Scotian peninsula remained as vague as they had before been. It was plain that peace could not last, and by it, if she had saved Holland, England surrendered the control of the sea which she had won. The true character of the strife, shrouded for a moment by the Continental War, was revealed by the so-called peace. Though formally allayed, the contention continued in every part of the world. In India, Dupleix, no longer able to attack the English openly, sought to undermine their power by the line of policy already described. Mingling adroitly in the quarrels of surrounding princes and advancing his own power, while so doing, he attained by rapid steps to the political control, in 1751, of the southern extremity of India, a country nearly as large as France. Given the title of Nabob, he now had a place among the princes of the land. A merely commercial policy was in his eyes a delusion. There could be no middle course between conquest and abandonment. In the course of the same year, further grants extended the French power through extensive regions to the north and east, embracing all the coast of Orissa, and made Dupleix ruler of a third of India. To celebrate his triumphs, perhaps also in accordance with his policy of impressing the native mind, he now founded a town and put up a pillar setting forth his successes. But his doings caused the directors of the company only disquietude. Instead of the reinforcements he asked for, they sent him exhortations to peace. And at about this time, Robert Clive, then but 26 years old, began to show his genius. The success of Dupleix and his allies became checkered with reverses. The English under Clive's leadership supported the native opponents of the French. The company at home was but little interested in his political schemes, and was annoyed at the failure of dividends. Negotiations were opened at London for a settlement of difficulties, and Dupleix was summoned home. The English government, it is said, making his recall an absolute condition of continued peace. 2 days after his departure in 1754, his successor signed a treaty with the English governor, wholly abandoning his policy, stipulating that neither company should interfere in the internal politics of India, and that all possessions acquired during the war in the Carnatic should be given back to the Mogul. What France thus surrendered was in extent and population an empire, and the mortification of French historians has branded the concession as ignominious. But how could the country have been held with the English navy cutting off the eagerly desired reinforcements? In North America, the declaration of peace was followed by renewed agitation, which sprang from and betokened the deep feeling and keen sense of the situation had by the colonists and local authorities on either side. The Americans held to their points with the stubbornness of their race. "There is no repose for our 13 colonies," wrote Franklin, "so long as the French are masters of Canada."
The rival claims to the central unsettled region, which may accurately enough be called the valley of the Ohio, involved, if the English were successful, the military separation of Canada from Louisiana; while, on the other hand, occupation by the French, linking the two extremes of their acknowledged possessions, would shut up the English colonists between the Alleghany Mountains and the sea. The issues were apparent enough to leading Americans of that day, though they were more far-reaching than the wisest of them could have foreseen. There is room for curious speculation as to the effect, not only upon America, but upon the whole world, if the French government had had the will, and the French people the genius, effectively to settle and hold the northern and western regions which they then claimed. But while Frenchmen upon the spot saw clearly enough the coming contest, and the terrible disadvantage of unequal numbers and inferior navy under which Canada must labor, the home government was blind alike to the value of the colony and to the fact that it must be fought for; while the character and habits of the French settlers, lacking in political activity and unused to begin and carry through measures for the protection of their own interests, did not remedy the neglect of the mother country. The paternal, centralizing system of French rule had taught the colonists to look to the mother country, and then failed to take care of them. The governors of Canada of that day acted as careful and able military men, doing what they could to supply defects and weaknesses. It is possible that their action was more consistent and well planned than that of the English governors; but with the carelessness of both home governments, nothing in the end could take the place of the capacity of the English colonists to look out for themselves. It is odd and amusing to read the conflicting statements of English and French historians as to the purposes and aims of the opposing statesmen in these years when the first murmurings of the storm were heard. The simple truth seems to be that one of those conflicts familiarly known to us as irrepressible was at hand, and that both governments would gladly have avoided it. The boundaries might be undetermined; the English colonists were not. The French governors established posts where they could on the debatable ground, and it was in the course of a dispute over one of these in 1754 that the name of Washington first appears in history. Other troubles occurred in Nova Scotia, and both home governments then began to awake. In 1755, Braddock's disastrous expedition was directed against Fort Duquesne, now Pittsburgh, where Washington had surrendered the year before. Later in the year another collision between the English and French colonists happened near Lake George. Although Braddock's expedition had been first to start, the French government was also moving. In May of the same year, a large squadron of ships of war, mostly armed en flute, sailed from Brest with 3,000 troops and a new governor, de Vaudreuil, for Canada. Admiral Boscawen had already preceded this fleet, and lay in wait for it off the mouth of the St. Lawrence. There was as yet no open war, and the French were certainly within their rights in sending a garrison to their own colonies; but Boscawen's orders were to stop them. A fog, which scattered the French squadron, also covered its passage, but two of the ships were seen by the English fleet and captured, June 8, 1755. As soon as this news reached Europe, the French ambassador to London was recalled, but still no declaration of war followed. In July, Sir Edward Hawke was sent to sea with orders to cruise between Ushant and Cape Finisterre, and to seize any French ships of the line he might see; to which were added in August further orders to take all French ships of every kind, men of war, privateers, and merchantmen, and to send them into English ports. Before the end of the year, 300 trading vessels valued at $6,000,000 had been captured, and 6,000 French seamen were imprisoned in England, enough to man nearly 10 ships of the line. All this was done while nominal peace still existed, War was not declared until 6 months later. France still seemed to submit, but she was biding her time and preparing warily a severe stroke for which she had now ample provocation. Small squadrons or detachments of ships continued to be sent to the West Indies and to Canada, while noisy preparations were made in the dockyard of Brest, and troops assembled upon the shores of the Channel. England saw herself threatened with invasion, a menace to which her people have been peculiarly susceptible. The government of the day, weak at best, was singularly unfit for waging war, and easily misled as to the real danger. Besides, England was embarrassed, as always at the beginning of a war, not only by the numerous points she had to protect in addition to her commerce, but also by the absence of a large number of her seamen in trading vessels all over the world. The Mediterranean was therefore neglected, and the French, while making loud demonstrations on the Channel, quietly equipped at Toulon 12 ships of the line, which sailed on the 10th of April, 1756, under Admiral La Galissonière, convoying 150 transports with 15,000 troops, commanded by the Duke of Richelieu. A week later, the army was safely landed in Minorca and Port Mahon invested, while the fleet established itself in blockade before the harbor. Practically, this was a complete surprise, for though the suspicions of the English government had been at last aroused, its action came too late. The garrison had not been reinforced, and numbered a scant 3,000 men, from which 35 officers were absent on leave, among them the governor and the colonels of all the regiments. Admiral Byng sailed from Portsmouth with 10 ships of the line only 3 days before the French left Toulon. 6 weeks later, when he reached the neighborhood of Port Mahon, his fleet had been increased to 13 ships of the line, and he had with him 4,000 troops. It was already late. A practicable breach had been made in the fortress a week before. When the English fleet came in sight, La Galissonière stood out to meet it and bar the entrance to the harbor. The battle that followed owes its historical celebrity wholly to the singular and tragic event which arose from it. Unlike Matthews's battle off Toulon, it does afford some tactical instruction, though mainly applicable to the obsolete conditions of warfare under sail. But it is especially linked to the earlier action through the effect produced upon the mind of the unfortunate Byng by the sentence of the court-martial upon Matthews. During the course of the engagement, he repeatedly alluded to the censure upon that admiral for leaving the line, and seems to have accepted the judgment as justifying, if not determining, his own course. Briefly, it may be said that the two fleets, having sighted each other on the morning of the 20th of May, were found after a series of manoeuvres, both on the port tack, with an easterly wind heading southerly, the French to leeward, between the English and the harbor. Byng ran down in line ahead off the wind, the French remaining by it, so that when the former made the signal to engage, the fleets were not parallel, but formed an angle of from 30 to 40 degrees. The attack, which Byng by his own account meant to make each ship against its opposite in the enemy's line, difficult to carry out under any circumstances, was here further impeded by the distance between the two rears being much greater than that between the vans, so that his whole line could not come into action at the same moment. When the signal was made, the van ships kept away in obedience to it, and ran down for the French, so nearly head on as to sacrifice their artillery fire in great measure. They received 3 raking broadsides, and were seriously dismantled aloft. The 6th English ship, counting from the van, had her fore-topmast shot away, flew up into the wind, and came aback, stopping and doubling up the rear of the line. Then undoubtedly was the time for Byng, having committed himself to the fight, to have set the example and borne down, just as Farragut did at Mobile when his line was confused by the stopping of the next ahead. But according to the testimony of the flag captain, Matthews's sentence deterred him. "You see, Captain Gardner, that the signal for the line is out, and that I am ahead of the ships Louisa and Trident, which in the order should have been ahead of him. You would not have me, as the admiral of the fleet, run down as if I were going to engage a single ship. It was Mr. Matthews's misfortune to be prejudiced by not carrying down his force together, which I shall endeavor to avoid." The affair thus became entirely indecisive. The English van was separated from the rear and got the brunt of the fight. One French authority blames Galissonière for not tacking to windward of the enemy's van and crushing it. Another says he ordered the movement, but that it could not be made from the damage to the rigging. But this seems improbable, as the only injury the French squadron underwent aloft was the loss of one topsail yard, whereas the English suffered very badly. The true reason is probably that given and approved by one of the French authorities on naval warfare. Galissonière considered the support of the land attack on Mahan paramount to any destruction of the English fleet, if he thereby exposed his own. The French navy has always preferred the glory of assuring or preserving a conquest to that more brilliant perhaps, but actually less real, of taking some ships, and therein has approached more nearly the true end that has been proposed in war. The justice of this conclusion depends upon the view that is taken of the true end of naval war. If it is merely to assure one or more positions ashore, the navy becomes simply a branch of the army for a particular occasion, and subordinates its action accordingly. But if the true end is to preponderate over the enemy's navy, and so control the sea, then the enemy's ships and fleets are the true objects to be assailed on all occasions. A glimmer of this view seems to have been present to Morogues when he wrote that at sea there is no field of battle to be held, nor places to be won. If naval warfare is a war of posts, then the action of the fleets must be subordinate to the attack and defence of the posts. If its object is to break up the enemy's power on the sea, cutting off his communications with the rest of his possessions, drying up the sources of his wealth and his commerce, and making possible a closure of his ports, then the object of attack must be his organized military forces afloat. In short, his navy. It is to the latter course, for whatever reason adopted, that England owed a control of the sea that forced the restitution of Minorca at the end of this war. It is to the former that France owed the lack of prestige in her navy. Take this very case of Minorca. Had Galissonière been beaten, Richelieu and his 15,000 troops must have been lost to France, cooped up in Minorca, as the Spaniards in 1718 were confined to Sicily. The French navy therefore assured the capture of the island, but so slight was the impression on the ministry and the public that a French naval officer tells us, "Incredible as it may seem, the Minister of Marine, after the glorious affair off Mahan, instead of yielding to the zeal of an enlightened patriotism and profiting by the impulse which this victory gave to France to build up the navy, saw fit to sell the ships and rigging which we still had in our ports." We shall soon see the deplorable consequences of this cowardly conduct on the part of our statesmen. Neither the glory nor the victory is very apparent, but it is quite conceivable that had the French admiral thought less of Mahan, and used the great advantage luck had given him to take or sink 4 or 5 of the enemy, the French people would have anticipated the outbreak of naval enthusiasm which appeared too late in 1760. During the remainder of this war, The French fleets, except in the East Indies, appear only as the pursued in a general chase. The action imposed upon the French fleets was, however, consistent with the general policy of the French government, and John Clerk was probably right in saying that there is apparent in this action off Minorca a tactics too well defined to be merely accidental, a tactics essentially defensive in its scope and aim. In assuming the lee gage, the French admiral not only covered Mahan, but took a good defensive position, imposing upon his enemy the necessity of attacking with all the consequent risks. Clerk seems to bring evidence enough to prove that the leading French ships did, after roughly handling their assailants, astutely withdraw, thus forcing the latter to attack again with like results. The same policy was repeatedly followed during the American War 20 years later, and with pretty uniform success, so much so that, although formal avowal of the policy is wanting, it may be concluded that circumspection, economy, defensive war, remained the fixed purpose of the French authorities, based doubtless upon the reasons given by Admiral Grivel of that navy. If two maritime powers are at strife, the one that has the fewest ships must always avoid doubtful engagements. It must run only those risks necessary for carrying out its missions, avoid action by manoeuvring, or at worst, if forced to engage, assure itself of favorable conditions. The attitude to be taken should depend radically upon the power of your opponent. Let us not tire of repeating, according as she has to do with an inferior or superior power, France has before her two distinct strategies, radically opposite both in means and ends: grand war and cruising war. Such a formal utterance by an officer of rank must be received with respect, and the more so when it expresses a consistent policy followed by a great and warlike nation. Yet it may be questioned whether a sea power worthy of the name can thus be secured. Logically, it follows from the position assumed that combats between equal forces are to be discouraged, because the loss to you is greater than the loss to your opponent. In fact, says Ramatuelle, upholding the French policy, of what consequence to the English would be the loss of a few ships? But the next inevitable step in the argument is that it is better not to meet the enemy. As another Frenchman previously quoted says, it was considered a mishap to their ships to fall in with a hostile force, and if one was met, their duty was to avoid action if possible, to do so honorably. They had ulterior objects of more importance than fighting the enemy's navy. Such a course cannot be consistently followed for years without affecting the spirit and tone of the officers charged with it, and it led directly to as brave a man as ever commanded a fleet, the Comte de Grasse, failing to crush the English under Rodney when he had the chance in 1782. On the 9th of April of that year, being chased by the English among the Windward Islands, it happened to him to have 16 of their fleet under his lee, while the main body was becalmed under Dominica. Though greatly superior to the separated ships during the 3 hours that this state of things lasted, De Grasse left them undisturbed, except by a distant cannonade by his own van, and his action was justified by the court which tried him, in which were many officers of high rank and doubtless of distinction, as being an act of prudence on the part of the admiral, dictated to him by the ulterior projects of the cruise. 3 days later he was signally beaten by the fleet he had failed to attack at disadvantage, and all the ulterior projects of the cruise went down with him. To return to Minorca, after the action of the 20th, Byng called a council of war, which decided that nothing more could be done, and that the English fleet should go to Gibraltar and cover that place from an attack. At Gibraltar, Byng was relieved by Hawke and sent home to be tried. The court-martial, while expressly clearing him of cowardice or disaffection, found him guilty of not doing his utmost either to defeat the French fleet or to relieve the garrison at Mahan. and as the article of war prescribed death with no alternative punishment for this offence, it felt compelled to sentence him to death. The king refused to pardon, and Byng was accordingly shot. The expedition against Minorca was begun while nominal peace still lasted. On the 17th of May, 3 days before Byng's battle, England declared war, and France replied on the 20th of June. On the 28th, Port Mahon surrendered, and Minorca passed into the hands of France. The nature of the troubles between the two nations and the scenes where they occurred pointed out clearly enough the proper theatre of the strife, and we should by rights now be at the opening of a sea war, illustrated by great naval actions and attended with great modifications in the colonial and foreign possessions of the two powers. Of the two, England alone recognized the truth. France was again turned aside from the sea by causes which will shortly be given. Her fleets scarcely appeared, and losing the control of the sea, she surrendered one by one her colonies and all her hopes in India. Later in the struggle she drew in Spain as her ally, but it was only to involve that country in her own external ruin. England, on the other hand, defended and nourished by the sea, rode it everywhere in triumph. Secure and prosperous at home, she supported with her money the enemies of France. At the end of 7 years, the kingdom of Great Britain had become the British Empire. It is far from certain that France could have successfully contended with England on the sea without an ally. In 1756, the French navy had 63 ships of the line, of which 45 were in fair condition, but equipments and artillery were deficient. Spain had 46 ships of the line, but from the previous and subsequent performances of the Spanish navy, it may well be doubted if its worth were equal to its numbers. England at this time had 130 ships of the line. 4 years later, she had 120 actually in commission. Of course, when a nation allows its inferiority, whether on land or sea, to become as great as that of France now was, it cannot hope for success. Nevertheless, she obtained advantages at first. The conquest of Minorca was followed in November of the same year by the acquisition of Corsica. The Republic of Genoa surrendered to France all the fortified harbors of the island. With Toulon, Corsica, and Port Mahon, she now had a strong grip on the Mediterranean. In Canada, the operations of 1756 under Montcalm were successful despite the inferiority of numbers. At the same time, an attack by a native prince in India took from the English Calcutta and gave an opportunity to the French. Yet another incident offered a handle for French statesmanship to strengthen her position on the ocean. The Dutch had promised France not to renew their alliance with England, but to remain neutral. England retaliated by declaring all the ports of France in a state of blockade, and all vessels bound to those ports liable to seizure as lawful prize. Such a violation of the rights of neutrals can only be undertaken by a nation that feels it has nothing to fear from their rising against it. The aggressiveness born of the sense of power which characterized England might have been used by France to draw Spain and possibly other states into alliance against her. Instead of concentrating against England, France began another continental war, this time with a new and extraordinary alliance. The Empress of Austria, working on the religious superstitions of the king and upon the anger of the king's mistress, who was piqued at sarcasms uttered against her by Frederick the Great, drew France into an alliance with Austria against Prussia. This alliance was further joined by Russia, Sweden, and Poland. The Empress urged that the two Roman Catholic powers should unite to take Silesia away from a Protestant king, and expressed her willingness to give to France a part of her possessions in the Netherlands, which France had always desired. Frederick the Great, learning the combination against him, instead of waiting for it to develop, put his armies in motion and invaded Saxony, whose ruler was also King of Poland. This movement in October 1756 began the Seven Years' War, which, like the War of the Austrian Succession, but not to the same extent, drew some of the contestants off from the original cause of difference. But while France, having already on hand one large quarrel with her neighbour across the Channel, was thus needlessly entering upon another struggle, with the avowed end of building up that Austrian Empire which a wiser policy had long striven to humble, England this time saw clearly where her true interest lay. Making the continental war wholly subsidiary, she turned her efforts upon the sea and the colonies, at the same time supporting Frederick both with money and cordial sympathy in the war for the defence of his kingdom, which so seriously diverted and divided the efforts of France. England thus had really but one war on hand. In the same year, the direction of the struggle was taken from the hands of a weak ministry and given into those of the bold and ardent William Pitt, who retained his office till 1761, by which time the ends of the war had practically been secured. In the attack upon Canada, there were two principal lines to be chosen, that by the way of Lake Champlain and that by the way of the St. Lawrence. The former was entirely inland, and as such does not concern our subject, beyond noting that not till after the fall of Quebec in 1759 was it fairly opened to the English. In 1757 the attempt against Louisburg failed. The English admiral being unwilling to engage 16 ships of the line he found there, with the 15 under his own command, which were also, he said, of inferior metal. Whether he was right in his decision or not, the indignation felt in England clearly shows the difference of policy underlying the action of the French and English governments. The following year, an admiral of a higher spirit, Boscawen, was sent out accompanied with 12,000 troops, and it must in fairness be said, found only 5 ships in the port. The troops were landed while the fleet covered the siege from the only molestation it could fear, and cut off from the besieged the only line by which they could look for supplies. The island fell in 1758, opening the way by the St. Lawrence to the heart of Canada, and giving the English a new base both for the fleet and army. The next year the expedition under Wolfe was sent against Quebec. All his operations were based upon the fleet, which not only carried his army to the spot, but moved up and down the river as the various feints required. The landing which led to the decisive action was made directly from the ships. Montcalm, whose skill and determination had blocked the attacks by way of Lake Champlain the 2 previous years, had written urgently for reinforcements, but they were refused by the Minister of War, who replied that in addition to other reasons it was too probable that the English would intercept them on the way, and that the more France sent, the more England would be moved to send. In a word, the possession of Canada depended upon sea power. Montcalm, therefore, in view of the certain attack upon Quebec by the river, was compelled to weaken his resistance on the Champlain route. Nevertheless, the English did not get farther than the foot of the lake that year, and their operations, though creditable, had no effect upon the result at Quebec. In 1760, the English, holding the course of the St. Lawrence, with Louisburg at one end and Quebec at the other, seemed firmly seated. Nevertheless, the French governor, de Vaudreuil, still held out at Montreal, and the colonists still hoped for help from France. The English garrison at Quebec, though inferior in numbers to the forces of the Canadians, was imprudent enough to leave the city and meet them in the open field. Defeated there and pursued by the enemy, the latter nearly entered Quebec pell-mell with the English troops, and trenches were opened against the city. A few days later an English squadron came in sight, and the place was relieved. Thus, says the old English chronicler of the navy, the enemy saw what it was to be inferior at sea, for had a French squadron got the start of the English in sailing up the river, Quebec must have fallen. Wholly cut off now, the little body of Frenchmen that remained in Montreal was surrounded by 3 English armies, which had come, one by way of Lake Champlain, the others from Oswego and from Quebec. The surrender of the city on the 8th of September, 1760, put an end forever to the French possession of Canada. In all other quarters of the world, after the accession of Pitt to power, the same good fortune followed the English arms, checkered only at the first by some slight reverses. It was not so on the continent, where the heroism and skill of Frederick the Great maintained with difficulty his brilliant struggle against France, Austria, and Russia. The study of the difficulties of his position, of the military and political combinations attending it, do not belong to our subject. Sea power does not appear directly in its effects upon the struggle, but indirectly it was felt in 2 ways. First, by the subsidies which the abundant wealth and credit of England enabled her to give Frederick, in whose thrifty and able hands they went far; and second, in the embarrassment caused to France by the attacks of England upon her colonies and her own sea coast, in the destruction of her commerce, and in the money, all too little, it is true, and grudgingly given, which France was forced to bestow on her navy. Stung by the constant lashing of the power of the sea, France, despite the blindness and unwillingness of the rulers, was driven to undertake something against it. With a navy much inferior, unable to cope in all quarters of the world, it was rightly decided to concentrate upon one object, and the object chosen was Great Britain itself, whose shores were to be invaded. This decision, soon apprehended by the fears of the English nation, caused the great naval operations to centre for some years around the coast of France and in the Channel. Before describing them, it will be well to sum up the general plan by which England was guided in the use of her overwhelming sea power. Besides the operations on the North American continent already described, this plan was fourfold. 1. The French Atlantic ports were watched in force, especially Brest, so as to keep the great fleets or small squadrons from getting out without fighting. 2. Attacks were made upon the Atlantic and Channel coasts with flying squadrons, followed at times by the descent of small bodies of troops. These attacks, the direction of which could not be foreseen by the enemy, were chiefly intended to compel him to keep on hand forces at many points, and so to diminish the army acting against the King of Prussia. While the tendency would certainly be that way, it may be doubted whether the actual diversion in favor of Frederick was of much consequence. No particular mention will be made of these operations, which had but little visible effect upon the general course of the war. 3. A fleet was kept in the Mediterranean and near Gibraltar to prevent the French Toulon fleet from getting round to the Atlantic. It does not appear that any attempt was seriously made to stop communications between France and Minorca. The action of the Mediterranean fleet, though an independent command, was subsidiary to that in the Atlantic. 4. Distant foreign expeditions were sent against the French colonies in the West India Islands and on the coast of Africa, and a squadron was maintained in the East Indies to secure the control of those seas, thereby supporting the English in the peninsula and cutting off the communications of the French. These operations in distant waters, never intermitted, assumed greater activity and larger proportions after the destruction of the French navy had relieved England from the fear of invasion, and when the ill-advised entrance of Spain into the war in 1762 offered yet richer prizes to her enterprise. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2.
The close blockade of the enemy's fleet in Brest, which was first systematically carried out during this war, may be considered rather a defensive than an offensive operation, for though the intention certainly was to fight if opportunity offered, the chief object was to neutralize an offensive weapon in the enemy's hands. The destruction of the weapon was secondary. The truth of this remark is shown by the outburst of fear and anger which swept over England when an unavoidable absence of the blockading fleet in 1759 allowed the French to escape. The effect of the blockade in this and after wars was to keep the French in a state of constant inferiority in the practical handling of their ships, however fair showing their outward appearance or equal their numerical force. The position of the port of Brest was such that a blockaded fleet could not get out during the heavy westerly gales that endangered the blockaders. The latter, therefore, had the habit of running away from them to Torbay or Plymouth, sure with care of getting back to their station with an east wind before a large and ill-handled fleet could get much start of them. In the latter part of 1758, France, depressed by the sense of failure upon the continent, mortified and harassed by English descents upon her coasts, which had been particularly annoying that year, and seeing that it was not possible to carry on both the continental and sea wars with her money resources, determined to strike directly at England. Her commerce was annihilated while the enemy's throve. It was the boast of London merchants that under Pitt commerce was united with and made to flourish by war, and this thriving commerce was the soul also of the land struggle by the money it lavished on the enemy of France. At this time a new and active-minded minister, Choiseul, was called into power by Louis XV. From the beginning of 1759 preparations were made in the ocean and channel ports. Flatboats to transport troops were built at Havre, Dunkirk, Brest, and Rochefort. It was intended to embark as many as 50,000 men for the invasion of England, while 12,000 were to be directed upon Scotland. 2 squadrons were fitted out, each of respectable strength, one at Toulon, the other at Brest. The junction of these 2 squadrons at Brest was the first step in the great enterprise. It was just here that it broke down, through the possession of Gibraltar by the English and their naval superiority. It seems incredible that even the stern and confident William Pitt should, as late as 1757, have offered to surrender to Spain the watch-tower from which England overlooks the road between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, as the price of her help to recover Minorca. Happily for England, Spain refused. In 1759, Admiral Boscawen commanded the English Mediterranean fleet. In making an attack upon French frigates in Toulon roads, some of his ships were so damaged that he sailed with his whole squadron to Gibraltar to refit, taking the precaution, however, to station lookout frigates at intervals and to arrange signals by guns to notify him betimes of the enemy's approach. Taking advantage of his absence, and in obedience to orders, the French Commodore de la Clue left Toulon with 12 ships of the line on the 5th of August, and on the 17th found himself at the Straits of Gibraltar, with a brisk east wind carrying him out into the Atlantic. Everything seemed propitious, a thick haze and falling night concealing the French ships from the land, while not preventing their sight of each other, when an English frigate loomed up in the near distance. As soon as she saw the fleet, knowing they must be enemies, she hauled in for the land and began firing signal guns. Pursuit was useless; flight alone remained. Hoping to elude the chase he knew must follow, the French Commodore steered west-northwest for the open sea, putting out all lights; but either from
carelessness or disaffection, for the latter is hinted by one French naval officer, 5 out of the 12 ships headed to the northward and put into Cadiz, when on the following morning they could not see the commodore. The latter was dismayed when at daylight he saw his forces thus diminished. At 8 o'clock some sails made their appearance, and for a few minutes he hoped they were the missing ships. Instead of that, they were the lookouts of Boscawen's fleet, which, numbering 14 ships of the line, was in full pursuit. The French formed their order on one of the close-hauled lines and fled. But, of course, their fleet speed was less than that of the fastest English ships. The general rule for all chases where the pursuer is decidedly superior, namely, that order must be observed only so far as to keep the leading ships within reasonable supporting distance of the slower ones, so that they may not be singly overpowered before the latter can come up, was by this time well understood in the English navy, and that is certainly the fitting time for a mêlée. Boscawen acted accordingly. The rear ship of the French, on the other hand, nobly emulated the example of L'Étenduère when he saved his convoy. Overtaken at 2 o'clock by the leading English ship, and soon after surrounded by 4 others, her captain made for 5 hours a desperate resistance, from which he could hope not to save himself, but to delay the enemies long enough for the better sailors to escape. He so far succeeded that, thanks to the injury done by him and their better speed, they did that day escape action at close quarters, which could only have ended in their capture. When he hauled down his flag, his 3 topmasts were gone, the mizzen-mast fell immediately after, and the hull was so full of water that the ship was with difficulty kept afloat. M. de Sabran, his name is worthy to be remembered, had received 11 wounds in this gallant resistance, by which he illustrated so signally the duty and service of a rear-guard in retarding pursuit. That night 2 of the French ships hauled off to the westward and so escaped. The other 4 continued their flight as before, but the next morning the commodore, despairing of escape, headed for the Portuguese coast and ran them all ashore between Lagos and Cape St. Vincent. The English admiral followed and attacked them, taking 2 and burning the others, without regard to the neutrality of Portugal. For this insult no amend was made beyond a formal apology. Portugal was too dependent upon England to be seriously considered. Pitt, writing to the English minister to Portugal about the affair, told him that while soothing the susceptibilities of the Portuguese government, he must not allow it to suppose that either the ships would be given up or the distinguished admiral censured. The destruction or dispersal of the Toulon fleet stopped the invasion of England, though the 5 ships that got into Cadiz remained a matter of anxiety to Sir Edward Hawke, who cruised before Brest. Choiseul, balked of his main object, still clung to the invasion of Scotland. The French fleet at Brest, under Marshal de Conflans, a sea officer despite his title, numbered 20 sail of the line, besides frigates. The troops to be embarked are variously stated at 15,000 to 20,000. The original purpose was to escort the transports, with only 5 ships of the line, besides smaller vessels. Conflans insisted that the whole fleet ought to go. The Minister of the Navy thought that the admiral was not a sufficiently skillful tactician to be able to check the advance of an enemy, and so ensure the safe arrival of the convoy at its destination near the Clyde without risking a decisive encounter. Believing, therefore, that there would be a general action, he considered that it would be better to fight it before the troops sailed; for if disastrous, the convoy would not be sacrificed, and if decisively victorious, the road would then be clear. The transports were assembled, not at Brest, but in the ports to the southward as far as the mouth of the Loire. The French fleet therefore put to sea with the expectation and purpose of fighting the enemy. But it is not easy to reconcile its subsequent course with that purpose, nor with the elaborate fighting instructions issued by the admiral before sailing. About the 5th or 6th of November there came on a tremendous westerly gale. After buffeting it for 3 days, Hawke bore up and ran into Torbay, where he waited for the wind to shift, keeping his fleet in readiness to sail at once. The same gale, while keeping back the French already in Brest, gave the chance to a small squadron under M. Bompard, which was expected from the West Indies, to slip in during Hawke's absence. Conflans made his preparations with activity, distributed Bompard's crews among his own ships, which were not very well manned, and got to sea with an easterly wind on the 14th. He stood at once to the southward, flattering himself that he had escaped Hawke. The latter, however, had sailed from Torbay on the 12th, and, though again driven back, sailed a second time on the 14th, the same day that Conflans left Brest. He soon readied his station, learned that the enemy had been seen to the southward, steering east, and easily concluding that they were bound to Quiberon Bay, shaped his own course for the same place under a press of sail. At 11 p.m. of the 19th, the French admiral estimated his position to be 70 miles southwest by west from Belle Isle, and the wind springing up fresh from the westward, he stood for it under short sail, the wind continuing to increase and hauling to west-northwest. At daybreak several ships were seen ahead, which proved to be the English squadron of Commodore Duff, blockading Quiberon. The signal was made to chase, and the English, taking flight, separated into 2 divisions, one going off before the wind, the other hauling up to the southward. The greater part of the French fleet continued its course after the former division, that is, toward the coast, but one ship hauled up for the second. Immediately after, the rear French ships made signal of sails to windward, which were also visible from aloft on board the flag-ship. It must have been about the same moment that the lookout frigate, in advance of the English fleet, informed her admiral of sails to leeward. Hawke's diligence had brought him up with Conflans, who in his official report says he had considered it impossible that the enemy could have in that neighborhood forces superior or even equal to his own. Conflans now ordered his rear division to haul its wind in support of the ship chasing to the southward and eastward. In a few moments more it was discovered that the fleet to windward numbered 23 ships of the line, to the French 21, and among them some 3-deckers. Conflans then called in the chasing ships and got ready for action. It remained to settle his course under circumstances which he had not foreseen. It was now blowing hard from the west-northwest, with every appearance of heavy weather, the fleet not far from a lee shore, with an enemy considerably superior in numbers, for besides Hawke's 23 of the line, Duff had 4 50-gun ships. Conflans therefore determined to run for it and lead his squadron into Quiberon Bay, trusting and believing that Hawke would not dare to follow, under the conditions of the weather, into a bay which French authorities describe as containing banks and shoals, and lined with reefs which the navigator rarely sees without fright and never passes without emotion. It was in the midst of these ghastly dangers that 44 large ships were about to engage pell-mell, for the space was too contracted for fleet manoeuvres. Conflans flattered himself that he would get in first and be able to haul up close under the western shore of the bay, forcing the enemy, if he followed, to take position between him and the beach, 6 miles to leeward. None of his expectations were fulfilled. In the retreat he took the head of his fleet, a step not unjustifiable, since only by leading in person could he have shown just what he wanted to do, but unfortunate for his reputation with the public, as it placed the admiral foremost in the flight. Hawke was not in the least, nor for one moment, deterred by the dangers before him, whose full extent he, as a skilful seaman, entirely realized. But his was a calm and steadfast, as well as a gallant temper, that weighed risks justly, neither dissembling nor exaggerating. He has not left us his reasoning, but he doubtless felt that the French, leading, would serve partially as pilots, and must take the ground before him. He believed the temper and experience of his officers, tried by the severe school of the blockade, to be superior to those of the French, and he knew that both the government and the country demanded that the enemy's fleet should not reach another friendly port in safety. On the very day that he was thus following the French, amid dangers and under conditions that have made this one of the most dramatic of sea fights, he was being burnt in effigy in England for allowing them to escape. As Conflans, leading his fleet, was rounding the Cardinals, as the southernmost rocks at the entrance of Quiberon Bay are called, the leading English ships brought the French rear to action. It was another case of a general chase ending in a mêlée, but under conditions of exceptional interest and grandeur, from the surrounding circumstances of the gale of wind, the heavy sea, the lee shore, the headlong speed, shortened canvas, and the great number of ships engaged. One French 74, closely pressed and outnumbered, ventured to open her lower deck ports. The sea, sweeping in, carried her down with all on board but 20 men. Another was sunk by the fire of Hawke's flagship. 2 others, one of which carried a commodore's pennant, struck their colors. The remainder were dispersed. 7 fled to the northward and eastward, and anchored off the mouth of the little river Vilaine, into which they succeeded in entering at the top of high water in 2 tides, a feat never before performed. 7 others took refuge to the southward and eastward in Rochefort. 1, after being very badly injured, ran ashore and was lost near the mouth of the Loire. The flagship, bearing the same name as that of Tourville, burned at La Hougue. The Royal Sun anchored at nightfall off Croisic, a little to the northward of the Loire, where she rode in safety during the night. The next morning the admiral found himself alone, and somewhat precipitately, it would seem, ran the ship ashore to keep her out of English hands. This step has been blamed by the French, but needlessly, as Hawke would never have let her get away. The great French fleet was annihilated, for the 14 ships not taken or destroyed were divided into 2 parts, and those in the Vilaine only succeeded in escaping, 2 at a time, between 15 months and 2 years later. The English lost 2 ships which ran upon a shoal and were hopelessly wrecked. Their losses in action were slight. At nightfall Hawke anchored his fleet and prizes in the position shown in the plate. All possibility of an invasion of England passed away with the destruction of the Brest fleet. The battle of November 20, 1759, was the Trafalgar of this war, and though a blockade was maintained over the fractions that were laid up in the Vilaine and at Rochefort, the English fleets were now free to act against the colonies of France and later of Spain on a grander scale than ever before. The same year that saw this great sea fight and the fall of Quebec witnessed also the capture of Guadeloupe in the West Indies, of Goree on the west coast of Africa, and the abandonment of the East Indian seas by the French flag after 3 indecisive actions between their Commodore, D'Aché, and Admiral Pocock, an abandonment which necessarily led to the fall of the French power in India, never again to rise. In this year also the King of Spain died, and his brother succeeded under the title of Charles III. This Charles had been King of Naples at the time when an English commodore had allowed 1 hour for the court to determine to withdraw the Neapolitan troops from the Spanish army. He had never forgotten this humiliation, and brought to his new throne a heart unfriendly to England. With such feelings on his part, France and Spain drew more readily together. Charles's first step was to propose mediation, but Pitt was averse to it. Looking upon France as the chief enemy of England, and upon the sea and the colonies as the chief source of power and wealth, he wished, now that he had her down, to weaken her thoroughly for the future as well as the present, and to establish England's greatness more firmly upon the wreck. Later on he offered certain conditions, but the influence of Louis's mistress, attached to the Empress of Austria, prevailed to accept Prussia from the negotiations, and England would not allow the exception. Pitt, indeed, was not yet ready for peace. A year later, October 25, 1760, George II died, and Pitt's influence then began to wane, the new king being less bent on war. During these years, 1759 and 1760, Frederick the Great still continued the deadly and exhausting strife of his small kingdom against the great states joined against him. At one moment his case seemed so hopeless that he got ready to kill himself, but the continuance of the war diverted the efforts of France from England and the sea. The hour was fast approaching for the great colonial expeditions which made the last year of the war illustrious by the triumph of the sea power of England over France and Spain united. It is first necessary to tell the entirely kindred story of the effect of that sea power in the East Indian peninsula. The recall of Dupleix and the entire abandonment of his policy, which resulted in placing the two East India Companies on equal terms, have already been told. The treaty stipulations of 1754 had not, however, been fully carried out. The Marquis de Bussy, a brave and capable soldier who had been a second to Dupleix, and was wholly in accord with his policy, and ambitious, remained in the Deccan, a large region in the southern central part of the peninsula, over which Dupleix had once ruled. In 1756 troubles arose between the English and the native prince in Bengal. The nabob of that province had died, and his successor, a young man of 19, attacked Calcutta. The place fell after a weak resistance in June, and the surrender was followed by the famous tragedy known as that of the Black Hole of Calcutta. The news reached Madras in August, and Clive, whose name has already been mentioned, sailed with the fleet of Admiral Watson after a long and vexatious delay. The fleet entered the river in December and appeared before Calcutta in January, when the place fell into English hands again, as easily as it had been lost. The nabob was very angry and marched against the English, sending meanwhile an invitation to the French at Chandernagore to join him. Although it was now known that England and France were at war, the French company, despite the experience of 1744, weakly hoped that peace might be kept between it and the English. The native invitation was therefore refused, and offers of neutrality made to the other company. Clive marched out, met the Indian forces, and defeated them, and the nabob at once asked for peace and sought the English alliance, yielding all the claims on the strength of which he had first attacked Calcutta. After some demur, his offers were accepted. Clive and Watson then turned upon Chandernagore and compelled the surrender of the French settlement. The nabob, who had not meant to allow this, took umbrage, and entered into correspondence with Bussy in the Deccan. Clive had full knowledge of his various intrigues, which were carried on with the vacillation of a character as weak as it was treacherous, and seeing no hope of settled peace or trade under the rule of this man, entered into an extensive conspiracy for his dethronement, the details of which need not be given. The result was that war broke out again, and that Clive, with 3,000 men, one-third of whom were English, met the Nabob at the head of 15,000 horse and 35,000 foot. The disproportion in artillery was nearly as great. Against these odds was fought and won the Battle of Plassey on the 23rd of June, 1757. The date from which, by common consent, the British Empire in India is said to begin. The overthrow of the Nabob was followed by placing in power one of the conspirators against him, a creature of the English, and dependent upon them for support. Bengal thus passed under their control, the first fruits of India. Clive, says a French historian, had understood and applied the system of Dupleix. This was true, yet even so it may be said that the foundation thus laid could never have been kept nor built upon had the English nation not controlled the sea. The conditions of India were such that a few Europeans, headed by men of nerve and shrewdness, dividing that they might conquer, and advancing their fortunes by judicious alliances, were able to hold their own, and more too, amidst overwhelming numerical odds, but it was necessary that they should not be opposed by men of their own kind, a few of whom could turn the wavering balance the other way. At the very time that Clive was acting in Bengal, Bussy invaded Orissa, seized the English factories, and made himself master of much of the coast regions between Madras and Calcutta, while a French squadron of 9 ships, most of which, however, belonged to the East India Company and were not first-rate men of war, was on its way to Pondicherry with 1,200 regular troops, an enormous European army for Indian operations of that day. The English naval force on the coast, though fewer in numbers, may be considered about equal to the approaching French squadron. It is scarcely too much to say that the future of India was still uncertain, and the first operations showed it. The French division appeared off the Coromandel coast to the southward of Pondicherry on the 26th of April, 1758, and anchored on the 28th before the English station called Fort St. David. 2 ships kept on to Pondicherry, having on board the new governor, Comte de Lally, who wished to go at once to his seat of government. Meanwhile, the English admiral, Pocock, having news of his enemy's coming, and fearing specially for this post, was on his way to it, and appeared on the 29th of April, before the 2 ships with the governor were out of sight. The French at once got under way, and stood out to sea on the starboard tack, heading to the northward and eastward, the wind being southeast, and signals were made to recall the ship and frigate escorting Lally. But they were disregarded by the latter's order, an act which must have increased, if it did not originate, the ill will between him and Commodore d'Aché, through which the French campaign in India miscarried. The English, having formed to windward on the same tack as the French, made their attack in the then usual way, and with the usual results. The 7 English ships were ordered to keep away together for the French 8, and the 4 leading ships, including the admirals, came into action handsomely. The last 3, whether by their own fault or not, were late in doing so, but it will be remembered that this was almost always the case in such attacks. The French commodore, seeing this interval between the van and the rear, formed the plan of separating them, and made signal to wear together, but in his impatience did not wait for an answer. Putting his own helm up, he wore round, and was followed in succession by the rear ships, while the van stood on. The English admiral, who had good reason to know, gives d'Aché more credit than the French writers, for he describes this movement thus: At 4:30 p.m. the rear of the French line had drawn pretty close up to their flagship. Our three rear ships were signaled to engage closer. Soon after, M. d'Aché broke the line and put before the wind. His second astern, who had kept on the Yarmouth's English flagship quarter most part of the action, then came up alongside, gave his fire, and then bore away, and a few minutes after the enemy's van bore away also. By this account, which is by no means irreconcilable with the French, the latter effected upon the principal English ship a movement of concentration by defiling past her. The French now stood down to their two separated ships, while the English vessels that had been engaged were too much crippled to follow. This battle prevented the English fleet from relieving Fort St. David, which surrendered on the 2nd of June. After the fall of this place, the two opposing squadrons, having refitted at their respective ports and resumed their station, the second action was fought in August under nearly the same conditions and in much the same fashion. The French flagship met with a series of untoward accidents which determined the commodore to withdraw from action, but the statement of his further reasons is most suggestive of the necessary final overthrow of the French cause. Prudence, a writer of his own country, says, commanded him not to prolong a contest from which his ships could not but come out with injuries very difficult to repair in a region where it was impossible to supply the almost entire lack of spare stores. This want of so absolute a requisite for naval efficiency shows in a strong light the fatal tendency of that economy which always characterized French operations at sea, and was at once significant and ominous. Returning to Pondicherry, D'Aché found that though the injuries to the masts and rigging could for this time be repaired, there was lack of provisions, and that the ships needed caulking. Although his orders were to remain on the coast until October 15, he backed himself with the opinion of a council of war, which decided that the ships could not remain there longer, because in case of a third battle there was neither rigging nor supplies remaining in Pondicherry, and disregarding the protests of the governor, Lally, he sailed on the 2nd of September for the Isle of France. The underlying motive of D'Aché, it is known, was hostility to the governor, with whom he quarreled continually. Lally, deprived of the help of the squadron, turned his arms inland instead of against Madras. Upon arriving at the islands, D'Aché found a state of things which again singularly illustrates the impotence and short-sightedness characteristic of the general naval policy of the French at this time. His arrival there was as unwelcome as his departure from India had been to Lally. The islands were then in a state of the most complete destitution. The naval division, increased by the arrival of 3 ships of the line from home, so exhausted them that its immediate departure was requested of the commodore. Repairs were pushed ahead rapidly, and in November several of the ships sailed to the Cape of Good Hope, then a Dutch colony, to seek provisions, but these were consumed soon after being received, and the pressure for the departure of the squadron was renewed. The situation of the ships was no less precarious than that of the colony, and accordingly the commodore replied by urging his entire lack of food and supplies. The condition was such that, a little later, it was necessary to make running rigging out of the cables, and to put some of the ships on the bottom, so as to give their materials to others. Before returning to India, D'Aché wrote to the Minister of the Navy that he was about to leave only to save the crews from dying of hunger, and that nothing need be expected from the squadron if supplies were not sent, for both men and things were in a deplorable state. Under these circumstances, D'Aché sailed from the islands in July, 1759, and arrived off the Coromandel coast in September. During his year of absence, Lally had besieged Madras for 2 months during the northeast monsoon. Both squadrons were absent that season being unfit for naval operations on this coast. But the English returned first, and are said by the French to have caused, by the English to have hastened, the raising of the siege. D'Aché, upon his return, was much superior in both number and size of ships, but when the fleets met, Pocock did not hesitate to attack with 9 against 11. This action, fought September 10, 1759, was as indecisive as the two former, but D'Aché retreated after a very bloody contest. Upon it Campbell, in his Lives of the Admirals, makes a droll but seemingly serious comment. Pocock had reduced the French ships to a very shattered condition and killed a great many of their men; but what shows the singular talents of both admirals, they had fought 3 pitched battles in 18 months without the loss of a ship on either side. The fruits of victory, however, were with the weaker fleet, for D'Aché returned to Pondicherry and thence sailed on the first of the next month for the islands, leaving India to its fate. From that time the result was certain. The English continued to receive reinforcements from home, while the French did not. The men opposed to Lally were superior in ability. Place after place fell, and in January 1761 Pondicherry itself surrendered, surrounded by land and cut off from the sea. This was the end of the French power in India, for though Pondicherry and other possessions were restored at the peace, the English tenure there was never again shaken, even under the attacks of the skilful and bold Suffren, who 20 years later met difficulties as great as D'Aché's with a vigor and conduct which the latter, at a more hopeful moment, failed to show. End of Chapter 8, Part 2.
Chapter 8, Part 3, of the Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 3. France, having thus lost both Canada and India by the evident failure of her power to act at a distance by sea, it would seem scarcely possible that Spain, with her own weak navy and widely scattered possessions, would choose this moment for entering the war. Yet so it was. The maritime exhaustion of France was plain to all, and is abundantly testified to by her naval historians. The resources of France were exhausted, says one. The year 1761 saw only a few single ships leave her ports, and all of them were captured. The alliance with Spain came too late. The occasional ships that went to sea in 1762 were taken, and the colonies still remaining to France could not be saved. Even as early as 1758, another Frenchman writes, want of money, the depression of commerce given over to English cruisers, the lack of good ships, the lack of supplies, etc., compelled the French ministry, unable to raise large forces, to resort to stratagems, to replace the only rational system of war, grand war, by the smallest of petty wars, by a sort of game in which the great aim is not to be caught. Even then, the arrival of 4 ships of the line at Louisburg, by avoiding the enemy, was looked on as a very fortunate event. In 1759, the lucky arrival of the West India convoy caused as much surprise as joy to the merchants. We see how rare had become such a chance in seas plowed by the squadrons of England. This was before the disasters of Laclou and Conflans. The destruction of French commerce, beginning by the capture of its merchant ships, was consummated by the reduction of the colonies. It can hardly, therefore, be conceded that the family compact now made between the two courts, containing as it did not only an agreement to support each other in any future war,
but also a secret clause binding Spain to declare war against England within a year if peace were not made, was honorable to the wisdom of the two governments. It is hard to pardon not only the Spanish government, but even France for alluring a kindred people into such a bad bargain. It was hoped, however, to revive the French navy and to promote an alliance of neutral powers, many of which, besides Spain, had causes of complaint against England. During the war with France, confesses an English historian, the Spanish flag had not always been respected by British cruisers. During 1758, says another, not less than 176 neutral vessels, laden with the rich produce of the French colonies or with military or naval stores, fell into the hands of the English. The causes were already at work which, 20 years later, gave rise to the armed neutrality of the Baltic powers directed against the claims of England on the sea. The possession of unlimited power, as the sea power of England then really was, is seldom accompanied by a profound respect for the rights of others. Without a rival upon the ocean, it suited England to maintain that enemy's property was liable to capture on board neutral ships, thus subjecting these nations not only to vexatious detentions, but to loss of valuable trade. Just as it had suited her earlier in the war to establish a paper blockade of French ports. Neutrals, of course, chafed under these exactions, but the year 1761 was ill chosen for an armed protest, and of all powers Spain risked most by a war. England had then 120 ships of the line in commission, besides those in reserve, manned by 70,000 seamen trained and hardened by 5 years of constant warfare afloat and flushed with victory. The navy of France, which numbered 77 ships of the line in 1758, lost as prizes to the English in 1759 27, besides 8 destroyed and many frigates lost. Indeed, as has been seen, their own writers confess that the navy was ruined, root and branch. The Spanish navy contained about 50 ships, but the personnel, unless very different from the days before and after, must have been very inferior. The weakness of her empire in the absence of an efficient navy has before been pointed out. Neutrality, too, though at times outraged, had been of great advantage to her, permitting her to restore her finances and trade, and to reestablish her internal resources. But she needed a still longer period of it. Nevertheless, the king, influenced by family feeling and resentment against England, allowed himself to be drawn on by the astute Choiseul, and the family compact between the two crowns was signed on the 15th of August, 1761. This compact, into which the King of Naples was also to enter, guaranteed their mutual possessions by the whole power of both kingdoms. This in itself was a weighty undertaking, but the secret clause further stipulated that Spain should declare war against England on the 1st of May, 1762, if peace with France had not then been made. Negotiations of this character could not be kept wholly secret, and Pitt learned enough to convince him that Spain was becoming hostile in intention. With his usual haughty resolve, he determined to forestall her by declaring war, but the influence against him in the councils of the new king was too strong. Failing to carry the ministry with him, he resigned on the 5th of October, 1761. His prevision was quickly justified. Spain had been eager in professing goodwill until the treasure ships from America should arrive laden with the specie so needed for carrying on war. On the 21st of September, the flota of galleons anchored safely in Cadiz. and on the 2nd of November the British ambassador announced to his government that 2 ships had safely arrived with very extraordinary rich cargoes from the West Indies, so that all the wealth that was expected from Spanish America is now safe in Old Spain. And in the same dispatch reports a surprising change in the words of the Spanish minister and the haughty language now used. The grievances and claims of Spain were urged peremptorily, and the quarrel grew so fast that even the new English ministry, though ardently desiring peace, recalled their ambassador before the end of the year and declared war on the 4th of January, 1762, thus adopting Pitt's policy, but too late to reap the advantages at which he had aimed. However, no such delay on the part of England could alter the essential inequality in strength and preparation between the two nations. The plans formed by Pitt were in the main adopted by his successor, and carried out with a speed which the readiness of the English navy permitted. On the 5th of March, Pocock, who had returned from the East Indies, sailed from Portsmouth, convoying a fleet of transports to act against Havana. In the West Indies he was reinforced from the forces in that quarter, so that his command contained 19 ships of the line, besides smaller vessels, and 10,000 soldiers. In the previous January, the West India fleet, under the well-known Rodney, had acted with the land forces in the reduction of Martinique, the gem and tower of the French islands, and the harbor of an extensive privateering system. It is said that 1,400 English merchantmen were taken during this war in the West Indian seas by cruisers whose principal port was Fort Royal in Martinique. With this necessary base fell also the privateering system resting upon it. Martinique was surrendered February 12, and the loss of this chief commercial and military center was immediately followed by that of the smaller islands, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent. By these acquisitions, the English colonies at Antigua, St. Kitts, and Nevis, as well as the ships trading to those islands, were secured against the enemy. The commerce of England received large additions, and all the Lesser Antilles or Windward Islands became British possessions. Admiral Pocock was joined off Cape St. Nicholas by the West Indian reinforcement on the 27th of May, and as the season was so far advanced, he took his great fleet through the old Bahama Channel instead of the usual route around the south side of Cuba. This was justly considered a great feat in those days of poor surveys, and was accomplished without an accident. Lookout and sounding vessels went first, frigates followed, and boats or sloops were anchored on shoals with carefully arranged signals for day or night. Having good weather, the fleet got through in a week and appeared before Havana. The operations will not be given in detail. After a 40 days' siege, the Moro castle was taken on the 30th of July, and the city surrendered on the 10th of August. The Spaniards lost not only the city and port, but 12 ships of the line, besides £3,000,000 in money and merchandise belonging to the Spanish king. The importance of Havana was not to be measured only by its own size, or its position as center of a large and richly cultivated district. It was also the port commanding the only passage by which the treasure and other ships could sail from the Gulf of Mexico to Europe in those days. With Havana in an enemy's hands, it would be necessary to assemble them at Cartagena, and from there beat up against the trade winds, an operation always difficult, and which would keep ships long in waters where they were exposed to capture by English cruisers. Not even an attack upon the isthmus would have been so serious a blow to Spain. This important result could only be achieved by a nation confident of controlling the communications by its sea power, to which the happy issue must wholly be ascribed, and which had another signal illustration in the timely conveying of 4,000 American troops to reinforce the English ranks, terribly wasted by battle and fever. It is said that only 2,500 serviceable fighting men remained on foot when the city fell. While the long reach and vigor of England's sea power was thus felt in the West Indies, it was receiving further illustration in Portugal and in the Far East. The allied crowns in the beginning had invited Portugal to join their alliance against those whom they had taken to calling the tyrants of the seas, reminding her how the English monopoly of her trade was draining the country of gold, and recalling the deliberate violation of her neutrality by the fleet under Boscawen. The Portuguese minister of the day well knew all this and keenly felt it; but though the invitation was accompanied by the plain statement that Portugal would not be allowed to continue a neutrality she could not enforce, he judged rightly that the country had more to fear from England and her fleet than from the Spanish army. The allies declared war and invaded Portugal. They were for a time successful, but the tyrant of the seas answered Portugal's call, sent a fleet, and landed at Lisbon 8,000 soldiers, who drove the Spaniards over the frontiers and even carried the war into Spain itself. Simultaneous with these significant events, Manila was attacked. With so much already on hand, it was found impossible to spare troops or ships from England. The successes in India and the absolute security of the establishments there, with the control of the sea, allowed the Indian officials themselves to undertake this colonial expedition. It sailed in August 1762, and reaching Malacca on the 19th, was supplied at that neutral port with all that was needed for the siege about to be undertaken. The Dutch, though jealous of the English advance, not venturing to refuse their demands. The expedition, which depended entirely upon the fleet, resulted in the whole group of Philippine Islands surrendering in October and paying a ransom of $4 million. At about the same time, the fleet captured the Acapulco galleon, having $3 million on board, and an English squadron in the Atlantic took a treasure ship from Lima with $4 million in silver for the Spanish government. Never had the colonial empire of Spain received such blows. Spain, whose opportune intervention might have modified the fate of the war, entered it too late to help France, but in time to share her misfortunes. There was reason to fear yet more. Panama and San Domingo were threatened, and the Anglo-Americans were preparing for the invasion of Florida and Louisiana. The conquest of Havana had in great measure interrupted the communications between the wealthy American colonies of Spain and Europe. The reduction of the Philippine Islands now excluded her from Asia. The two together severed all the avenues of Spanish trade and cut off all intercourse between the parts of their vast but disconnected empire. The selection of the points of attack, due to the ministry of Pitt, was strategically good, cutting effectually the sinews of the enemy's strength, and if his plans had been fully carried out and Panama also seized, the success would have been yet more decisive. England had lost also the advantage of the surprise he would have effected by anticipating Spain's declaration of war. But her arms were triumphant during this short contest, through the rapidity with which her projects were carried into execution, due to the state of efficiency to which her naval forces and administration had been brought. With the conquest of Manila ended the military operations of the war. 9 months, counting from the formal declaration by England in January, had been sufficient to shatter the last hope of France and to bring Spain to a peace in which was conceded every point on which she had based her hostile attitude and demands. It seems scarcely necessary, after even the brief summary of events that has been given, to point out that the speed and thoroughness with which England's work was done was due wholly to her sea power, which allowed her forces to act on distant points widely apart as Cuba, Portugal, India, and the Philippines without a fear of serious break in their communications. Before giving the terms of peace, which ought to summarize the results of the war, but do so imperfectly owing to the weak eagerness of the English ministry to conclude it, it is necessary to trace in outline the effect of the war upon commerce, upon the foundations of sea power and national prosperity. One prominent feature of this war may be more strongly impressed upon the mind by a startling, because paradoxical, statement that the prosperity of the English is shown by the magnitude of their losses. From 1756 to 1760, states a French historian, French privateers captured from the English more than 2,500 merchantmen. In 1761, though France had not, so to speak, a single ship of the line at sea, and though the English had taken 240 of our privateers, their comrades still took 812 English vessels. The explanation of the number of these prizes lies in the prodigious growth of the English shipping. In 1760, it is claimed that the English had at sea 8,000 sail. Of these, the French captured nearly 1/10, despite escorts and cruisers. In the 4 years from 1756 to 1760, the French lost only 950 vessels. But this discrepancy is justly attributed by an English writer to the diminution of the French commerce and the dread of falling into the hands of the English, which kept many of their trading vessels from going to sea. And he goes on to point out that the capture of vessels was not the principal benefit resulting from the efficiency of England's fleets. Captures like Duquesne, Louisburg, Prince Edward's Island, the reduction of Senegal, and later on of Guadeloupe and Martinique were events no less destructive to French commerce and colonies than advantageous to those of England. The multiplication of French privateers was indeed a sad token to an instructed eye, showing behind them merchant shipping in enforced idleness, whose crews and whose owners were driven to speculative pillage in order to live. Nor was this risk wholly in vain. The same Englishman confesses that in 1759 the losses of merchantmen showed a worse balance than the ships of war. While the French were striving in vain to regain equality upon the sea and repair their losses, but to no purpose, for in building and arming vessels they labored only for the English fleet, yet notwithstanding the courage and vigilance of English cruisers, French privateers so swarmed that in this year they took 240 British vessels, chiefly coasters and small craft. In 1760, the same authority gives the British loss in trading vessels at over 300, and in 1761 at over 800, 3 times that of the French. But he adds, it would not have been wonderful had they taken more and richer ships. While their commerce was nearly destroyed, and they had few merchant ships at sea, the trading fleets of England covered the seas. Every year her commerce was increasing. The money which the war carried out was returned by the produce of her industry. 8,000 vessels were employed by the traders of Great Britain. The extent of her losses is attributed to 3 causes, of which the first only was preventable. 1. The inattention of merchant ships to the orders of the convoying vessels. 2. The immense number of English ships in all seas. 3. The enemy's venturing the whole remains of his strength in privateering. During the same year, 1761, the navy lost one ship of the line, which was retaken, and one cutter. At the same time, notwithstanding the various exchanges, the English still held 25,000 French prisoners, while the English prisoners in France were but 1,200. These were the results of the sea war. Finally, in summing up the commercial condition of the kingdom at the end of the war, after mentioning the enormous sums of specie taken from Spain, the writer says, "These strengthened trade and fostered industry. The remittances for foreign subsidies were in great part paid by bills on merchants settled abroad, who had the value of the drafts in British manufactures. The trade of England increased gradually every year in such a scene of national prosperity, while waging a long, costly, and bloody war, was never before shown by any people in the world." No wonder, with such results to her commerce, and such unvarying success attending her arms, and seeing the practical annihilation of the French navy, that the union of France and Spain, which was then lowering on her future, and had once excited the fears of all Europe, was now beheld by Great Britain alone, without the smallest fear or despondency. Spain was by her constitution and the distribution of her empire peculiarly open to the attack of a great sea people, and whatever the views of the government of the day, Pitt and the nation saw that the hour had come, which had been hoped for in vain in 1739, because then years of peace and the obstinate bias of a great minister had relaxed the muscles of her fleet. Now she but reached forth her hand and seized what she wished, nor could there have been any limit to her prey, had not the ministry again been untrue to the interests of the country. The position of Portugal with reference to Great Britain has been alluded to, but merits some special attention as instancing an element of sea power obtained not by colonies, but by alliance, whether necessary or prudential. The commercial connection before spoken of was strengthened by the strongest political ties. The two kingdoms were so situated as to have little to fear from each other, while they might impart many mutual advantages. The harbors of Portugal gave shelter as well as supplies to the English fleet, while the latter defended the rich trade of Portugal with Brazil. The antipathy between Portugal and Spain made it necessary for the former to have an ally, strong yet distant. None is so advantageous in that way as England, which in her turn might, and always has, derived great advantages from Portugal in a war with any of the southern powers of Europe. This is an English view of a matter which to others looks somewhat like an alliance between a lion and a lamb. To call a country with a fleet like England's distant from a small maritime nation like Portugal is an absurdity. England is, and yet more in those days was, wherever her fleet could go. The opposite view of the matter, showing equally the value of the alliance, was well set forth in the memorial by which, under the civil name of an invitation, the crowns of France and Spain ordered Portugal to declare against England. The grounds of that memorial, namely, the unequal benefit to Portugal from the connection and the disregard of Portuguese neutrality, have already been given. The King of Portugal refused to abandon the alliance for the professed reason that it was ancient and wholly defensive. To this the two crowns replied: "The defensive alliance is actually an offensive one, by the situation of the Portuguese dominions and the nature of the English power. The English squadrons cannot in all seasons keep the sea, nor cruise on the principal coasts of France and Spain, for cutting off the navigations of the two countries without the ports and assistance of Portugal; and these islanders could not insult all maritime Europe, if the whole riches of Portugal did not pass through their hands, which furnishes them with the means to make war, and renders the alliance truly and properly offensive." Between the two arguments, the logic of situation and power prevailed. Portugal found England nearer and more dangerous than Spain, and remained for generations of trial true to the alliance. This relationship was as useful to England as any of her colonial possessions, depending, of course, upon the scene of the principal operations at any particular time. The preliminaries of peace were signed at Fontainebleau, November 3, 1762, the definitive treaty on the 10th of the following February at Paris, whence the peace takes its name. By its terms, France renounced all claims to Canada, Nova Scotia, and all the islands of the St. Lawrence. Along with Canada, she ceded the valley of the Ohio and all her territory on the east side of the Mississippi, except the city of New Orleans. At the same time, Spain, as an equivalent for Havana, which England restored, yielded Florida, under which name were comprised all her continental possessions east of the Mississippi. Thus England obtained a colonial empire embracing Canada from Hudson's Bay and all of the present United States east of the Mississippi. The possibilities of this vast region were then only partially foreseen, and as yet there was no foreshadowing of the revolt of the 13 colonies. In the West Indies, England gave back to France the important islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique. The 4 so-called neutral islands of the Lesser Antilles were divided between the two powers, St. Lucia going to France, St. Vincent, Tobago, and Dominica to England, which also retained Grenada. Minorca was given back to England, and as the restoration of the island to Spain had been one of the conditions of the alliance with the latter, France, unable to fulfill her stipulations, ceded to Spain Louisiana west of the Mississippi. In India, France recovered the possessions she had held before Dupleix began his schemes of aggrandizement, but she gave up the right of erecting fortifications or keeping troops in Bengal, and so left the station at Chandernagore defenseless. In a word, France resumed her facilities for trading, but practically abandoned her pretensions to political influence. It was tacitly understood that the English company would keep all its conquests. The right of fishing upon the coasts of Newfoundland and in parts of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, which France had previously enjoyed, was conceded to her by this treaty, but it was denied to Spain, who had claimed it for her fishermen. This concession was among those most attacked by the English opposition. The nation at large, and Pitt, the favorite of the nation, were bitterly opposed to the terms of the treaty. France, said Pitt, is chiefly formidable to us as a maritime and commercial power. What we gain in this respect is valuable to us above all through the injury to her which results from it. You leave to France the possibility of reviving her navy. In truth, from the point of view of sea power and of the national jealousies which the spirit of that age sanctioned, these words, though illiberal, were strictly justifiable. The restoration to France of her colonies in the West Indies and her stations in India, together with the valuable right of fishery in her former American possessions, put before her the possibility and the inducement to restore her shipping, her commerce, and her navy, and thus tended to recall her from the path of continental ambition, which had been so fatal to her interests, and in the same proportion favorable to the unprecedented growth of England's power upon the ocean. The opposition, and indeed some of the ministry, also thought that so commanding and important a position as Havana was poorly paid for by the cession of the yet desolate and unproductive region called Florida. Puerto Rico was suggested, Florida accepted. There were other minor points of difference into which it is unnecessary to enter. It could scarcely be denied that with the commanding military control of the sea held by England, grasping as she now did so many important positions, with her navy overwhelmingly superior in numbers and her commerce and internal condition very thriving, more rigorous terms might easily have been exacted and would have been prudent. The ministry defended their eagerness and spirit of concession on the ground of the enormous growth of the debt, which then amounted to £122 million, a sum in every point of view much greater then than now. But while this draft upon the future was fully justified by the success of the war, it also imperatively demanded that the utmost advantages which the military situation made attainable should be exacted. This the ministry failed to do. As regards the debt, it is well observed by a French writer that in this war, and for years afterward, England had in view nothing less than the conquest of America and the progress of her East India Company. By these two countries her manufactures and commerce acquired more than sufficient outlets, and repaid her for the numerous sacrifices she had made. Seeing the maritime decay of Europe, its commerce annihilated, its manufactures so little advanced, how could the English nation feel afraid of a future which offered so vast a perspective? Unfortunately, the nation needed an exponent in the government, and its chosen mouthpiece, the only man perhaps able to rise to the level of the great opportunity, was out of favour at court. Nevertheless, the gains of England were very great, not only in territorial increase, nor yet in maritime preponderance, but in the prestige and position achieved in the eyes of the nations, now fully opened to her great resources and mighty power. To these results, won by the sea, the issue of the Continental War offered a singular and suggestive contrast. France had already withdrawn, along with England, from all share in that strife, and peace between the other parties to it was signed 5 days after the Peace of Paris. The terms of the peace were simply the status quo ante bellum. By the estimate of the King of Prussia, 180,000 of his soldiers had fallen or died in this war, out of a kingdom of 5,000,000 souls, while the losses of Russia, Austria, and France aggregated 460,000 men. The result was simply that things remained as they were. To attribute this only to a difference between the possibilities of land and sea war is of course absurd. The genius of Frederick, backed by the money of England, had proved an equal match for the mismanaged and not always hearty efforts of a coalition numerically overwhelming. What does seem a fair conclusion is that states having a good seaboard, or even ready access to the ocean by one or two outlets, will find it to their advantage to seek prosperity and extension by the way of the sea and of commerce, rather than in attempts to unsettle and modify existing political arrangements in countries where a more or less long possession of power has conferred acknowledged rights and created national allegiance or political ties. Since the Treaty of Paris in 1763, the waste places of the world have been rapidly filled. Witness our own continent, Australia, and even South America. A nominal and more or less clearly defined political possession now generally exists in the most forsaken regions, though to this statement there are some marked exceptions, but in many places this political possession is little more than nominal, and in others of a character so feeble that it cannot rely upon itself alone for support or protection. The familiar and notorious example of the Turkish Empire, kept erect only by the forces pressing upon it from opposing sides, by the mutual jealousies of powers that have no sympathy with it, is an instance of such weak political tenure. And though the question is wholly European, all know enough of it to be aware that the interest and control of the sea powers is among the chief, if not the first, of the elements that now fix the situation, and that they, if intelligently used, will direct the future inevitable changes. Upon the western continents, the political condition of the Central American and tropical South American states is so unstable as to cause constant anxiety about the maintenance of internal order, and seriously to interfere with commerce and with the peaceful development of their resources. So long as, to use a familiar expression, they hurt no one but themselves, this may go on; but for a long time the citizens of more stable governments have been seeking to exploit their resources, and have borne the losses arising from their distracted condition. North America and Australia still offer large openings to immigration and enterprise, but they are filling up rapidly, and as the opportunities there diminish, the demand must arise for a more settled government in those disordered states. for security to life and for reasonable stability of institutions, enabling merchants and others to count upon the future. There is certainly no present hope that such a demand can be fulfilled from the existing native materials. If the same be true when the demand arises, no theoretical positions like the Monroe Doctrine will prevent interested nations from attempting to remedy the evil by some measure, which, whatever it may be called, will be a political interference. Such interferences must produce collisions, which may be at times settled by arbitration, but can scarcely fail at other times to cause war. Even for a peaceful solution, that nation will have the strongest arguments, which has the strongest organized force. It need scarcely be said that the successful piercing of the Central American Isthmus at any point may precipitate the moment that is sure to come sooner or later. The profound modification of commercial routes expected from this enterprise, the political importance to the United States of such a channel of communication between her Atlantic and Pacific seaboards are not, however, the whole nor even the principal part of the question. As far as can be seen, the time will come when stable governments for the American tropical states must be assured by the now existing powerful and stable states of America or Europe. The geographical position of those states, the climatic conditions which make it plain at once that sea power will there, even more than in the case of Turkey, determine what foreign state shall predominate, if not by actual possession, by its influence over the native governments. The geographical position of the United States and her intrinsic power give her an undeniable advantage, but that advantage will not avail if there is a great inferiority of organized brute force, which still remains the last argument of republics as of kings. Herein lies to us the great and still living interest of the 7 Years' War. In it we have seen and followed England, with an army small as compared with other states, as is still her case today, first successfully defending her own shores, then carrying her arms in every direction, spreading her rule and influence over remote regions, and not only binding them to her obedience, but making them tributary to her wealth, her strength, and her reputation. As she loosens the grasp and neutralizes the influence of France and Spain in regions beyond the sea, there is perhaps seen the prophecy of some other great nation in days yet to come, that will incline the balance of power in some future sea war, whose scope will be recognized afterward, if not by contemporaries, to have been the political future and the economical development of regions before lost to civilization, but that nation will not be the United States, if the moment find her indifferent, as now, to the empire of the seas. The direction then given to England's efforts by the instinct of the nation and the fiery genius of Pitt continued after the war, and has profoundly influenced her subsequent policy. Mistress now of North America, lording it in India through the company whose territorial conquests had been ratified by native princes, over 20 millions of inhabitants, a population larger than that of Great Britain, and having a revenue respectable alongside of that of the home government, England, with yet other rich possessions scattered far and wide over the globe, had ever before her eyes, as a salutary lesson, the severe chastisement which the weakness of Spain had allowed her to inflict upon that huge disjointed empire. The words of the English naval historian of that war, speaking about Spain, apply with slight modifications to England in our own day. Spain is precisely that power against which England can always contend with the fairest prospect of advantage and honor. That extensive monarchy is exhausted at heart, her resources lie at a great distance, and whatever power commands the sea may command the wealth and commerce of Spain. The dominions from which she draws her resources, lying at an immense distance from the capital and from one another, make it more necessary for her than for any other state to temporize until she can inspire with activity all parts of her enormous but disjointed empire. It would be untrue to say that England is exhausted at heart, but her dependence upon the outside world is such as to give a certain suggestiveness to the phrase. This analogy of positions was not overlooked by England. From that time forward up to our own day, the possessions won for her by her sea power have combined with that sea power itself to control her policy. The road to India, in the days of Clive, a distant and perilous voyage on which she had not a stopping place of her own, was reinforced as opportunity offered by the acquisition of St. Helena, of the Cape of Good Hope, of the Mauritius. When steam made the Red Sea and Mediterranean route practicable, she acquired Aden, and yet later has established herself at Socotra. Malta had already fallen into her hands during the wars of the French Revolution, and her commanding position as the cornerstone upon which the coalitions against Napoleon rested enabled her to claim it at the peace of 1815. Being but a short 1,000 miles from Gibraltar, the circles of military command exercised by these two places intersect. The present day has seen the stretch from Malta to the Isthmus of Suez, formerly without a station, guarded by the cession to her of Cyprus. Egypt, despite the jealousy of France, has passed under English control. The importance of that position to India, understood by Napoleon, and Nelson led the latter at once to send an officer overland to Bombay with the news of the Battle of the Nile and the downfall of Bonaparte's hopes. Even now, the jealousy with which England views the advance of Russia in Central Asia is the result of those days in which her sea power and resources triumphed over the weakness of D'Aché and the genius of Suffren, and wrenched the peninsula of India from the ambition of the French. For the first time since the Middle Ages, says M. Martin, speaking of the 7 Years' War, England had conquered France single-handed, almost without allies, France having powerful auxiliaries. She had conquered solely by the superiority of her government. Yes, but by the superiority of her government using the tremendous weapon of her sea power. This made her rich, and in turn protected the trade by which she had her wealth. With her money she upheld her few auxiliaries, mainly Prussia and Hanover, in their desperate strife. Her power was everywhere that her ships could reach, and there was none to dispute the sea to her. Where she would she went, and with her went her guns and her troops. By this mobility her forces were multiplied, those of her enemies distracted. Ruler of the sea, she everywhere obstructed its highways. The enemy's fleets could not join, no great fleet could get out, or if it did, it was only to meet at once with uninured officers and crews, those who were veterans in gales and warfare. Save in the case of Minorca, she carefully held her own sea bases and eagerly seized those of the enemy. What a lion in the path was Gibraltar to the French squadrons of Toulon and Brest! What hope for French succor to Canada when the English fleet had Louisburg under its lee! The one nation that gained in this war was that which used the sea in peace to earn its wealth, and ruled it in war by the extent of its navy, by the number of its subjects who lived on the sea or by the sea, and by its numerous bases of operations scattered over the globe. Yet it must be observed that these bases themselves would have lost their value if their communications remained obstructed. Therefore the French lost Louisburg, Martinique, Pont-de-Chéry, so England herself lost Minorca. The service between the bases and the mobile force between the ports and the fleets is mutual. In this respect, the navy is essentially a light corps. It keeps open the communications between its own ports. It obstructs those of the enemy, but it sweeps the sea for the service of the land. It controls the desert that man may live and thrive on the habitable globe. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of The Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1. Course of events from the Peace of Paris to 1778. Maritime war consequent upon the American Revolution. Sea battle off Ushant. If England had reason to complain that she had not reaped from the Treaty of Paris all the advantages that her military achievements and position entitled her to expect, France had every cause for discontent at the position in which the war left her. The gain of England was nearly measured by her losses. Even the cession of Florida, made to the conqueror by Spain, had been bought by France at the price of Louisiana. Naturally, the thoughts of her statesmen and of her people, as they bent under the present necessity to bear the burden of the vanquished, turned to the future with its possibilities of revenge and compensation. The Duc de Choiseul, able though imperious, remained for many years more at the head of affairs, and worked persistently to restore the power of France from the effects of the treaty. The Austrian alliance had been none of his seeking. It was already made and working when he came to office in 1758; but he had even at the first recognized that the chief enemy was England, and tried as far as could be to direct the forces of the nation against her. The defeat of Conflans having thwarted his projects of invasion, he next sought, in entire consistency with his main purpose, to stir up Spain and gain her alliance. The united efforts of the two kingdoms, with their fine seaboards, could, under good administration, and with time for preparation, put afloat a navy that would be a fair counterpoise to that of England. It was also doubtless true that weaker maritime states, if they saw such a combination successfully made and working efficiently, would pluck up heart to declare against a government whose greatness excited envy and fear, and which acted with the disregard to the rights and welfare of others common to all uncontrolled power. Unhappily for both France and Spain, the alliance came too late. The virtual annihilation of the French fleet in 1759 was indeed followed by an outburst of national enthusiasm for the navy, skilfully fostered and guided by Choiseul. Popular feeling took up the cry from one end of France to the other: the navy must be restored. Gifts of cities, corporations, and private individuals raised funds. A prodigious activity sprang up in the lately silent ports. Everywhere ships were building and repairing. The minister also recognized the need of restoring the discipline and tone, as well as the material, of the navy. The hour, however, was too late. The middle of a great and unsuccessful war is no time to begin preparations. Better late than never is not so safe a proverb as in time of peace prepare for war. The condition of Spain was better when war broke out. The English naval historian estimates that she had 100 ships of all sizes. Of these, probably 60 were of the line. Nevertheless, although the addition of Spain to her numerous enemies might make the position of England seem critical, the combination in her favor of numbers, skill, experience, and prestige was irresistible. With 70,000 veteran seamen, she had only to maintain a position already won. The results we know. After the peace, Choiseul wisely remained faithful to his own first ideas. The restoration of the navy continued, and was accompanied and furthered by a spirit of professional ambition and of desire to excel among the officers of the navy, which has been before mentioned, and which, in the peculiar condition of the United States Navy at the present day, may be commended as a model. The building of ships of war continued with great activity and on a large scale. At the end of the war, thanks to the movement begun in 1761, there were 40 ships of the line in good condition. In 1770, when Choiseul was dismissed, the Royal Navy numbered 64 of the line and 50 frigates afloat. The arsenals and storehouses were filled, and a stock of ship timber laid up. At the same time, the minister tried to improve the efficiency of the officers by repressing the arrogant spirit of those of noble birth, which showed itself both towards superiors and toward another order of officers, not of the nobility, whose abilities made them desired on board the fleet. This class feeling carried with it a curious sentiment of equality among officers of very different grades, which injuriously affected the spirit of subordination. Members all of a privileged social order, their equality as such was more clearly recognized than their inequality as junior and senior. The droll story told by Marryat of the midshipman who represented to his captain that a certain statement had been made in confidence seems to have had a realization on the French quarter-deck of that day. "Confidence?" cried the captain. "Who ever heard of confidence between a post-captain and a midshipman?" "No, sir," replied the youngster, "not between a captain and a midshipman, but between two gentlemen." Disputes, arguments, suggestions between two gentlemen, forgetful of their relative rank, would break out at critical moments, and the feeling of equality which wild democratic notions spread throughout the fleets of the Republic was curiously forestalled by that existing among the members of a most haughty aristocracy. "I saw by his face," says one of Marryat's heroes, "that the first lieutenant did not agree with the captain, but he was too good an officer to say so at such a moment." The phrase expresses one of the deepest rooted merits of the English system, the want of which is owned by French writers. Under Louis XVI, the intimacy and fellowship existing between the chief and the subordinate led the latter to discuss the orders which were given him. The relaxation of discipline and the spirit of independence were due also to another cause than that pointed out. They can be partly attributed to the regulation of the officers' messes. Admiral, captain, officers, midshipmen ate together. Everything was in common. They thee and thou'd each other like chums. In handling the ship, the inferior gave his opinion, argued, and the chief, irritated, often preferred to yield rather than make enemies. Facts of this kind are asserted by witnesses whose truthfulness is above suspicion. Insubordination of this character, to which weaker men gave way, dashed in vain against the resolute and fiery temper of Suffren; but the spirit of discontent rose almost to the height of mutiny, causing him to say in his dispatches to the Minister of the Navy after his fourth battle, "My heart is pierced by the most general defection. It is frightful to think that I might 4 times have destroyed the English fleet, and that it still exists." Choiseul's reforms broke against this rock, which only the uprising of the whole nation finally removed. But in the personnel of the crews a great improvement was made. In 1767 he reorganized the artillery of the fleet, forming a body of 10,000 gunners, who were systematically drilled once a week during the 10 years still to intervene before the next war with England. Losing sight of no part of his plans, Choiseul, while promoting the naval and military power of France, paid special attention to the alliance with Spain, and judiciously encouraged and furthered the efforts of that country in the path of progress under Charles III., the best of her kings of the Bourbon line. The Austrian alliance, still existing, was maintained, but his hopes were chiefly fixed upon Spain. The wisdom and insight which had at once fastened upon England as the centre of enmity to France had been justified and further enlightened by the whole course of the 7 Years' War. In Spain was the surest and, with good administration, the most powerful ally. The close proximity of the two countries, the relative positions of their ports, made the naval situation particularly strong, and the alliance, which was dictated by sound policy, by family ties, and by just fear of England's sea power, was further assured to France by recent and still existing injuries that must continue to rankle with Spain. Gibraltar, Minorca, and Florida were still in the hands of England. No Spaniard could be easy till this reproach was wiped out. It may be readily believed, as is asserted by French historians, that England viewed with disquietude the growth of the French navy, and would gladly have nipped it betimes, but it is more doubtful whether she would have been willing to force a war for that purpose. During the years succeeding the Peace of Paris, a succession of short ministries, turning mainly upon questions of internal policy or unimportant party arrangement, caused her foreign policy to present a marked contrast to the vigorous, overbearing, but straightforward path followed by Pitt. Internal commotions, such as are apt to follow great wars, and above all the controversy with the North American colonies, which began as early as 1765 with the well-known Stamp Act, conspired with other causes to stay the hand of England. Twice, at least, during the years of Choiseul's ministry, there occurred opportunities which a resolute, ready, and not too scrupulous government might easily have converted into a cause of war, the more so as they involved that sea power which is to England, above all other nations, the object of just and jealous concern. In 1764, the Genoese, weary of their unsuccessful attempts to control Corsica, again asked France to renew the occupation of the ports which had been garrisoned by her in 1756. The Corsicans also sent an ambassador to France in order to solicit recognition of the independence of the island, in consideration of a tribute equivalent to that which they had formerly paid to Genoa. The latter, feeling its inability to reconquer the island, at length decided practically to cede it. The transaction took the shape of a formal permission for the King of France to exercise all the rights of sovereignty over all the places and harbors of Corsica as security for debts owing to him by the Republic. This cession, disguised under the form of a security in order to palliate the aggrandizement of France in the eyes of Austria and England, recalls the conditional and thinly veiled surrender of Cyprus to England 9 years ago, a transfer likely to be as final and far-reaching as that of Corsica. England then remonstrated and talked angrily, but though Burke said Corsica as a province of France is terrible to me, only one member of the House of Commons, the veteran Admiral Sir Charles Saunders, was found to say that it would be better to go to war with France than consent to her taking possession of Corsica. Having in view the then well-recognized interests of England in the Mediterranean, it is evident that an island so well situated as Corsica, for influencing the shores of Italy and checking the naval station at Minorca, would not have been allowed to go into the hands of a strong master if the nation had felt ready and willing for war. Again, in 1770, a dispute arose between England and Spain relative to the possession of the Falkland Islands. It is not material to state the nature of either claim to what was then but a collection of barren islands, destitute of military as well as of natural advantages. Both England and Spain had had a settlement on which the national colors were flying, and at the English station a captain in the navy commanded. Before this settlement, called Port Egmont, there suddenly appeared, in June 1770, a Spanish expedition, fitted out in Buenos Ayres of 5 frigates and 1,600 soldiers. To such a force the handful of Englishmen could make no serious resistance; so after a few shots exchanged for the honor of the flag, they capitulated. The news of this transaction, which reached England in the following October, showed by its reception how much more serious is an insult than an injury, and how much more bitterly resented. The transfer of Corsica had scarcely occasioned a stir outside the offices of statesmen; the attack on Port Egmont roused the people and Parliament. The minister to Madrid was ordered to demand the immediate restoration of the islands, with a disavowal of the action of the officer who had ordered the attack. Without waiting for a reply, ships were ordered into commission, press gangs swept the streets, and in a short time a powerful fleet was ready at Spithead to revenge the insult. Spain, relying upon the Bourbon family compact and the support of France, was disposed to stand firm; but the old king, Louis XV., was averse to war, and Choiseul, among whose enemies at court was the last mistress, was dismissed. With his fall disappeared the hopes of Spain, which at once complied with the demands of England, reserving, however, the question as to the rights of sovereignty. This conclusion shows clearly that England, though still wielding an effective sea power, able to control Spain, was not eager for a war merely in order to break down the rival navies. It is not wholly alien to the question of sea power to note, without dwelling upon it, a great event which now happened, seemingly utterly removed from all relation to the sea. The first partition of Poland between Prussia, Russia, and Austria, carried out in 1772, was made easier by the preoccupation of Choiseul with his naval policy and the Spanish alliance. The friendship and support of Poland and Turkey as checks upon the House of Austria were part of the tradition received from Henry IV. And Richelieu. The destruction of the former was a direct blow to the pride and interest of France. What Choiseul would have done had he been in office cannot be known; but if the result of the 7 Years' War had been different, France might have interfered to some purpose. On the 10th of May, 1774, Louis XV. died, at the time when the troubles in the North American colonies were fast coming to a head. Under his youthful successor, Louis XVI., the policy of peace on the continent, a friendly alliance with Spain, and of building up the navy in numbers and efficiency, was continued. This was the foreign policy of Choiseul, directed against the sea power of England as the chief enemy, and toward the sea power of France as the chief support of the nation. The instructions which, according to a French naval author, the new king gave to his ministers show the spirit with which his reign up to the Revolution was inspired, whether or not they originated with the king himself. To watch all indications of approaching danger, to observe by cruisers the approaches to our islands and the entrance to the Gulf of Mexico, to keep track of what was passing on the banks of Newfoundland, and to follow the tendencies of English commerce, to observe in England the state of the troops and armaments, the public credit and the ministry, to meddle adroitly in the affairs of the British colonies, to give the insurgent colonists the means of obtaining supplies of war while maintaining the strictest neutrality, to develop actively but noiselessly the navy, to repair our ships of war, to fill our storehouses, and to keep on hand the means for rapidly equipping a fleet at Brest and at Toulon, while Spain should be fitting one at Ferrol. Finally, at the first serious fear of rupture, to assemble numerous troops upon the shores of Brittany and Normandy, and get everything ready for an invasion of England, so as to force her to concentrate her forces, and thus restrict her means of resistance at the extremities of the empire. Such instructions, whether given all at once as a symmetrical, well thought out plan, or from time to time as occasion arose, showed that an accurate forecast of the situation had been made, and breathed a conviction which, if earlier felt, would have greatly modified the history of the two countries. The execution was less thorough than the conception. In the matter of developing the navy, however, 15 years of peace and steady work showed good results. When war openly broke out in 1778, France had 80 ships of the line in good condition, and 67,000 seamen were borne on the rolls of the maritime conscription. Spain, when she entered the war in 1779 as the ally of France, had in her ports nearly 60 ships of the line. To this combination, England opposed a total number of 228 ships of all classes, of which about 150 were of the line. The apparent equality in material which would result from these numbers was effected to the disadvantage of England by the superior size and artillery of the French and Spaniards; but on the other hand her strength was increased by the unity of aim imparted by belonging to one nation. The allies were destined to feel the proverbial weakness of naval coalitions, as well as the degenerate administration of Spain, and the lack of habit, may it not even be said without injustice, of aptitude for the sea of both nations. The naval policy with which Louis XVI began his reign was kept up to the end. In 1791, 2 years after the assembly of the States General, the French navy numbered 86 ships of the line, generally superior, both in dimensions and model, to English ships of the same class. We have come, therefore, to the beginning of a truly maritime war, which, as will be granted by those who have followed this narrative, had not been seen since the days of De Ruyter and Tourville. The magnificence of sea power and its value had perhaps been more clearly shown by the uncontrolled sway and consequent exaltation of one belligerent; but the lesson thus given, if more striking, is less vividly interesting than the spectacle of that sea power meeting a foe worthy of its steel, and excited to exertion by a strife which endangered not only its most valuable colonies, but even its own shores. Waged from the extended character of the British Empire in all quarters of the world at once, the attention of the student is called now to the East Indies, and now to the West, now to the shores of the United States, and thence to those of England, from New York and Chesapeake Bay to Gibraltar, Minorca, to the Cape Verde Islands, the Cape of Good Hope, and Ceylon. Fleets now meet fleets of equal size, and the general chase and the mêlée, which marked the actions of Hawke, Boscawen, and Anson, though they still occur at times, are for the most part succeeded by wary and complicated manoeuvres, too often barren of decisive results, as naval battles, which are the prevailing characteristic of this coming war. The superior tactical science of the French succeeded in imparting to this conflict that peculiar feature of their naval policy, which subordinated the control of the sea by the destruction of the enemy's fleets, of his organized naval forces, to the success of particular operations, the retention of particular points, the carrying out of particular ulterior strategic ends. It is not necessary to endeavor to force upon others the conviction of the present writer that such a policy, however applicable as an exception, is faulty as a rule. But it is most desirable that all persons responsible for the conduct of naval affairs should recognize that the two lines of policy, in direct contradiction to each other, do exist. In the one there is a strict analogy to a war of posts, while in the other the objective is that force whose destruction leaves the posts unsupported, and therefore sure to fall in due time. These opposing policies being recognized, consideration should also be had of the results of the two, as exemplified in the history of England and France. It was not, however, with such cautious views that the new king at first sought to impress his admirals. In the instructions addressed to the Count d'Orvilliers, commanding the first fleet sent out from Brest, the minister, speaking in the name of the king, says: "Your duty now is to restore to the French flag the lustre with which it once shone. Past misfortunes and faults must be buried out of sight. Only by the most illustrious actions can the navy hope to succeed in doing this. His Majesty has the right to expect the greatest efforts from his officers. Under whatever circumstances the king's fleet may be placed, his Majesty's orders, which he expressly charges me to impress upon you, as well as upon all officers in command, are that his ships attack with the greatest vigor and defend themselves on all occasions to the last extremity." More follows to the same effect, upon which a French officer, who has not before been quoted in connection with this phase of French naval policy, says: "How different this language from that held to our admirals during the last war! For it would be an error to believe that they followed by choice and temper the timid and defensive systems predominated in the tactics of the navy. The government, always finding the expenses exacted by the employment of the navy excessive, too often prescribed to its admirals to keep the sea as long as possible without coming to pitched battles, or even to brushes, generally very expensive, and from which might follow the loss of ships difficult to replace. Often they were enjoined, if driven to accept action, carefully to avoid compromising the fate of their squadron by too decisive encounters. They thought themselves therefore obliged to retreat as soon as an engagement took too serious a turn. Thus they acquired the unhappy habit of voluntarily yielding the field of battle as soon as an enemy, even inferior, boldly disputed it with them. Thus to send a fleet to meet the enemy, only to retire shamefully from his presence, to receive action instead of offering it, to begin battles only to end them with the semblance of defeat, to ruin moral force in order to save physical force, that was a spirit which, as has been very judiciously said by M. Charles Dupin, guided the French ministry of that epoch. The results are known. The brave words of Louis XVI were followed almost immediately by others of different and qualifying tenor. To Admiral d'Orvilliers, before he sailed, he was informed that the king, having learned the strength of the English fleet, relied upon his prudence as to the conduct to be followed at a moment when he had under his orders all the naval force of which France could dispose. As a matter of fact, the two fleets were nearly equal. It would be impossible to decide which was the stronger without detailed information as to the armament of every ship. D'Orvilliers found himself, as many a responsible man has before, with two sets of orders, on one or the other of which he was sure to be impaled if unlucky, while the government in the same event was sure of a scapegoat. The consideration of the relative force of the two navies, material and moral, has necessarily carried us beyond the date of the opening of the American Revolutionary War. Before beginning with that struggle, it may be well to supplement the rough estimate of England's total naval force, given in lack of more precise information by the statement of the First Lord of the Admiralty, made in the House of Lords in November 1777, a very few months before the war with France began. Replying to a complaint of the opposition as to the smallness of the Channel fleet, he said: We have now 42 ships of the line in commission in Great Britain, without counting those on foreign service, 35 of which are completely manned and ready for sea at a moment's warning. I do not believe that either France or Spain entertains any hostile disposition towards us, but from what I have now submitted to you, I am authorized to affirm that our navy is more than a match for that of the whole House of Bourbon. It must, however, be said that this pleasing prospect was not realized by Admiral Keppel when appointed to command in the following March, and looking at his fleet with, to use his own apt expression, a seaman's eye, and in June he went to sea with only 20 ships. It is plainly undesirable to insert in a narrative of this character any account of the political questions which led to the separation of the United States from the British Empire. It has already been remarked that the separation followed upon a succession of blunders by the English ministry, not unnatural in view of the ideas generally prevalent at that day as to the relations of colonies to the mother country. It needed a man of commanding genius to recognize not only the substantial justice of the American claims, many did that, but also the military strength of their situation, as before indicated. This lay in the distance of the colonies from home, their nearness to each other independently of the command of the sea, the character of the colonists, mainly of English and Dutch stock, and the probable hostility of France and Spain. Unfortunately for England, the men most able to cope with the situation were in the minority and out of office. It has been said before that had the 13 colonies been islands, the sea power of Great Britain would have so completely isolated them that their fall, one after the other, must have ensued. To this it may be added that the narrowness of the strip then occupied by civilized man, and the manner in which it was intersected by estuaries of the sea and navigable rivers, practically reduced to the condition of islands, so far as mutual support went, great sections of the insurgent country, which were not large enough to stand alone, yet too large for their fall not to have been a fatal blow to the common cause. The most familiar case is that of the line of the Hudson, where the Bay of New York was held from the first by the British, who also took the city in September 1776, 2 months after the Declaration of Independence. The difficulties in the way of moving up and down such a stream were doubtless much greater to sailing vessels than they now are to steamers; yet it seems impossible to doubt that active and capable men, wielding the great sea power of England, could so have held that river and Lake Champlain, with ships of war at intervals and accompanying galleys, as to have supported a sufficient army moving between the headwaters of the Hudson and the lake, while themselves preventing any intercourse by water between New England and the States west of the river. This operation would have closely resembled that by which, in the Civil War, the United States fleets and armies gradually cut in twain the Southern Confederacy, by mastering the course of the Mississippi, and the political results would have been even more important than the military; for at that early stage of the war the spirit of independence was far more general and bitter in the section that would have been cut off, in New England, than in New York and New Jersey, perhaps than anywhere except in South Carolina. In 1777 the British attempted to accomplish this object by sending General Burgoyne from Canada to force his way by Lake Champlain to the Hudson. At the same time Sir Henry Clinton moved north from New York with 3,000 men and reached West Point, whence he sent by shipping a part of his force up the river to within 40 miles of Albany. Here the officer in command learned of the surrender of Burgoyne at Saratoga and returned; but what he did at the head of a detachment from a main body of only 3,000 shows what might have been done under a better system. While this was happening on the Hudson, the English commander-in-chief of the troops, acting in American America, had curiously enough made use of the sea power of his nation to transport the bulk of his army, 14,000 men, from New York to the head of Chesapeake Bay, so as to take Philadelphia in the rear. This eccentric movement was successful as regarded its objective, Philadelphia, but it was determined by political considerations because Philadelphia was the seat of Congress and was contrary to sound military policy. The conquest, therefore, was early lost, but it was yet more dearly won, for by this diversion of the British forces the different corps were placed out of mutual support, and the control of the water line of the Hudson was abandoned. While Burgoyne, with 7,000 regular troops, besides auxiliaries, was moving down to seize the headwaters of the river, 14,000 men were removed from its mouth to the Chesapeake. The 8,000 left in or near New York were consequently tied to the city by the presence of the American army in New Jersey. This disastrous step was taken in August. In October, Burgoyne, isolated and hemmed in, surrendered. In the following May, the English evacuated Philadelphia, and after a painful and perilous march through New Jersey, with Washington's army in close pursuit, regained New York. This taking of the British fleet to the head of the Chesapeake, coupled with the ascent of the Potomac in 1814 by English sailing frigates, shows another weak line in the chain of the American colonies; but it was not, like that of the Hudson and Champlain, a line both ends of which rested in the enemy's power, in Canada on the one hand, on the sea on the other. As to the sea warfare in general, it is needless to enlarge upon the fact that the colonists could make no head against the fleets of Great Britain, and were consequently forced to abandon the sea to them, resorting only to a cruising warfare, mainly by privateers, for which their seamanship and enterprise well fitted them, and by which they did much injury to English commerce. By the end of 1778, the English naval historian estimates that American privateers had taken nearly 1,000 merchant ships, valued at nearly £2,000,000. He claims, however, that the losses of the Americans were heavier. They should have been, for the English cruisers were both better supported and individually more powerful, while the extension of American commerce had come to be the wonder of the statesmen of the mother country. When the war broke out, it was as great as that of England herself at the beginning of the century. An interesting indication of the number of the seafaring population of North America at that time is given by the statement in Parliament by the First Lord of the Admiralty that the Navy had lost 18,000 of the seamen employed in the last war by not having America, no inconsiderable loss to a sea power, particularly if carried over to the ranks of the enemy. The course of warfare on the sea gave rise, as always, to grievances of neutrals against the English for the seizures of their ships in the American trade. Such provocation, however, was not necessary to excite the enmity and the hopes of France in the harassed state of the British government. The hour of reckoning, of vengeance, at which the policy of Choiseul had aimed, seemed now at hand. The question was early entertained at Paris what attitude should be assumed, what advantage drawn from the revolt of the colonies. It was decided that the latter should receive all possible support short of an actual break with England, and to this end a Frenchman named Beaumarchais was furnished with money to establish a business house which should supply the colonists with warlike stores. France gave 1,000,000 francs, to which Spain added an equal sum, and Beaumarchais was allowed to buy from government arsenals. Meanwhile, agents were received from the United States, and French officers passed into its service with little real hindrance from their government. Beaumarchais' house was started in 1776. In December of that year Benjamin Franklin landed in France, and in May 1777 Lafayette came to America. Meanwhile, the preparations for war, especially for a sea war, were pushed on. The navy was steadily increased, and arrangements were made for threatening an invasion from the Channel, while the real scene of the war was to be in the colonies. There France was in the position of a man who has little to lose. Already despoiled of Canada, she had every reason to believe that a renewal of war, with Europe neutral and the Americans friends instead of enemies, would not rob her of her islands. Recognizing that the Americans, who less than 20 years before had insisted upon the conquest of Canada, would not consent to her regaining it, she expressly stipulated that she would have no such hopes, but exacted that in the coming war she should retain any English West Indian possessions which she could seize. Spain was differently situated, hating England, wanting to regain Gibraltar, Minorca, and Jamaica, no mere jewels in her crown, but foundation stones of her sea power. She nevertheless saw that the successful rebellion of the English colonists against the hitherto unrivaled sea power of the mother country would be a dangerous example to her own enormous colonial system, from which she yearly drew so great subsidies. If England with her navy should fail, what could Spain achieve? In the introductory chapter it was pointed out that the income of the Spanish government was drawn not as a light tax upon a wealthy sea power, built upon the industry and commerce of the kingdom, but from a narrow stream of gold and silver trickling through a few treasure ships loaded with the spoils of colonies administered upon the narrowest system. Spain had much to lose as well as to gain. It was true still, as in 1760, that she was the power with which England could war to the greatest advantage. Nevertheless, existing injuries and dynastic sympathy carried the day. Spain entered upon the secretly hostile course pursued by France. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Influence of Sea Power upon History, 1660 to 1783, by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To this explosive condition of things, the news of Burgoyne's surrender acted as a spark. The experience of former wars had taught France the worth of the Americans as enemies, and she was expecting to find in them valuable helpers in her schemes of revenge. Now it seemed that even alone they might be able to take care of themselves and reject any alliance. The tidings reached Europe on the 2nd of December, 1777. On the 16th, the French foreign minister informed the commissioners of Congress that the king was ready to recognize the independence of the United States and to make with them a commercial treaty and contingent defensive alliance. The speed with which the business was done shows that France had made up her mind, and the treaty, so momentous in its necessary consequences, was signed on the 6th of February, 1778. It is not necessary to give the detailed terms of the treaty, but it is important to observe, first, that the express renunciation of Canada and Nova Scotia by France foreshadowed that political theory which is now known as the Monroe Doctrine, the claims of which can scarcely be made good without an adequate sea force. And next, that the alliance with France, and subsequently with Spain, brought to the Americans that which they above all needed, a sea power to counterbalance that of England. Will it be too much for American pride to admit that, had France refused to contest the control of the sea with England, the latter would have been able to reduce the Atlantic seaboard? Let us not kick down the ladder by which we mounted, nor refuse to acknowledge what our fathers felt in their hour of trial. Before going on with the story of this maritime war, the military situation as it existed in the different parts of the world should be stated. The three features which cause it to differ markedly from that at the opening of the Seven Years' War in 1756 are: 1. The hostile relation of America to England; 2. The early appearance of Spain as the ally of France; and 3. The neutrality of the other continental states, which left France without preoccupation on the land side. On the North American continent, the Americans had held Boston for 2 years. Narragansett Bay and Rhode Island were occupied by the English, who also held New York and Philadelphia. Chesapeake Bay and its entrance, being without strong posts, were in the power of any fleet that appeared against them. In the South, since the unsuccessful attack upon Charlestown in 1776, no movement of importance had been made by the English. Up to the declaration of war by France, the chief events of the war had been north of the Chesapeake, of Baltimore. In Canada, on the other hand, the Americans had failed, and it remained to the end a firm base to the English power. In Europe, the most significant element to be noted is the state of preparedness of the French navy, and to some extent of the Spanish, as compared with previous wars. England stood wholly on the defensive and without allies, while the Bourbon kings aimed at the conquest of Gibraltar and Port Mahon and the invasion of England. The first two, however, were the dear objects of Spain, the last of France, and this divergence of aims was fatal to the success of this maritime coalition. In the introductory chapter, allusion was made to the strategic question raised by these two policies. In the West Indies, the grip of the two combatants on the land was in fact about equal, though it should not have been so. Both France and England were strongly posted in the Windward Islands, the one at Martinique, the other at Barbadoes. It must be noted that the position of the latter, to windward of all others of the group, was a decided strategic advantage in the days of sail. As it happened, the fighting was pretty nearly confined to the neighborhood of the Lesser Antilles. Here, at the opening of the struggle, the English island of Dominica lay between the French Martinique and Guadeloupe. It was therefore coveted and seized. Next, south of Martinique, lay St. Lucia, a French colony. Its strong harbor on the lee side, known as Gros Ilot Bay, was a capital place from which to watch the proceedings of the French navy in Fort Royal, Martinique. The English captured the island, and from that safe anchorage Rodney watched and pursued the French fleet before his famous action in 1782. The islands to the southward were of inferior military consequence. In the greater islands, Spain should have outweighed England, holding as she did Cuba, Puerto Rico, and, with France, Haiti, as against Jamaica alone. Spain, however, counted here for nothing but a dead weight, and England had elsewhere too much on her hands to attack her. The only point in America where the Spanish arms made themselves felt was in the great region east of the Mississippi, then known as Florida, which, though at that time an English possession, did not join the revolt of the colonies. In the East Indies, it will be remembered that France had received back her stations at the Peace of 1763, but the political predominance of the English in Bengal was not offset by similar control of the French in any part of the peninsula. During the ensuing years, the English had extended and strengthened their power, favored in so doing by the character of their chief representatives, Clive and Warren Hastings. Powerful native enemies had, however, risen against them in the south of the peninsula, both on the east and west, affording an excellent opportunity for France to regain her influence when the war broke out. But her government and people remained blind to the possibilities of that vast region. Not so England. The very day the news of the outbreak of war reached Calcutta, July 7, 1778, Hastings sent orders to the governor of Madras to attack Pondicherry and set the example by seizing Chandernagore. The naval force of each nation was insignificant, but the French commodore, after a brief action, forsook Pondicherry, which surrendered after a siege by land and sea of 70 days. The following March, 1779, Mahé, the last French settlement, fell, and the French flag again disappeared, while at the same time there arrived a strong English squadron of 6 ships of the line under Admiral Hughes. The absence of any similar French force gave the entire control of the sea to the English until the arrival of Suffren, nearly 3 years later. In the meanwhile, Holland had been drawn into the war, and her stations, Negapatam on the Coromandel coast and the very important harbor of Trincomalee in Ceylon, were both captured, the latter in January 1782 by the joint forces of the army and navy. The successful accomplishment of these 2 enterprises completed the military situation in Hindustan at the time when the arrival of Suffren, just 1 month later, turned the nominal war into a desperate and bloody contest. Suffren found himself with a decidedly stronger squadron, but without a port, either French or allied, on which to base his operations against the English. Of these 4 chief theaters of the war, 2, North America and the West Indies, as might be expected from their nearness, blend and directly affect each other. This is not so obviously the case with the struggles in Europe and India. The narrative, therefore, naturally falls into 3 principal divisions, which may to some extent be treated separately. After such separate consideration, their mutual influence will be pointed out, together with any useful lessons to be gathered from the goodness or badness, the success or failure of the grand combinations, and from the part played by sea power. On the 13th of March, 1778, the French ambassador at London notified the English government that France had acknowledged the independence of the United States and made with them a treaty of commerce and defensive alliance. England at once recalled her ambassador, but though war was imminent and England at disadvantage, the Spanish king offered mediation, and France wrongly delayed to strike. In June, Admiral Keppel sailed from Portsmouth with 20 ships on a cruise, falling in with 2 French frigates, his guns to bring them to open the war. Finding from their papers that 32 French ships lay in Brest, he at once returned for reinforcements. Sailing again with 30 ships, he fell in with the French fleet under d'Orvilliers to the westward of Ushant and to windward with a westerly wind. On the 27th of July was fought the first fleet action of the war, generally known as the Battle of Ushant. This battle, in which 30 ships of the line fought on either side, was wholly indecisive in its results. No ship was taken or sunk. Both fleets, after separating, returned to their respective ports. The action nevertheless obtained great celebrity in England from the public indignation at its lack of result, and from the storm of naval and political controversy which followed. The admiral and the officer third in command belonged to different political parties. They made charges, one against the other, and in the following courts martial all England divided, chiefly on party lines. Public and naval sentiment generally favored the commander-in-chief Keppel. Tactically, the battle presents some interesting features and involves one issue which is still living today. Keppel was to leeward and wished to force an action. In order to do this, he signaled a general chase to windward, so that his fastest ships might overtake the slower ones of the enemy. Granting equal original fleet speed, this was quite correct. D'Orvilliers, to windward, had no intention of fighting except on his own terms. As will generally be the case, the fleet acting on the offensive obtained its wish. At daybreak of the 27th, both fleets were on the port tack, heading west-northwest, with a steady breeze at southwest. The English rear had fallen to leeward, and Keppel consequently made signal to 6 of his ships to chase to windward, so as to place them in a better position to support the main body if it could get into action. D'Orvilliers observed this movement and construed it to show an intention to attack his rear with a superior force. The two fleets being then from 6 to 8 miles apart, he wore his fleet in succession, by which he lost ground to leeward, but approached the enemy and was able to see them better. At the completion of this evolution, the wind hauled to the southward, favoring the English. So Keppel, instead of going about, stood on for half an hour more, and then tacked together in wake of the French. This confirmed D'Orvilliers' suspicions, and as the wind, which certainly favored the English that morning, now hauled back again to the westward, permitting them to lay up for the French rear, he wore his fleet together, thus bringing the rest to aid the rear, now become the van, and preventing Keppel from concentrating on or penetrating it. The two fleets thus passed on opposite tacks, exchanging ineffective broadsides, the French running free to windward and having the power to attack, but not using it. D'Orvilliers then made the signal for his van, formerly the rear, to wear to leeward of the English rear, which was to leeward of its own main body, intending himself to remain to windward and so attack it on both sides. But the commander of that division, a prince of the blood royal, did not obey, and the possible advantage was lost. On the English side the same manoeuvre was attempted. The admiral of the van and some of his ships tacked as soon as out of fire, and stood after the French rear; but for the most part the damage to rigging prevented tacking, and wearing was impossible on account of the ships coming up behind. The French now stood to leeward and formed line again, but the English were not in condition to attack. This was the end of the battle. It has been said that there are some interesting points about this resultless engagement. One is that Keppel's conduct was approved throughout, on oath before the court-martial, by one of the most distinguished admirals England has brought forth, Sir John Jervis, who commanded a ship in the fleet. It does not, indeed, appear what he could have done more, but his lack of tactical understanding is shown by a curious remark in his defence. "If the French admiral really meant to come to action," says he, "I apprehend he would never have put his fleet on the contrary tack to that on which the British fleet was approaching." This remark can only proceed from ignorance or thoughtlessness of the danger to which the rear of the French fleet would have been exposed, and is the more curious, as he himself had said the English were lying up for it. Keppel's idea seems to have been that the French should have waited for him to come up abreast, and then go at it, ship for ship, in what was to him the good old style. D'Orvilliers was too highly trained to be capable of such action. The failure of the Duc de Chartres, commanding the French van during the firing, to wear in obedience to orders, whether due to misunderstanding or misconduct, raises the question, which is still debated, as to the proper position for a naval commander-in-chief in action. Had D'Orvilliers been in the van, he could have ensured the evolution he wished. From the centre the admiral has the extremities of his fleet equally visible, or invisible as it may be. At the head he enforces his orders by his example. The French, toward the end of this war, solved the question by taking him out of the line altogether and putting him on board a frigate, for the avowed reasons that he could thus better see the movements of his fleet, and of the enemy, without being blinded by smoke or distracted by the occurrences on board his own ship, and that his signals could be better seen. This position, resembling somewhat that of a general on shore, being remote from personal risk, was also assumed by Lord Howe in 1778, but both that officer and the French abandoned the practice later. Nelson at Trafalgar, the end of his career, led his column, but it may be doubted whether he had any other motive than his ardor for battle. The two other great attacks in which he commanded in chief were directed against ships at anchor, and in neither did he take the head of the column, for the good reason that, his knowledge of the ground being imperfect, the leading ship was in most danger of grounding. The common practice in the days of broadside sailing ships, except when a general chase was ordered, was for the admiral to be in the line, and in the centre of it. The departure from this custom on the part of both Nelson and Collingwood, each of whom led his own columns at Trafalgar, may have had some reason, and an ordinary man rather shrinks from criticizing the action of officers of their eminence. The danger to which were exposed the two senior officers of the fleet, upon whom so much depended, is obvious, and had any serious injury befallen their persons or the head of their columns, the lack of their influence would have been seriously felt. As it was, they were speedily obliterated as admirals in the smoke of the battle, leaving to those who came after them no guidance or control except the brilliancy of their courage and example. A French admiral has pointed out that the practical effect of the mode of attack at Trafalgar, two columns bearing down upon a line at right angles to them, was to sacrifice the head of the columns in making two breaches in the enemy's line. So far, very well. The sacrifice was well worth while. And into these breaches came up the rear ships of each column, nearly fresh, forming in fact a reserve which fell upon the shattered ships of the enemy on either side of the breaks. Now this idea of a reserve prompts a thought as to the commander-in-chief. The size of his ship was such as precluded its being out of the order. But would it not have been well had the admiral of each column been with this reserve, keeping in his hands the power of directing it according to the chances of the action, making him a reality as well as a name for some time longer, and to a very useful purpose? The difficulty of arranging any system of signals or light dispatch boats which could take the place of the aids or messengers of a general, coupled with the fact that ships cannot stand still, as divisions of men do, waiting orders, but that they must have steerage way, precludes the idea of putting an admiral of a fleet under way in a light vessel. By so doing he becomes simply a spectator, whereas by being in the most powerful ship of the fleet he retains the utmost weight possible after action is once engaged. And if this ship be in the reserve, the admiral keeps to the latest possible moment the power of commander-in-chief in his own hands. Half a loaf is better than no bread. If the admiral cannot, from the conditions of sea warfare, occupy the calmly watchful position of his brother on shore, let there be secured for him as much as may be. The practice of Farragut after New Orleans and Vicksburg, that is to say, in the latter part of his career, when it may be believed experience had determined his views, was to lead in person. It is known that he very reluctantly, at the solicitation of various officers, yielded his convictions in this matter at Mobile so far as to take the second place, and afterward freely expressed his regrets for having done so. It may, however, be argued that the character of all the actions in which Farragut commanded had a peculiarity differentiating them from battles in the strict sense of the word. At New Orleans, at Vicksburg, at Port Hudson, and at Mobile, the task was not to engage, but to pass fortifications which the fleet confessedly could not stand up to. and the passage was to be made under conditions mainly of pilotage, upon ground as to which, unlike Nelson, he had good knowledge. There was thus imposed upon the commander-in-chief the duty of leadership in the literal as well as the military sense of the term. So leading, he not only pointed out to the fleet the safe road, but drawing continually ahead of the smoke, was better able to see and judge the path ahead, and to assume the responsibility of a course which he may have prescribed and intended throughout, but from which a subordinate might shrink. It has not perhaps been commonly noted that at Mobile the leaders, not only of one but of both columns, at the critical point of the road, hesitated and doubted as to the admiral's purpose; not that they had not received it clearly, but because circumstances seemed to them to be different from what he had supposed. Not only Alden in the Brooklyn, but Craven also in the Tecumseh, departed from the admiral's orders and left the course dictated to them, with disastrous results. There is no necessity to condemn either captain, but the irresistible inference is that Farragut was unqualifiedly right in his opinion that the man who alone has the highest responsibility should, under the conditions of his battles, be in the front. And here it must be remarked that at such critical moments of doubt any but the highest order of mind tends to throw off the responsibility of decision upon the superior, though from the instancy of the case hesitation or delay may be fatal. A man who has the commissioned chief would act intelligently, as the mere subordinate will balk. Nelson's action at St. Vincent will rarely be emulated, a truth which is strongly shown by the fact that Collingwood was immediately in his rear that day, and did not imitate his action till signaled by the commander-in-chief. Yet after receiving the authority of the signal, he particularly distinguished himself by his judgment and daring. It will be recalled also, in connection with this question of pilot ground battles, that a central position nearly lost the flagship at New Orleans, owing to the darkness and to the smoke from the preceding ships. The United States fleet came near finding itself without its leader after the passage of the forts. Now, as the mention of a reserve prompted one set of considerations, so the name of pilotage suggests certain ideas broader than itself, which modify what has been said of keeping the admiral with the reserve. The ease and quickness with which a steam fleet can change its formation make it very probable that a fleet bearing down to attack may find itself, almost at the very moment of collision, threatened with some unlooked-for combination. Then where would be the happiest position for an admiral? Doubtless in that part of his own order where he could most readily pilot his ships into the new disposition or direction by which he would meet the changed conditions. That is, in the position of leading. It would seem that there are always two moments of greatest importance in a sea fight, one which determines the method of the main attack, the other the bringing up and directing the effort of the reserve. If the first is more important, the second perhaps requires the higher order of ability, for the former may and should proceed on a before determined plan, while the latter may, and often must, be shaped to meet unforeseen exigencies. The conditions of sea battles of the future contain one element that land battles cannot have, the extreme rapidity with which encounters and changes of order can take place. However troops may be moved by steam to the field of battle, they will there fight on foot or on horseback, and with a gradual development of their plan, which will allow the commander-in-chief time to make his wishes known, as a rule, of course, in case of a change in the enemy's attack. On the other hand, a fleet, comparatively small in numbers, and with its component units clearly defined, may be meditating an important change, of which no sign can appear until it begins, and which will occupy but a few minutes. So far as these remarks are sound, they show the need of a second in command thoroughly conversant with not only the plans, but with the leading principles of action of his chief, a need plain enough from the fact that the two extremities of the order of battle may be necessarily remote, and that you want the spirit of the leader at both extremities. As he cannot be there in person, the best thing is to have an efficient second at one end. As regards Nelson's position at Trafalgar, mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, it is to be noted that the Victory did nothing that another ship could not have done as well, and that the lightness of the wind forbade the expectation of any sudden change in the enemy's order. The enormous risk run by the person of the admiral, on whose ship was concentrated the fire of the enemy's line, and which led several captains to implore a change, was condemned long before by Nelson himself in one of his letters after the battle of the Nile. "I think if it had pleased God I had not been wounded, not a boat would have escaped to have told the tale. But do not believe that any individual in the fleet is to blame. I only mean to say that if my experience could in person have directed those individuals, there was every appearance that Almighty God would have continued to bless my endeavors," etc. Yet, notwithstanding such an expression of opinion based upon experience, he took the most exposed position at Trafalgar, and upon the loss of the leader there followed a curious exemplification of its effects. Collingwood at once, rightly or wrongly, avoidably or unavoidably, reversed Nelson's plans, urged with his last breath. "Anchor, Hardy, do you anchor," said the dying chief. "Anchor," said Collingwood. "It is the last thing I should have thought of." CHAPTER X.